Hello, my friends, and welcome. I'm so glad you've decided to join me tonight. Before we begin, I want you to take a moment to settle in. Dim the lights, find your most comfortable chair, and leave the busyness of the world behind. While you're getting settled, don't forget to like, subscribe, and tell me in the comments where you're listening from and what time it is. Your engagement truly helps, and the more you interact, the more these chilling tales will find their way back to your feed. Tonight, we're stepping into the shadows to share a few stories that are as true as they are unsettling. So, take a deep breath, get cozy, and let's explore the dark together.
The watching in the water. The basin in November smells of river mud, cypress bark, and something faintly sweet and wrong, like overripe fruit left in standing water. At night, the only light comes from the channel markers blinking their slow red pulse over black water. I want to start with a smell, because that is how the basin announces itself before anything else does. There is a moment, somewhere between Port Allen and Butte La Rose on Interstate 10, when the windows of a car are down and the highway passes over its first serious expanse of swamp, and the air changes entirely. The smell is not unpleasant exactly. It is the smell of water that has been standing long enough to develop opinions. Cypress and mud and something green and alive beneath everything, like breathing through a mouthful of wet bark. I had driven that stretch of road many times for work, and I had always registered that smell with a kind of neutral recognition, the way you register the smell of a city you travel to often for reasons that have nothing to do with love. My name is Daniel Marsh. I'm 38 years old, and for 11 years I worked as a staff writer for a regional environmental publication based in Baton Rouge, covering conservation issues across the Gulf South. I covered wetland loss, the oil corridor, fishery politics, the slow disappearance of coastal communities. I was careful. I was methodical. I took notes in a specific shorthand I had developed in graduate school and never fully moved past, and I filed stories that my editor described, usually with a kind of resigned pride, as thorough. I want to say all of that plainly so that you understand who I was before November of the year before last, because the man who drove into the Atchafalaya Basin on that particular Tuesday afternoon was someone who believed in evidence, documentation, and the rational organization of observable fact. That is not who drove back out. The assignment was a feature on the winter trapping season in the basin, specifically a story about a family of crawfish trappers and Cajun fur trappers working the same water their grandparents had worked, in a landscape that was visibly changing around them. My editor, a compact and relentlessly practical woman named Gloria, had been after me to do a longer human interest piece for most of the year. I had been resisting. Human interest was not my register. I preferred data, regulatory language, sources I could cite without apology. Gloria had finally phrased it less as a request and more as a directive. And so I packed a bag and drove south from Baton Rouge into the flat green country where the land slowly stopped being land. My wife, Cora, had asked me the night before I left whether I was going to be all right. I told her I was fine, which was the answer I had been giving her for 7 months, ever since our daughter Nadia had died in April. Nadia was 4 years old. She had a heart condition that we had known about since before she was born, and that we had managed and monitored and held our breath about for all 4 of her years, and that had eventually taken her on a Tuesday morning in a hospital in Baton Rouge that smelled like industrial cleaner and the specific synthetic sweetness of pediatric medicine. I was not fine, but I was functioning, which I had mistaken for fineness, and which Cora, who was not functioning and was at least honest about it, watched me mistake without quite knowing how to correct me. I needed to be somewhere I did not know. That is the most honest thing I can say about why I took the assignment without too much resistance. I needed to be in a place that had no memory of Nadia in it. The drive took just under 2 hours from Baton Rouge, I took the Basin Freeway past the levee and crossed into the Atchafalaya on a bridge that always unsettled me slightly. The way bridges over moving water at dusk will when you are paying attention. The river was high for November. The basin either side of the elevated highway was deep in standing water, the cypress trees rising from it like columns in a cathedral that had lost its roof, their knees breaking the surface in irregular circles. The light was going. By the time I turned off the main road and onto the narrower route toward Butte-les-La-Rose, the western sky was the specific orange copper of a coal fire reflected in glass. I was staying at a fishing camp called Fontino's, which consisted of 3 raised camp houses on stilts over the water, connected by a single weathered dock, and a small bait shop on solid ground that also served coffee and sold packaged crackers and handled reservations. The camp had been recommended to me through a contact in the Louisiana Department of Wildlife and Fisheries, who had told me it was the best place to base myself if I wanted access to the families who worked that part of the basin. I had no reason to doubt this. It looked, when I pulled in through the gravel turnoff and stepped out into the cooling air, exactly like what it was supposed to be. Raymond Fontino was waiting for me on the porch of the bait shop, a man in his late 60s with a face so weathered by outdoor work and river sun that it looked as though someone had drawn deep lines into it with purpose. He had a thermos of coffee, and he poured me a cup without asking, and I drank it standing in the cooling air while the last of the copper light withdrew from the cypress tops. The coffee was strong and bitter and warm. The dock creaked gently in the current somewhere behind me. A great blue heron stood motionless at the edge of the water, 20 feet away, watching me with the specific expressionless attention that herons will direct at anything that enters their field of vision. I noticed, absently, that I had left my phone charger in the car and was going to have to retrieve it before the battery died. The thought arrived and sat there uselessly while Raymond told me about the trapping families I would be meeting, the water levels, the weather expected for the week. Raymond assigned me the camp house at the end of the dock, the furthest one from shore. I carried my bag down the dock in the last remaining light, feeling the boards flex slightly under my steps, hearing the water move beneath them in the dark. The camp house was small and low-ceilinged, with a single bed under a wool blanket, a propane heater in the corner, a table, and 2 windows that looked out over the water. The smell of the basin was stronger here. River mud and cypress and that faintly sweet wrong note underneath, closer now, as though the water directly below the floorboards was where it originated. I set my bag down, turned on the propane heater, and sat on the edge of the bed for a moment in the warmth that pushed into the small room. The blanket was thick and slightly musty and completely welcome. Outside, the basin had gone entirely dark. The channel markers were blinking their patient red pulse somewhere out on the main waterway, visible through the eastern window as a slow, distant rhythm against absolute black. I told myself I was tired from the drive. I told myself the heron standing at the water's edge had simply been a heron, watching the way herons always watch, with no intent behind it. I was not yet paying attention to what I should have been paying attention to, but the basin was already paying attention to me, with the particular patience of something that has never once needed to hurry. The dock gave a low, articulate groan in the dark sometime before dawn, and I lay in the narrow bed with my eyes open, listening to the water move beneath the camp house floorboards, with the specific, unhurried persistence of something that has been moving in the same direction for 10,000 years, and does not. Especially notice the structures human beings have placed across its path. I had not slept well. Not badly either, and the way that bad sleep announces itself was violence, or with the particular 3 a.m. dread that had become familiar to me since April. There was something quieter than that. It was the feeling of a room that has been recently vacated. Not empty exactly. Recently vacated. I lay there registering that distinction, without being able to name it, and then I got up and stood at the eastern window and watched the basin come back into itself as the sky lightened, the cypress silhouettes resolving slowly from the general dark, the water below revealing itself as gray and very still and laced with the pale reflections of trees. Raymond had left a pot of community coffee on the warmer in the bait shop, which I discovered when I crossed the dock at just past 7 in the morning with my recorder and my notebook and my jacket zipped to the collar against the November cold. The air off the water had real teeth in it. The specific cold of river bottom land before the sun clears the tree line carries a dampness that works through fabric with more conviction than dry cold does. And I stood on the porch of the bait shop for a moment, breathing it in, letting my eyes adjust to the flat white light of an overcast morning over open water. Raymond came in from the direction of the boat slips at 7:30, smelling of diesel and river mud, and poured his own coffee and told me, without preamble, that the Bros family would meet me at the boat launch on the south side of Butte La Rose at 9. There were 3 of them working this season. Henri Bro was 61, and his son Marcus was 34, and Marcus's wife Yvette ran the supply side of the operation and would be at the launch with the truck. Raymond said the Bro family had worked this water since before his own father was born, and that Henri in particular was not a man who spoke at length or for performance, and that I should not mistake brevity for unfriendliness. I wrote all of this down in my notebook, and I thought, briefly, about whether I confirmed my hotel in Baton Rouge for the following week. When I was supposed to be back in the office for a budget meeting, I had not confirmed it. The thought arrived, served no purpose, and drifted away again. The drive to the Butte La Rose launch was 12 minutes on a road that followed the levee with water visible on both sides in places, the basin to the east, and agricultural drainage ditches running west through flat sugarcane country. The fields had been harvested and burned, and the stubble fields gave off a faint charcoal smell that mixed with the river smell and the overcast light into something that felt specifically November, specifically this latitude, specifically the South, and the way that only the South in winter manages, when the softness has gone out of everything, and what is left is honest and a little austere. Henri Bro was already at the launch when I pulled in. He was a compact, deliberate moving man with pale gray eyes and hands that looked as though they had been carved from the same cypress wood as the pilings along the dock. He shook my hand once, firmly, and looked at me for a moment with an assessment that was not unkind, but was entirely unsentimental, and then he turned toward the boat and said, over his shoulder, that Marcus was checking the traps on the East Channel and would radio in when he found what he had found, and that in the meantime I could come along while he ran the line on the north side of the dead lake. We went out in a flat-bottom aluminum boat with a small outboard motor. Henri handled it with the specific economy of someone who has operated in a particular environment for so long that the environment has simply become an extension of his body. He did not look at the water the way I looked at the water. He read it. He read the color variations that told him where the current was running under the surface, and the way the cypress knees broke the water line at certain angles, and the specific quality of the light on the water in the open stretches between the tree stands. I asked him about the season, and about the trapping, and he answered in the compact, precise way Raymond had predicted, giving me the information I needed without ornamentation. The nutria population was up again. The crawfish season had run long this year because the water temperature had stayed warm into October. The mink were moving later than usual, which he attributed, without elaboration, to the weather being wrong. I asked him what he meant by wrong. He looked at me from the front of the boat with those pale gray eyes, and said that the basin had its own schedule, and that this year it was running about 3 weeks behind its own schedule, and that when the basin ran behind its schedule, the things that lived in it ran behind as well, which was not necessarily dangerous, but required attention. He said this plainly, without drama, and turned back to the water. We ran the line for 2 hours. Henri worked with the focused quiet of a man who has learned, through long practice, that unnecessary speech disturbs the quality of information the environment is offering. I did not push him. I made my notes. I recorded when he permitted me to, and I watched the basin the way I always watched things. I was covering, with the careful, detached attention of a person who believes that observation is the appropriate professional distance from what is being observed. It was on the return trip, cutting back across the dead lake toward the launch, that I saw the object. It was on the eastern bank of the dead lake, half submerged in the root tangle of a large cypress at the waterline. A dark shape. The lake was low enough at that point in the year that the roots were exposed for 2 or 3 feet above the waterline, and whatever the object was, it was caught in that root system at an angle that suggested it had been deposited there by the water at some higher level, and it simply stayed as the water retreated. I pointed toward it. I asked Henri what it was. He cut the motor. The boat drifted. Henri did not look where I was pointing, which I registered as unusual, before I understood it as intentional. He was looking at the root tangle without looking at the object inside it, in the same way you look at something in your peripheral vision, that you do not wish to give the dignity of direct attention. He said that it had been there since July. I asked him what it was. He said it was something that had come out of the South Channel during the high water in the spring, and that it did not belong where it had ended up, and that no one had touched it, and that the correct thing to do with things that came out of the South Channel was to leave them where the water left them. The boat had drifted closer. I could see it more clearly now. It appeared to be a wooden object, roughly carved, not large, perhaps 7 or 8 inches in length, dark with water saturation and algae, but the shape beneath the dark was clearly deliberate, clearly made by someone for a purpose. Something about the proportions of it was specific. A head, a torso, limbs. I reached for my camera. Henri said quietly and without inflection that he would prefer I did not photograph it. I lowered the camera. He restarted the motor, and we left the dead lake. And for the rest of the return trip, neither of us mentioned what I had seen among the roots. But the image of it stayed in my mind with the specific insistence of things that the eye sends to the brain marked somehow as important. The way a face in a crowd will stay with you after you have looked away, and you turn back to find the crowd closed over it. The Bro family had a small house in Butte-La-Rose, set back from the road on a raised lot, with a covered porch that ran the full length of the front. Yvette Bro had lunch waiting, red beans and rice with andouille that had been on the stove since morning, and filled the small house with a heat and a richness that hit me when I stepped inside and made me realize, suddenly and with some surprise, that I was genuinely hungry. I had not been genuinely hungry in 7 months. The sensation was unfamiliar enough to be briefly alarming. I sat at their kitchen table and ate with Henri and Marcus and Yvette, and I listened to Marcus talk about the East Channel and the way the crawfish had been running unusually deep this season, and I watched Henri eat his lunch with the same economy he brought to everything. And I wrote in my notebook, and I thought, somewhere in the back of my mind, about the dark carved shape caught in the cypress roots, and the specific way Henri had not looked at it directly. After lunch I drove back to Fontino's alone. The overcast had thickened, and the light over the basin was the flat pewter color of old aluminum, and the water held it exactly, so that the surface and the sky were nearly the same tone, and the cypress trees between them looked like the only real objects in a world that had otherwise decided to be two-dimensional. I walked out to the end of my dock and stood with my hands in my pockets, watching the channel markers blink their patient red pulse into the coming dark. I thought about what Henri had said, that things which came out of the South Channel should be left where the water left them. I thought about the proportions of the dark carved shape, the deliberateness of its dimensions, the way it had looked in the gray flat light, like something that had not arrived at that cypress tangle by accident, but had arrived at it by direction. I told myself that was not a rational observation. I told myself I was assigning intention to the movement of water and flood debris, which was the kind of thinking I had never permitted myself professionally, and which I was not going to begin permitting myself now. The dock creaked beneath me. The basin smelled of river mud and cold bark, and very faintly, something sweet underneath all of it, closer than it had been the night before. It was not until I was back inside with the propane heater running and my notes spread across the small table that I understood what had been wrong about the object in the cypress roots, and why it had not left my mind since the moment I had seen it. Its surface had been clean, not entirely consumed by algae and water stain, as though something had recently been disturbing it. The morning of my third day in the basin arrived without color. I had slept in fragments, waking twice to sounds I could not locate, sounds that belonged to no specific source but seemed to originate from the direction of the water. From directly below the camp house floor, a slow intermittent sound that was neither knocking nor scratching, but occupied the narrow register between those two things. Each time I woke, I lay still for a moment, listening, and each time the sound stopped within seconds of my waking, as though it had been listening for me in return. The second time, I sat up and checked my phone. 2:47 in the morning. The propane heater had cycled down, and the room had gone cold at the edges, the warmth surviving only in the center where I had been lying. I pulled the wool blanket around my shoulders and sat on the edge of the bed, and I thought about nothing in particular, the way the mind will sometimes protect itself by going deliberately blank, the way a circuit breaker will trip rather than allow a current it cannot carry. By 6:30 I was dressed and on the dock with my coffee, watching the basin. The cypress knees emerged from water the color of old pewter. The overcast was complete. No wind. The surface was so still that the reflections of the trees were more precise than the trees themselves, and for a moment, looking down over the edge of the dock, I had the specific and vertiginous sensation that the reflected world was the real one, and that I was standing above it looking in, rather than below it looking up. I went back inside and ate 2 packaged crackers from the supply I had bought at the bait shop and drank the rest of my coffee. I checked my recorder battery. Full. I checked my notebook, flipping back through my notes from the previous day looking for the shape of a story. What I had was good material. The Bro family was exactly the kind of subject that made strong regional journalism. 3 generations of specific knowledge embodied in 3 people doing precise, demanding work in a landscape that most Americans knew only as an abstraction on a map. I had the quotes. I had the texture of the day. I had Henry's compact, deliberate way of speaking about the basin, which would read well on the page. What I did not have, and could not incorporate, was the object in the cypress roots on the eastern bank of the dead lake. I had written about it in my personal notes, not in my work notebook. In the separate notebook I had always kept alongside my professional one, the notebook that held the texture of experience that never made it into print. That notebook had been filling differently since April. The handwriting in it was harder to read. The observations were less organized. In the months after Nadia died, I had sometimes written in it at 2 or 3 in the morning, things I could not say to Cora because Cora was drowning in her own version of it, and I did not want to add my weight to what she was already carrying. I wrote in that notebook the way a person in a sealed room will write on the wall, not for an audience, simply to confirm that thought was still occurring. I opened it now and read what I had written the previous evening. Dark carved shape. Cypress root tangle, East Bank, Dead Lake. Approximately 7 to 8 inches. Human proportions, but not human. Henri would not look at it directly. Said it came out of the South Channel in the spring high water. Said to leave it where the water left it. Surface partially clear of algae, as though recently disturbed. Who disturbed it? Why? I closed the notebook and looked at the wall for a moment. Then I drove back to the Butte La Rose launch, because I had arranged to spend the morning with Marcus on the East Channel, and because work was the most reliable mechanism I possess for making time pass in a direction I could tolerate. Marcus Bro was 20 years younger than his father and built on a larger scale, with the same pale eyes but a more open face, a more conversational manner, a willingness to explain things to an outsider without making the outsider feel that explanation was a burden. We ran the East Channel in his flat bottom for most of the morning, pulling traps, checking the nutria snares, and talking. Marcus had studied 2 years at the University of Louisiana before coming back to the water, a decision he described without regret, as a simple recognition of what he was actually equipped to do and what the world actually needed more of. I liked him. He was the kind of source that good long-form journalism is built on, someone with direct knowledge and enough self-awareness to know what that knowledge was worth and what it was not. Sometime around 10:30, when we were working the section of the East Channel that curved nearest to the dead lake, I asked him about the object his father had pointed out the previous day. Marcus was quiet for a moment. He was checking a trap, his hands working without looking at them, his eyes on the middle distance. He said that his father had mentioned he had shown it to me. I said that Henri had not exactly shown it to me. I said that I had noticed it and asked about it, and that Henri had given me very little, and had asked me not to photograph it. Marcus set the trap down and looked at me with the same unsentimental assessment his father had used. Then he said that what he was about to tell me was not for the article. I agreed, and I meant it. And I turned my recorder off and placed it in my jacket pocket. He said that the object had been in the basin for a long time, not this particular resting place, not the cypress tangle on the east bank of the dead lake, but in the basin, moving with the water. He said his father had first seen it 20 years ago on the South Channel near the Henderson Levee, and that his grandfather had reportedly seen something that answered the same description further south, near the old Mayette Point trappers' camp, sometime in the 1960s. He said that the water moved things around in the basin, and that most things that moved in the basin eventually came to rest somewhere and stopped, and that this particular object had never stopped. I asked him what it was. He said that the older people in the basin, the ones who had been working it the longest, called it a watcher, but that he personally did not use that word because it implied an agency that he was not prepared to confirm or deny. He said that his father's position was simply that it was an object that had a history, and that the history required it to be left alone. I asked what history. He looked at me for a long moment. Then he said that a person named Celestine Fontino, who was Raymond's maternal grandmother and who had died in 1979, had reportedly placed the object in the South Channel herself, and that the placing had not been accidental or incidental but deliberate and specific, and that the circumstances surrounding the placing were not something the family discussed at length, or with outsiders. The channel was completely silent around us. No birdsong, no insect sound. The water moved past the boat hull with a soft, steady pressure that I could feel more than hear, and above us the overcast pressed down onto the cypress canopy with a flat, even weight of a sky that had decided not to commit to anything. I thought about Raymond, who had poured my coffee without being asked and assigned me the camp house at the end of the dock, the furthest one from shore. I asked Marcus whether Raymond knew I had seen it. Marcus said that Raymond knew everything that happened on his water. I sat with that for a moment. A nutria surfaced near the bank, regarded us, submerged. I watched the ring it left on the water expand and disappear. I was aware, in a way, I had not been aware a moment before, of the depth of the water beneath the boat. Not the physical depth, which was perhaps 4 feet in this section of the channel. The other kind of depth. The kind that is a function of age rather than measurement. I told Marcus that I had heard a sound beneath my camp house the previous night, a sound in the space between knocking and scratching. He did not look surprised. He said that the camp houses on the dock were built over moving water, and that moving water made sounds, and that people who were not accustomed to sleeping over water often found those sounds unsettling in their first nights. He said this in a tone that was both true and carefully insufficient, the way a person will offer a partial explanation that is accurate as far as it goes, which is not quite as far as the question was reaching. We finished the East Channel in near silence. Marcus dropped me at the launch just before noon and said that if I wanted to speak further about the basin's history, there was a woman in Henderson who had known Celestine Fontino personally. He said her name was Odette Arsenault, and that she was 81 years old, and that she had lived in the same house on the Henderson Levee Road her entire life, and that she received visitors on weekday afternoons and had been known to speak about the basin's history to people she considered to be listening in good faith. He said that last part deliberately. In good faith. I wrote her name in my work notebook, then thought about it and wrote it again in the other one. Driving back to Fontino's along the Levee Road, I passed the turnoff to the South Channel. I did not turn. I kept my eyes on the road ahead and drove past it with the specific, deliberate inattention of someone who has decided not to look at something they are fully aware is there. The camp house felt smaller when I returned to it. The afternoon light was failing early under the overcast, and the basin outside the windows was going gray and flat and textureless. I made coffee on the small gas burner, and I sat at the table, and I looked at my notes, and I thought about Celestine Fontino, and what she had placed in the South Channel and why, and I thought about the way Henri had not looked at the object directly, and the way Marcus had said the word watcher, and then immediately walked it back. I thought about Nadia. I did not know why she arrived in my thoughts at that particular moment, in that particular way. But she did, with a specific sudden presence that grief will sometimes use, arriving not gradually but all at once the way a door opens. I sat with it. I had learned over 7 months that resistance was less effective than simply sitting with it until the weight redistributed itself. I drank my coffee, which had gone lukewarm, and I sat with my daughter's presence in that small room above the moving water. And outside the basin went gray, and then darker gray, and then the channel markers began their slow red pulse in the early dark. The sound came again that night, not at 2:47. Earlier, just past midnight. The same register, the same location, directly beneath the camp house floor. This time I did not tell myself it was the water. I already knew in a way that the body will know something 3 days before the mind permits the acknowledgement, that the water beneath my camp house was carrying something that had found, in me, a specific and patient interest. I drove to Henderson the following morning with Odette Arsenault's name in my notebook, and a cold that had moved into the basin overnight with genuine conviction. The temperature dropped while I slept, and the dock was wet with a frost that had not quite committed to being frost, a thin, uncertain glaze on the weathered boards that made each step toward the bait shop feel slightly provisional. The cypress trees across the water were motionless, no wind. The cold had simply arrived and occupied the air the way cold in lowland country does, not by moving, but by settling, the way water settles into low ground, filling every available space without drama or announcement. Raymond was not in the bait shop when I crossed the dock. The coffee was on the warmer. I poured a cup and stood at the window that faced the basin and drank it, watching the gray water, and thought about how to begin a conversation with a woman I had never met, about something I did not yet fully understand. The drive to Henderson took 20 minutes on the Levee Road, which ran between the Atchafalaya floodway and the elevated main channel, with water visible in every direction in certain stretches, the land reduced to a thin spine of higher ground between two bodies of slow, deliberate water. In summer that road had a lushness to it, the willows and cottonwoods pressing against the shoulders, the air soft and loud with insects. In November it was something else. The trees were bare or nearly bare, and the light was the particular cold white of a sky with no intention of clearing, and the water on either side was the color of old pewter, flat and still and holding the light without reflecting it in any way that felt welcoming. Odette Arsenault's house was exactly where Marcus had described it. A raised Acadian cottage set back perhaps 40 feet from the Levee Road on a lot of mature pecan trees, their branches bare and intricate against the white sky. their fallen leaves covering the ground around the house in a layer of brown that had been rained on enough times to compress into something almost like felt. The house itself was white paint over cypress board, the paint several seasons past its last renewal, the wood beneath it showing through in long gray streaks that gave the facade the quality of something in the process of returning to its original state. A covered porch ran the full front, 2 chairs on it, both occupied by nothing. I sat in my car for a moment before I went to the door. I want to be honest about what I was feeling in those 20 or 30 seconds. I was not afraid, not in any way that announced itself as fear. What I was feeling was closer to the sensation I had occasionally experienced when covering a story that had more underneath it than the surface version would suggest. A kind of alertness that was physical before it was intellectual, the body registering something the mind had not yet organized into a named concern. My hands on the steering wheel were perfectly steady. My heart rate was normal. The sensation was simply one of heightened attention, as though something in the specific arrangement of that house and those bare pecan trees and that white sky was asking me to pay a different quality of attention than I was accustomed to paying. Odette Arsenault opened the door before I knocked. She was a small woman, very thin, with white hair pulled back simply and dark eyes that were clear and direct and gave the impression of having looked at a great many things over a long period of time without once looking away from anything that required looking at. She was wearing a dark blue house dress and a gray cardigan, and she held the door open with one hand and looked at me with a stillness that was not unfriendly, but was entirely measuring. She said that Marcus Bro had telephoned and told her I would be coming. I thanked her for agreeing to see me. She said she had not agreed to see me, exactly. She had agreed to determine whether I was worth speaking to, and that the determination would take a few minutes, and that I should come in and sit down and let her make it. I came in and sat down. The front room of the house was small and full of the specific warmth of a gas space heater that had been running all morning, a dry, constant warmth that smelled faintly of the gas itself and of the dust that had settled on the heater's surface over the years. There were photographs on the walls, old ones, the kind with the particular tonal quality of mid-century film, and a shelf of small objects above the heater. Things I did not examine closely. Odette sat across from me in a straight-backed chair with the posture of someone who had decided, at some point in the past, that she was not going to permit her body to collapse in on itself regardless of what age requested. She asked me what I had seen. I told her about the object in the cypress roots on the east bank of the dead lake. I told her that Henri Bro had not looked at it directly and had told me not to photograph it. I told her about the sounds beneath my camp house floor at night. I told her what Marcus had told me about Celestine Fontino in the South Channel. She listened without interrupting. Her hands rested in her lap still, and her dark eyes stayed on my face with a quality of attention that made me feel my words were being examined rather than simply received. When I finished, she was quiet for a moment. Then she said, plainly and without preamble, that what I had seen in the cypress roots was a figure that had been in the basin since before she was born, that it was hand-carved from a specific wood, she believed cypress, though she had never touched it herself and did not intend to, that it had been made for a purpose and placed in the water for a purpose, and that the water had moved it over the decades, as the water moved everything, but that the moving had not diluted the purpose or interrupted it. I asked her what the purpose was. She said that was the second question, and that the first question was whether I understood what it meant for an object to carry an attention. I told her I did not understand that, not in the way she meant it. She nodded as though that was the correct answer, the one that indicated I was worth the remainder of the conversation. She said that in the basin, and in the older understanding of how the basin worked, there were objects that had been made by specific people at specific moments of extremity, moments of grief or loss or desperate need, and that the making of such an object was not simply the carving of a shape but the placing of an attention into a physical form, that the attention did not belong to the object. The object was the container. The attention persisted inside the container the way water persists in a sealed jar, and that the attention, once placed, did not seek anyone in particular. It simply recognized, when it encountered one, a specific quality of interior experience, a specific kind of unresolved grief, a specific kind of loss that had not yet found its direction. She paused. She said that Celestine Fontino had made the figure in 1941 after her youngest child, a boy of 3, had drowned in the South Channel. She said that Celestine had been a woman of considerable interior force, and that her grief had been, by all accounts, of a magnitude that ordinary consolation could not reach. She had made the figure from a piece of cypress she had taken from the piling of the dock where her son had last been seen standing. She had held it and spoken to it for 3 days and 3 nights without sleeping, and then she had placed it in the South Channel at the spot where the boy had gone into the water, and she had turned around and walked home, and she had not spoken of it again for the rest of her life. I was aware that my hands were very still in my lap. I asked what the attention inside the figure was seeking. Odette looked at me with those clear, measuring dark eyes and said that it was seeking exactly what it had found. Someone who was carrying a loss of a child. Someone whose grief had not yet found its direction. Someone in whom the specific quality of that unresolved interior weight was present and close to the surface. Close enough that something old and patient and attuned to exactly that frequency could recognize it through the floor of a camp house and through the still water of a dead lake at a distance of perhaps a quarter mile. The gas heater ticked steadily in the silence that followed. Outside the window, a single pock leaf detached from the branch above the porch and fell past the glass in a slow, unhurried spiral, turning as it went. I thought about the night I had lain in the camp house bed and heard the sound directly beneath the floor, and the way I had pulled the wool blanket tighter and told myself the water made sounds, and that I was someone who dealt in evidence and documentation and the rational organization of observable fact. I thought about Nadia, who had been 4 years old, and who had, in the last week of her life, developed a habit of reaching up to hold my face in both her small hands when she wanted my full attention, and pressing her forehead against mine, and staying there very still until she was satisfied that she had it. I sat in Odette Arsenault's warm front room with the gas heater ticking and the bare pecan trees outside the window, and the white sky pressing down over the entire basin, and I felt the weight of 7 months shift in my chest, not lift, not dissolve, but shift, the way a thing that has been pressed flat will sometimes show under changed conditions, that it still has its original dimensions. I did not say anything for a long moment. Odette did not rush me. She reached to the small table beside her chair and poured 2 small glasses of something amber from a bottle that had no label, and she set one on the table nearest me, and she picked up her own glass and held it without drinking, and she looked at me with the expression of someone who has watched a thing arrive that she has been expecting for some time. She said that I should come back the following afternoon, because what she had to tell me next was not the kind of thing that ought to be said to a person before they had spent one more night listening to what the water beneath them was trying to say. I did not go straight back to the camp house that afternoon. I drove instead, without a specific destination, along the levee road that ran south from Henderson toward the lower basin, watching the water through the passenger window with the detached, sideways attention of someone who is not ready to look at something directly, but cannot stop looking at it from angles. The Atchafalaya ran wide and gray to my left, and the agricultural flatlands ran bare and harvested to my right, and between those two things I drove on the thin spine of higher ground for perhaps 40 minutes before I became aware that I had no plan and turned around. The sky had not changed. It pressed down with the same flat white conviction it had maintained all day, and the cold was the same cold, and the road was the same road. What had changed was something interior, something in the specific arrangement of my own weight inside myself, as though Odette Arcano's words had reached in and shifted a piece of furniture that had been in the same position for so long. I had stopped registering it as furniture and had begun to register it as wall. I want to try to say this honestly, because the dishonest version is easier, and I have been using the easier version for 7 months. I had not grieved Nadia, not in the way Cora had grieved her, openly and devastatingly, and in full view of anyone present. The grief arriving in Cora like weather, and passing through her like weather, leaving her wrecked and then, slowly and imperfectly, clearing. I had organized Nadia's death the way I organized everything I could not afford to let destabilize me. I had made arrangements, and I had spoken at the memorial service in a voice that stayed level, and I had returned to work after 2 weeks, and I had covered a phosphate mining dispute in St. Lation, Landry Parish, and a coastal erosion study for the Terrebonne Levee District. And I had filed both stories on time, and I had sat in the evenings with Cora while she cried, and I had held her and said the things that were true, that I loved her, that we were still here, that time would do something with the weight even if we could not yet determine what. I had not cried for my daughter. I am not saying this is a confession of failure, though it felt like one, and still feels like one at moments. I am saying it because it is the fact that Odette's words had struck when she described with the attention in that carved figure recognized the specific quality of an unresolved grief, a loss that had not yet found its direction. I had understood in that warm front room, with the gas heater ticking and the amber glass untouched on the table beside me, that she was describing me with a precision I had not managed in 7 months of attempting to describe myself. I pulled in the Fontinos just past 3 in the afternoon. Raymond was on the porch of the bait shop, repairing something in a crab trap with the patient, methodical attention he brought to physical tasks. He looked up when I parked and looked at me for a moment with an expression I could not immediately read. I asked him whether he had known, when he put me in the camp house at the end of the dock, that the object was in the dead lake a 1/4 mile from his property. He set the crab trap down across his knees and looked at the water for a moment before he looked back at me. He said that the object had been in the basin for longer than he had been alive, and that it moved with the water, and that in his experience it tended to position itself within a certain range when it had found something it was attending to. I asked him what he meant by attending to. He said that his grandmother Celestine had told him when he was 11 years old, and she was a very old woman in the last year of her life, that the figure she had made was not a haunting and not a curse, and not any of the things that the word would make an outsider reach for. He said she had described it as a kind of persistent sympathy, that she had placed into that figure the full force of her grief for her lost boy, and that grief of that magnitude did not simply dissipate. It sought the way water seeks. It followed the gradient, and the gradient it followed was made of the specific frequency of a parent's unresolved loss. His voice was quiet and entirely without drama. He was telling me something he had been told, accurately and without embellishment, the way a careful person relays information they have been entrusted with. I sat down on the porch step. I had not planned to sit down. My legs had simply decided that standing was no longer a priority. The basin was very still in the cold afternoon light. A great egret stood at the water's edge 40 feet away, white against the gray water and the gray sky, with the absolute motionless patience that made egrets seem, in certain lights, less like birds and more like suggestions of birds, like the idea of witnessing made physical. I thought about Nadia reaching up to hold my face in both her small hands. I thought about the specific weight of her, 4 years old, when I carried her up the stairs to bed, a weight that was familiar in every detail of its distribution across my arms, a weight I had held hundreds of times and that I would not hold again, and that I had not yet permitted myself to fully understand I would not hold again. I sat on the porch step of Raymond Fontino's bait shop, and I felt something in my chest begin to move that I had kept motionless for 7 months by the continuous application of work and forward momentum and the useful armor of being the one who was still functioning. I did not cry then, not yet. I want to be accurate about the sequence. What I did was sit very still and feel the full weight of what I had been carrying, for the first time without the armor over it. The way you might remove a bandage you have been changing quickly and without looking, and finally hold the wound in the open air and look at it directly and understand its actual dimensions. Raymond said nothing. He resumed work on the crab trap. He worked with the quiet of someone who understands that the most useful thing he can offer another person's interior moment is the courtesy of not treating it as remarkable. After a while, I asked him what his grandmother had told him the figure did specifically. When it found what it was looking for, he said that Celestine had told him it held company, that a grief of a certain quality and age was like a room with no windows, and that the attention inside the figure was like a lamp in that room. Not a resolution, not a cure, not an answer to the question of why, simply a lamp. A recognition. Something that said, I know this specific weight. I have been carrying a version of it since 1941. You are not carrying it alone. I looked at the water for a long time after that. The cold had deepened as the afternoon went on, and the light was thinning toward the early dark that November brought to the basin by 4:30. I pulled my jacket tighter and stayed where I was. Somewhere behind me in the bait shop, Raymond had put on a radio, very low, a Cajun music station out of Lafayette, the accordion and the fiddle and the French words carrying their specific combination of joy and mourning that has always seemed to me to be the most honest emotional register in American music. The refusal to separate those two things as though they were opposites rather than two expressions of the same enormous fact of being alive and temporary. I thought about Cora. I thought about how I had held her while she cried for 7 months and offered her the comfort of my apparent stability, and how that apparent stability had not been a gift to her, but had been, in the most precise sense, a lie. I had been giving her a false account of where I was. She had been drowning in open water, and I had been drowning in a sealed room, and I had been pointing at her drowning as the problem we needed to address, and my sealed room as the stable ground from which I was addressing it. The egret was gone. I had not seen it leave. The channel markers had begun their slow red pulse in the early dark, and the water below the dock moved with its steady, patient, ancient southward pull, and somewhere in the dead lake a quarter-mile east, the figure was caught in its cypress root tangle, dark with water and years, carrying inside it the compressed weight of a mother's grief for a drowned 3-year-old boy, a grief now 82 years old and still finding in the moving water the frequency it recognized. I went inside at last and sat at the small table in the camp house and opened the notebook, the personal one, not the work one, and I wrote my daughter's name at the top of a blank page. Then I wrote it again, because the first time had not been enough. I sat for a long time in the warmth of the propane heater with the personal notebook open in front of me, and the basin moving in the dark outside both windows. And I wrote, not about the basin, not about the object, not about Celestine Fontino or Raymond or Odette Arsenault. About Nadia, about the specific weight of her on my arms going up the stairs, about the way she held my face in both her hands when she wanted my full attention, about the Tuesday morning in April in the hospital that smelled of industrial cleaner and synthetic sweetness, and the specific quality of the silence in that room after, the silence that had been filling every room I had entered since, that I had been calling stability because I did not yet have the courage to call it by its actual name. The sound came again that night beneath the floor. But this time it was not between knocking and scratching. This time it was slower and more deliberate, and it had a quality I had not perceived in it before, a quality that I can only describe, inadequately and with full awareness of how inadequate the description is, as recognition. I did not pull the blanket tighter. I did not tell myself the water made sounds. I lay in the dark above the moving water and I said my daughter's name out loud, once, into the dark of the room. The sound beneath the floor went still, and in the stillness that followed, which was the deepest stillness I had encountered in that camp house and which carried within it, inexplicably and without any mechanism I could name, the faint warmth of something that was not the propane heater, and not the wool blanket, and not anything I had a word for. I understood for the first time that I had not come to the Atchafalaya Basin for a feature story about Cajun trappers. I was back on Odette Arcano's porch by 1 in the afternoon. The cold had held overnight and sharpened slightly by morning, and the pecan trees in her yard cast their bare, intricate shadows across the compressed leaf ground with the precision of something drawn rather than grown. Each branch recorded in shadow with a kind of detail that only low winter sun at a specific angle can produce. I had driven over from Fontino's after spending the morning on the water with Marcus, finishing the East Channel work we had planned earlier in the week, and the physical work of the morning had done what physical work reliably does, organized the body's attention away from the interior and toward the immediate and the practical, which I had needed. I had telephoned Cora that morning before going out on the water. It was not a long call. The connection from the basin was unreliable, and the conversation moved in the way that conversations move when two people have things to say to one another that are larger than the available infrastructure. But I told her that I was thinking about Nadia. Not in those words exactly. I said that I had been sitting with some things and that I wanted to talk when I was back. Really talk. And there was a silence on her end of the line that was not an empty silence, but a full one. And she said okay, and I said okay, and we stayed on the line for a moment longer than necessary before the connection broke on its own. Odette opened the door before I reached the porch steps as she had the previous day. She was wearing the same gray cardigan over a different house dress, dark green this time, and she had a cup of tea already in her hand. And she held the door with the unhurried certainty of someone who had known the exact time of my arrival before I had known it myself. Inside, the gas heater was running, and the front room held its dry, steady warmth. And on the small table between our chairs, she had set out 2 cups and a teapot, covered with a knitted cozy in faded yellow. I sat down. She poured. She looked at me with her clear dark eyes and said that I looked different than I had the previous afternoon. I said I supposed I was. She nodded once and set the teapot down and picked up her cup and held it with both hands around its warmth, and looked at me with the expression I was beginning to understand was simply her default state, not a performance of wisdom but a structural quality. The expression of someone in whom all the unnecessary distances between observation and understanding had been reduced by age and experience to something very close to zero. She said that before she told me what I needed to know, she wanted to understand what I had already understood on my own. I told her about lying in the dark above the water. I told her about saying Nadia's name aloud into the room. I told her about the sound going still. I told her about the warmth that had no source I could name. She listened with the same quality of attention she had given me the day before, the attention that examined rather than simply received. When I finished, she was quiet for a moment. Then she said that what I described, saying the name into the dark and having the sound go still, was not incidental. She said that Celestine had told her in the years when they were neighbors on the Levee Road, and Celestine was already very old, and Odette was a young woman newly married and not yet in any condition to understand what she was being told, that the figure responded to acknowledgement, that what it carried was a grief in search of recognition, and that when a person in whom it had found its frequency finally turned toward their own loss rather than away from it, the response of whatever lived in the figure was to go quiet, not to leave. To go quiet in the way that a person who has been trying to get your attention will go quiet once they have it. I held my teacup in both hands. The warmth of it moved through my palms. I asked her about Celestine, what she had been like. Not the story, the person. Odette was quiet for a moment that felt like consideration rather than reluctance. She said that Celestine Fontino had been a woman of extraordinary stubbornness, which she meant as a precise description rather than a criticism. She said that stubbornness of the right quality was indistinguishable from endurance, and that Celestine's endurance had been the thing that held the Fontino family together through the losses of the middle decades of the century, losses that had been considerable. She said that Celestine had never spoken of the boy, whose name was Emile, in any context other than the single conversation she had eventually had with Raymond when he was 11 years old, that she had organized her grief into the figure and placed the figure in the water, and then spent the remainder of her life doing the ordinary and extraordinary work of continuing to exist, raising her children, working the land, preserving what could be preserved. She said that Celestine had told her once that the purpose of placing the figure in the water was not to forget Emile, and not to hold on to Emile, but to give the grief itself somewhere to go that was not inside her own body, that she had understood her grief to be too large to carry indefinitely in the space available for carrying, and that the basin, which was itself a container of enormous and patient capacity, was the appropriate place for it. I sat with that for a long moment. Outside the window, the bare pecan branches shifted slightly in a wind I had not registered until now. The shadow lines on the ground moved without breaking, the way the shadows of things with deep roots move, from the base rather than from the tip. I asked Odette what I was supposed to do. She set her cup down with the deliberate placement of someone who has been waiting for the question and is prepared to answer it precisely. She said there were two things, and that the order of them mattered. The first was that I needed to go to the object, not to touch it, not to move it, not to take anything from it or leave anything with it, simply to go to it, in daylight, in full acknowledgement of what it was and what it had been doing and why it had found me. She said that Celestine had told her the figure required direct acknowledgement from the person it had found, not as a ritual and not as a transaction, but as a simple act of honesty between two griefs that had recognized one another across the water. I needed to stand in front of it and speak, not to it exactly, in its presence, out loud and without the armor of the analytical distance I had been using to manage my interior life for 7 months. I asked what I should say. She said I should say what was true. That was the only requirement, that the figure had no tolerance for the performed version of anything, and that what had drawn it to me was precisely the unperformed, unresolved, unarmored quality of what I was carrying, and that the only thing that would satisfy the recognition between us was to meet it in the same register in which it had found me. The second thing, she said, was that after I had gone to the object, I needed to return to Fontino's and speak to Raymond. That Raymond had something for me. She said she would not tell me what it was, because it was Raymond's to give and not hers to describe, and because knowing in advance would engage the analytical part of my mind that I was trying to set aside. She said both things needed to be done before I left the basin. She said that leaving without doing them was possible, in the same way that other forms of incompletion were possible. She said that incompletion of this particular kind had a tendency to travel, that the frequency the figure had found in me would not dissolve simply because I crossed the Henderson levee and pointed my car north toward Baton Rouge. It would continue, in a different container, in the middle of the night, in an apartment that smelled of the ordinary life I had been trying to reassemble, in the specific silence of a room in which a child used to be present, and was no longer. She said this without cruelty and without any quality of warning beyond the simple warning of accuracy, the way a doctor will describe a condition in the precise terms the condition requires. I looked at my teacup. The tea had gone only slightly cool. I had been holding it long enough that my hands had taken its warmth, and it had taken mine, and we had arrived at approximately the same temperature. I asked her how she knew all of this. Not about Celestine, not about the figure, but about me specifically, about the apartment, about the middle of the night, about the silence in the rooms. She looked at me with those dark eyes that had been looking at things for 81 years without once looking away from what required looking at. She said that she had buried a child herself, a daughter, 43 years ago. Meningitis, a summer illness that had progressed with a speed that outpaced everything the medicine of 1981 could offer. She said the daughter's name was Marguerite, and that she said the name with the same ease she said any name because she had had 43 years to practice saying it without the armor, and that the practice had not made it smaller, only more accurately sized, and that accurately sized grief was livable in a way that inaccurately sized grief was not. She said that I would get there too, not around it, through it, and to the other side of it where it was still present, but had found its correct dimensions. She reached across the small table and placed one thin, dry, warm hand over mine for a moment. Then she withdrew it and picked up her cup and looked at the window, and the conversation was over in the way that complete conversations are over, not abandoned, but finished, every necessary thing having been said. I drove back along the levee road in the low winter light with both windows down despite the cold, the air off the water moving through the car with its smell of cypress and river mud, and the faint sweet undernote that I had stopped trying to identify and had simply accepted as the smell of a place that was older than anything I had a name for. I did not go to the dead lake that afternoon. The light was failing by the time I reached Fontino's, and Odette had said daylight, and I understood why without needing to examine the understanding. I sat on the dock instead, in the last of the cold, thin light, with a personal notebook open across my knees, and I wrote about Marguerite, a woman I had never met and never would meet, who had died in the summer of 1981, and whose mother still said her name with the ease of long practice, and I wrote about what that practice looked like from the outside, from the vantage point of someone who had not yet begun it. I wrote about Nadia's hands on my face. I wrote that sentence, and then I sat for a long time looking at it, and the channel markers began their pulse in the early dark, and below the dock, the water moved south with its ancient, patient, completely indifferent southward pull, and the cold came up off the water into my face, and I let it. The next morning, I would go to the dead lake at first light, and I would stand in front of what was caught in the cypress roots, and I would say what was true, and I had been preparing for it all night without sleeping, lying above the still and quietly attending water, finding the words that had no armor in them. I was on the water before the sun cleared the tree line. Raymond had the flat bottom ready at the dock without my asking, the motor idling low and patient in the cold pre-dawn dark, a thermos of coffee on the center seat, a wool blanket folded beside it. He did not offer to come with me. He handed me the boat key, which was unnecessary because the motor was already running, and he looked at me with the measured, unsentimental regard I had come to understand was his version of care, and then he went back up the dock toward the bait shop without another word. The sky to the east was beginning to differentiate itself from the tree line, a thin gray distinction that was not yet light, but was the announcement of light, the basin's version of clearing its throat. I sat in the boat for a moment before I released the line. The water below the dock was black and absolutely still in the pre-dawn, and the cold coming off it was the deepest cold of the week, the cold of a clear night following days of overcast, the sky having finally opened and taken the cloud insulation away and replaced it with stars and a temperature that had no patience for anything insufficiently dressed. I was wearing every layer I had brought, and I pulled the wool blanket over my lap as I released the line and let the slow current carry me from the dock before I engaged the motor. I ran it low. The sound of an outboard motor in pre-dawn silence on flat water carries farther than it has any right to, and I had no specific reason for keeping the engine quiet except that the quality of the morning seemed to require it. the way certain rooms require you to lower your voice without announcing the requirement. The dead lake was a 12-minute run from Fontino's at low throttle. I had run the route twice now, with Henri and with Marcus, and I knew the turn markers, the cypress double at the channel mouth, the long straight stretch of the dead lake entry, the way the water changed color slightly in the open lake expanse, darker than the channel, more opaque, holding its depth differently. In full daylight it was simply a characteristic of the water. In pre-dawn gray, running toward it alone in a flat bottom with the cold pressing on every exposed surface, it read differently. It read as intention. I cut the motor at the channel mouth and let the boat drift into the dead lake on its own momentum. The silence that replaced the motor sound was absolute. No wind, no bird song yet. I was still 10 minutes away. The basin was completely still in every direction. The cypress trees standing in their reflections with perfect symmetry, the waterline the axis of a world that was identical above and below it, and I was the only thing moving in it, drifting at the speed of the faint current, making no sound that I could hear. The east bank appeared gradually as the light increased. The cypress root tangle resolving from the general gray of the bank into its specific topography, the exposed roots arching above the waterline and their irregular formations, and between them, at the waterline, the dark shape. I let the boat drift until its bow touched the root tangle gently, barely a contact, and I shipped the paddle and sat very still. The light was enough now, full gray dawn, not yet directional, the kind of light that shows everything without casting shadows, without the distortion of angle, the most honest light of the day. I could see the object clearly. It was smaller than I had anticipated for my first sighting. Perhaps 6 inches, not 7 or 8, as I'd estimated from the boat at distance. Dark, with water saturation, the color of old creek mud, the texture of something that had been wet for a very long time. But the shape was unmistakable and deliberate. A head, rounded and simply formed. A torso. Limbs, short and carved without detail, the kind of limbs that indicated human form without insisting on specificity. The proportions were slightly wrong in a way I could not immediately identify, and then I understood that the wrongness was the wrongness of grief, rather than the wrongness of poor craftsmanship. The figure was not anatomically proportional. It was emotionally proportional. The torso was too large. The head was slightly bowed. It was the shape a person takes when they are carrying something that has no name yet. I looked at it for a long time without speaking. I want to describe what I felt in those first minutes of looking, because the temptation, in retrospect, is to describe it as dread or as awe, or as any of the named emotional categories that make experience legible after the fact. What I actually felt was simpler and less dramatic than any of those things. I felt seen, not watched, which implies surveillance, implies an attention that is directional and assessing. Seen, which is the experience of recognition from outside yourself, the experience of another consciousness registering your specific shape and saying, yes, that one, I know that weight. The cypress roots around it were still. No sound, no movement. The water at the waterline was slightly darker around the base of the figure than elsewhere, and I looked at that dark water for a long moment and understood that I was looking at what 82 years of accumulated grief looked like when it had found a home in matter. I set the paddle across my knees and I put my hands in my lap and I looked at the figure and I began to speak. I said Nadia's name first, clearly, without rushing it, the way Odette said Marguerite, with the ease of full acknowledgement rather than the effort of controlled distance. I said that she was 4 years old. I said the date she was born and the date she died, in April on a Tuesday morning, and I said that the hospital smelled of industrial cleaner and synthetic sweetness, and that I had been present in the room and that I had held her hand, and that I had spoken to her, and that I did not know whether she had heard me because the medicine had placed her somewhere beyond the reach of sound, I said that I had not cried at her memorial service. I said I had spoken in a level voice about who she was and what she had been like, and I had meant every word and delivered every word in the composed register of a person who is still functioning, and that the composure had been a lie of omission, an accurate account of facts delivered in a fraudulent emotional register, and that I was sorry for it, not to an audience. I was sorry to her, specifically that the account I had given of her at the end had been technically accurate and spiritually absent. I said that she used to hold my face in both her small hands when she wanted my full attention. I described the specific weight of her on my arms going up the stairs to bed, the distribution of it, the warmth of it, the way she would go completely limp with sleep on the last few stairs and trust entirely that I would not let her fall. And I said that I missed that weight with a specificity and an intensity that had no bottom to it, that I had sounded its depth for 7 months and found no bottom. I said that I had come to the Atchafalaya Basin to cover a story about trappers, which was true, and that I had come to the Atchafalaya Basin because I needed to be somewhere that had no memory of her in it, which was also true, and that the basin had turned out to have something very like the opposite of no memory of her. The basin had turned out to contain something that recognized precisely what I was carrying and had moved through the water toward me with the patience of something that had been waiting for the correct frequency for decades. I said I was not afraid of it. That was the truest thing I said, and I felt it become true in the saying of it, the way certain statements are not already true when you begin them, but become true in the course of being spoken, the truth completing itself in the act of articulation. The light had shifted while I spoke, not dramatically. The gray dawn had moved toward a directional light, a low winter sun clearing the tree line to the southeast and sending the first angled rays across the dead lake surface, and the reflections of the cypress trees broke apart in the new light and became simply trees reflected in water rather than the perfect symmetry of the pre-dawn, and the world on the surface became distinct from the world beneath it again, and I cried. I want to say that plainly, without architecture around it, because the architecture is what I had been using for 7 months, and it had served its purpose and I was done with it. I sat in the flat-bottomed boat with the paddle across my knees, and the bow just touching the cypress root tangle and the carved figure dark and small and patient at the waterline, and I cried for my daughter with the full and undefended weight of 7 months of deferred grief. And it was not dramatic, and it was not brief, and it was not the performance of grief, but the actual thing, the thing that has no shape until it is moving through you. The basin held the sound. That is the only way I know how to say it. The sound that I made in that dead lake in the early morning did not seem to enter a silence and disturb it. It seemed to enter something that had been prepared to receive it, a space that had exactly the dimensions of what I was bringing to it, a container that had been waiting with the patience of 82 years of moving water for the specific contents I had arrived to deliver. I do not know how long I sat there. When it was over, the light was full, and the birds had started, a red-winged blackbird somewhere in the willows on the north bank, and a gray-blue heron standing in the shallows at the far end of the dead lake with its absolute motionless patience, and the cypress trees standing in their cold water with the specific dignity of things that have been standing in the same place for a very long time and intend to continue. I looked at the figure for a long moment. Its surface was the same dark water-saturated wood. Its dimensions were the same. The emotionally proportioned torso, the slightly bowed head, but something in the quality of my looking at it had changed, or something in the quality of its being looked at had changed, and I could not determine which, and it did not seem important to determine. I picked up the paddle. I pushed the bow gently away from the root tangle. The current caught the boat and began to carry it back toward the channel mouth. I did not look back at the figure, not because I was afraid to, because the looking was finished in the way that complete things are finished, every necessary element having occurred, the sequence having arrived at its natural end rather than being brought to a stop. The motor started on the first pull. I ran it at full throttle back to Fontino's, and the cold air off the water hit my face and my wet eyes with equal force, and the cypress trees on either side of the channel moved past at speed, and the channel markers were still visible in the low morning light, blinking their patient red pulse into a morning that was, for the first time since I had arrived in the basin, not overcast. Raymond was on the dock when I came in, and he had something in his hand, and when I cut the motor and drifted to the dock and he caught the bow line, he looked at my face with those pale gray eyes and said quietly that he'd been expecting me to come back looking like that, and that he had something of his grandmother's that she had left instructions for. Raymond's something turned out to be a letter. Not a long letter, not a formal one, a single folded sheet of paper in an envelope that had been sealed and resealed so many times with different tapes and adhesives that the original envelope was barely visible beneath the layers of preservation. Each successive sealing representing a different decade's technology applied to the same problem, which was keeping a piece of paper intact long enough to reach the person it was intended for. The paper inside was the color of old cream, and the handwriting on it was in a French that was not quite the French I had studied in college, a more compressed and idiosyncratic version, Cajun French, the French of people who had used the language for domestic and practical purposes for generations without it ever occurring to them to formalize it. Raymond translated it for me, standing on the dock in the thin morning sunlight with the letter held carefully in both hands, reading it in the same quiet, deliberate register he used for everything. His translation was not a word-for-word rendering. It was an accurate rendering, which is a different thing. He translated the meaning rather than the syntax, which is what you do when you understand that language is a vehicle, and that the vehicle is secondary to what it is carrying. The letter said, in Raymond's translation, approximately this: that Celestine had written it in 1973, 6 years before her death, and had given it to Raymond's mother with instructions that it be kept and given to whoever came to the basin in the condition described. The condition described was a person carrying a parent's grief for a lost child, a grief that had not yet found its direction, who had gone to the figure and spoken honestly in its presence. That person, the letter said, should receive the letter and should understand what it contained, not as instruction, but as company, as the account of someone who had been in the same room and found a way to continue living in it. The letter said that Emile had been 3 years old, and that he had been afraid of the dark, and that she had always left a lamp burning in the hallway outside his room, a small oil lamp on a shelf, and that after he drowned she had continued to leave the lamp burning every night for 11 years, until the habit had simply become part of the structure of the house, and that one night in the 12th year she had gone to light it, and had found that she could not remember whether she had lit it the night before, which was the first night in 11 years that she had not been certain, and that the uncertainty had frightened her more than the grief had, because the grief she had made a container for and placed in the water, but the uncertainty meant the container was working, and she had not been prepared for the container to work. She had not been prepared for the grief to begin having somewhere to go besides directly through her. She said that the lamp was still on the shelf when she wrote the letter, but that she no longer lit it every night. She said that she lit it on certain nights, on the date of his birth and the date of his death, and on the nights when something reminded her of him with a specificity that required acknowledgement, and that this was enough, and that enough was not the same as less, but was its own kind of sufficiency that took time to distinguish from loss. She said that the figure in the water was not a monument to Emile, and was not a memorial to him. She said it was a practical object, made for a practical purpose, which was to give grief of a specific quality somewhere to go. She said that the basin had always understood practical objects of this kind, because the basin was itself a practical object, a container of enormous capacity that took what the rivers brought and held it and moved it and eventually released it to the gulf without judgment and without memory and without the particular damage that comes from being required to hold something forever. She said that the person reading the letter should know that the figure would continue in the water, that it was not her grief anymore, not specifically. It had long since become something larger than her specific grief, a kind of accumulated recognition that moved with the water and found, when it found, people who needed to be found. She said this was not frightening and was not a haunting and was not something to be managed or resolved or driven out. It was simply the basin being what the basin was, which was large and old and entirely without impatience. She said that the person reading the letter should go home. She said that going home would be hard in a specific way that was different from the hardness of being away, because home contained the spaces where the person who was gone had been present, and those spaces would be full of a kind of negative presence, an outlined absence, and that the first weeks of return would be occupied with the renegotiation of every room and every object and every ordinary moment that had previously been shared and was now singular. She said this was not a warning, it was a preparation. She said there was a difference between walking into a room you did not know would be hard, and walking into a room knowing it would be hard and walking through it anyway. Raymond finished the translation and folded the letter back into its envelope with the same care he had unfolded it, and he held it out to me. I took it. It was lighter than it should have been, given what it contained. The envelope was warm from Raymond's hands, and I held it in both of mine the way you hold something you understand is fragile, not in its material, but in its meaning. I asked Raymond how many times the letter had been given out. He said, to his knowledge, 3 times before today. He said his mother had told him that the first recipient had been a woman from Opelousas in the 1980s who had lost a son to a drowning accident in the basin itself, which Raymond found a particular kind of sorrowful symmetry. The second had been a man from New Orleans in the late 90s. Details unknown, his mother had not recorded them. The third had been a woman, a birder, who had come to the basin in the early part of the previous decade and had spent 2 days at the dead lake in circumstances Raymond described only as necessary. He said that each time the letter was given, his mother had made a new copy of it in Celestine's original French, so that the letter could continue. He showed me the copy he had made before I arrived that morning, on plain white paper in his own handwriting. The French, careful and deliberate. A man in his late 60s copying out his grandmother's words in a language he had grown up speaking and never written formally. The handwriting showing the effort of that, the effort that was also a form of honoring. I went inside and packed my bag. The packing took less time than I expected, which is always the case when you have arrived somewhere carrying more than your luggage. The physical objects fit into their original spaces without difficulty. It was the other weight that required attention, and I packed it differently than I had arrived with it. Not gone, not resolved in the way that resolutions announce themselves, but organized differently, the way Celestine had described, given somewhere to go. I stripped the bed and left the wool blanket folded at the foot of it. I washed my 2 cups and left them on the small table. I checked the propane heater was off. I stood in the doorway of the small camp house for a moment and looked to the 2 windows facing the water and the basin visible through them, gray and cold and completely patient. And I said, quietly, into the room, that I was grateful, not to anyone specifically, to the room, to the water, to whatever quality of accumulated attention had found me in this particular camp house at the end of this particular dock, at this particular moment in my particular life, and had declined to let me continue in the direction I had been traveling. I carried my bag down the dock. Raymond was at the bait shop door. I paid for my nights, and he accepted the payment with no ceremony, and I shook his hand and held it for a moment, and he let me, his grip steady and dry and warm. I drove north out of the basin on the elevated highway, the Atchafalaya spreading out on both sides in the gray morning light, the cypress trees rising from the water in their patient columns, the red-tailed hawks sitting on the cable towers above the floodway with their absolute stillness, I drove with both hands on the wheel and the heater running and the letter in its layered envelope on the passenger seat, and I thought about Celestine's oil lamp burning on the shelf outside her son's room for 11 years, and then not burning every night and then burning on certain nights. And I thought about the distinction she had made between that and less. The distinction she had called sufficiency. I was on the interstate and 40 minutes north of the basin before I called Cora. She answered on the second ring. I could hear in the quality of her answer the 2 syllables of hello, the specific register of someone who had been waiting for a call without permitting themselves to admit they were waiting. I said her name. She said yes. I said I was coming home, and that I wanted to tell her about the basin, everything about it, and that I had something to give her, the letter, and that I needed to tell her about Nadia in the way I had not yet told her, the full account in the accurate register, and that I understood this was going to be hard, and that I was not asking her to make it easy. There was a silence that was the fullest silence I had heard in 7 months. She said okay. I drove the rest of the way to Baton Rouge with the heater running and the letter on the passenger seat, and the flat Louisiana landscape opening out on both sides of the interstate under a sky that was clearing from the northwest, the clouds moving off in long broken formations, the blue showing through in the widening gaps with the specific pale winter blue of a sky that has not been blue in several days and is remembering how. That evening I sat with Cora at our kitchen table, and I read her Celestine's letter, Raymond's translation of it, and then I put the letter on the table between us, and I talked about Nadia for 3 hours, the full account in the accurate register, and Cora listened and talked and I cried, and neither of us managed the other's grief or stood at a remove from our own, and at the end of it we were both exhausted in the specific way that honesty exhausts you. The way that carrying something correctly rather than incorrectly uses different muscles, and those muscles were not yet conditioned for the load. We put the letter on the shelf above the hallway table, not because of any instruction to do so, because it seemed like the right height for something that was meant to be seen without being displayed, present without being prominent. In the following weeks I discovered what Celestine had prepared me to discover, that the rooms of our apartment were full of outlined absences, and that walking through them knowing they would be hard was different from walking into them unprepared, and that different, while not easier, was something I was capable of, something we were capable of, which was all the preparation it ever promised. 14 months have passed since I drove north, out of the Atchafalaya Basin on the elevated highway, with the letter on the passenger seat and the sky clearing from the northwest. I want to be precise about the 14 months, because imprecision about time is one of the ways grief literature lies, the way it compresses duration into emotional arc, and makes the distance between devastation and continuance seem shorter and more linear than it actually is. 14 months is not a long time. It is long enough to contain genuine change, and not long enough to have arrived anywhere that deserves to be called a destination. What it is long enough for is specific small alterations in the daily structure of a life, alterations that are not dramatic and do not announce themselves but accumulate in the way that all gradual things accumulate, invisibly until suddenly they are visible. The way a hillside covered in grass will not show you the individual blades growing but will show you, between one visit and the next, that the color has changed. I finished the feature on the Bro family in December, 3 weeks after returning from the basin. It was the best piece I had written in years, Gloria told me, and then immediately asked whether I was all right, which told me the quality of the writing had communicated something beyond the professional. I said I was working on it, which was true and which was a better answer than fine. She looked at me for a moment with the appraising intelligence she brought to everything, and said that working on it was the correct answer, and that she would take it. The piece ran in the January issue. Henry Bro called me after it published, which surprised me, because I had not taken him for a person who made telephone calls for social purposes. He said it was accurate, and he said it the way he said everything, compact and without ornamentation, and in the context of Henry Bro that was a considerable endorsement. I thanked him. He said the basin was running high again, and that the crawfish were coming in early, and that if I ever had reason to be back in the area, I should come out on the water. I said I would. I have not gone back yet. That is not avoidance. It is timing which I am learning to distinguish from avoidance. The distinction being that avoidance is about fear, and timing is about readiness, and the readiness for certain returns cannot be manufactured. It has to arrive on its own schedule. Cora and I are still in our apartment on the north side of Baton Rouge. We have talked about moving, not because the apartment is unbearable, but because the question of whether to stay or go is one of the genuine questions that grief opens up. The question of whether the spaces that hold memory are a comfort or a weight. And the honest answer is that ours are both, depending on the day, and that both is probably the permanent condition rather than a transitional one. The outlined absences Celestine had described are still present. They have not filled in. What has changed is my relationship to them. The way I move through the rooms in relation to them. Not around them, not performing unawareness of them, but through them, registering them with the kind of acknowledgement that does not require stopping. Nadia's room is still her room. We have not changed it significantly. The small bookshelf with the board books she had worn the corners off. The mobile above where the crib was, taken down now but kept in the closet in its original box. The lamp on the low shelf, which had been hers, a small ceramic lamp in the shape of a rabbit that cast a warm amber circle on the ceiling when it was on. We light it on certain nights, her birthday, which is in March, the date in April, nights when something reminds us of her with a specificity that requires acknowledgement. The last time I turned it on, I thought of Celestine's oil lamp burning in the hallway for 11 years, and then not every night, and then on certain nights. And I thought that Celestine had found, in the basin, a way to give her grief somewhere to go, and that what she had given me, through the figure and the water and the letter, was the same thing she had found, which was not an end to grief but an accurate sizing of it, a container appropriate to its dimensions, the understanding that a grief correctly sized is livable in a way that a grief too compressed or too formless is not. I said Nadia's name out loud in her room that night, the way I had said it in the camp house above the dark water, without armor, in the accurate register. The room was quiet and warm and full of her outlined absence, and I stood in it for a while, and then I went back to the kitchen, where Cora was making tea, and I sat at the table and we talked about her, which we do now, regularly and specifically, telling each other the particular memories that arrive without warning, the ones that are funny and the ones that are unbearable, and the ones that are both simultaneously, and the telling of them is not a reopening of a wound, but a maintenance of a presence, a way of insisting that she continues to exist in the dimension available to her, which is the dimension of being known and spoken of, and specifically remembered. Cora has been seeing a grief counselor since the summer. I joined her for several sessions and then continued with my own. I want to say that plainly, because the dishonest version of this kind of account tends to locate all the transformation in the extraordinary event and elide the ordinary structural work that the transformation requires in order to hold. The basin was real, and what happened in it was real, and the figure in the cypress roots was real, and the letter was real. And also, separately and additionally, the grief counselor is real, and the weekly appointment is real, and the slow and unglamorous work of building new cognitive habits around a loss of this magnitude is real. And all of those things are operating simultaneously without canceling one another out. Gloria gave me a new assignment in the spring, a long investigation into the degradation of the Sabine River corridor along the Texas-Louisiana border, and I drove out there in April and spent a week along the river and wrote the piece over the following month. It was good work. The work has been consistently better since the basin, not because suffering improves writing, which is a romantic notion I have always distrusted professionally, but because writing from an accurate interior register produces more accurate writing, and accuracy, in journalism and in most other things, is the foundation of quality. I have thought often about Odette Arsenault, about what she said when I asked how she knew about me specifically, about the apartment and the middle of the night and the silence in the rooms. She said she had buried a child herself and that 43 years of practice had made her grief accurately sized, and that accurately sized grief was livable. I've thought about the word practice, which she used deliberately, which implies repetition and effort, and the gradual development of a skill that was not innate, that had to be acquired through the sustained application of attention over time. I called the number Marcus had given me for her in the fall. An automated message told me the number was no longer in service. I called Marcus and he told me, quietly and with the measured sorrow of someone reporting a fact they had been expecting, that Odette had died in August at home, in the house on the Henderson Levee Road, with her daughter-in-law present. She was 82 years old. He said the pecan trees in her yard had already been harvested for the season, and the lot had that bare November look again. The compressed leaves on the ground, the intricate bare branches against the sky. I sat with that for a while. I wrote her name in the personal notebook, the one with the harder-to-read handwriting in the 3 a.m. entries from the months after April. I wrote Odette Arsenault, and under it, Marguerite, who was her daughter and who died in the summer of 1981, at an age I did not know, and I held them there on the page for a moment. The two names together, the way the living hold the dead, briefly, in the dimension available to them. The personal notebook is almost full. I started it 4 years before Nadia was born, and it has accumulated over its years a record of interior experience that is both more and less coherent than I would have predicted when I began it. There are entries from before April that read like dispatches from a person I recognize but am no longer identical to, the entries of someone who believed that the careful management of interior experience was the same as the careful management of the story, that with enough precision and enough professional distance the thing being observed could be held at a reportable remove. Those entries are not wrong exactly. They are incomplete. They are the work of someone who had not yet been given reason to understand the difference between observation and acknowledgement. I have been writing this account for the last 3 weeks, in the evenings at the kitchen table, with Cora sometimes reading nearby and the lamp on in Nadia's room down the hall, casting its amber circle on the ceiling. I am writing it because Odette said something in our second conversation that I have returned to many times, which is that the figure in the water required direct acknowledgement, and that acknowledgement was the only thing it had no tolerance for being performed. I have understood, in writing this account, that the same is true of the account itself, that the only version worth writing is the one in the accurate register, with the armor set aside, the one that does not arrive at its conclusion with the composed voice of someone who has organized their experience into professional distance, but with the voice of someone who was found by something in the moving water and was changed by the finding. The account is almost finished. I will give it to Cora to read before I do anything else with it. That is not a decision I made deliberately. It is simply the decision that is obviously correct, in the way that certain obvious things take a long time to become visible, and then, once visible, are impossible to mistake. I know what the title is. It arrived 3 nights ago while I was sitting at the kitchen table looking at the last paragraph of the previous section, and it was not a decision but a recognition, the way titles that are right always are. Tomorrow I am going back to the basin, not to Fontino's, not to the dead lake, but to the levee road outside Henderson, to stand for a moment in front of the house with the bare pecan trees and say 2 names into the winter air. And then I am going to drive to the Bro Landing and go out on the water with Henri one more time, because there's one thing remaining that I need to do, and Henri, I think, already knows what it is. The pecan trees were bare again. I had known they would be. November being November and the basin being a place that keeps its own calendar without consulting anyone, but the specific quality of their bareness in the low morning light was something I had not anticipated. The way certain things that you know intellectually to be true arrive with a fresh weight when you encounter them in person. The intricate branches against the white November sky, the compressed leaves on the ground, one season deeper now than when I had stood in this yard the first time, rained on and walked over and settled further into the earth. The two empty chairs on the porch. I stood at the edge of the yard, not going closer, not needing to go closer. I said Odette's name into the still morning air, and I said Marguerite's name after it, the two of them together, the way Marcus had told them to me. The mother and the daughter, separated by 43 years of practice and reunited now in the dimension that takes everyone eventually and holds them without condition. The air was cold and completely still. A single crow landed in the highest branch of the nearest pecan tree, regarded me with the frank assessment that crows bring to everything, and then lifted and was gone, its wing beats audible for a moment in the silence before the silence recovered itself. I stood there for a while longer than I had planned. Then I got back in my car and drove the levee road south toward the Bro landing, with the Atchafalaya visible to my left in the morning light, high for November, running with a specific pewter gray color of a river that has taken on cloud cover and made it its own, moving south with the ancient patience of something that has never once needed to reconsider its direction. Henri was at the landing when I pulled in. He was doing something to the motor of the flat bottom with the focused attention he brought to mechanical tasks, not looking up when I parked, not looking up when I crossed the gravel to the dock, but setting down his tool and straightening and looking at me directly when I reached him, those pale gray eyes doing the same unsentimental assessment they had done the first morning, 14 months ago, when he had poured me nothing and simply looked. He said I looked better than the last time. I said I supposed I was. He nodded once and picked up his tool and finished what he was doing with the motor, and then he untied the bow line and stepped into the boat and held the dock with one hand. Waiting for me to get in? I got in. He pushed off. The current took us for a moment before he started the motor, and in that moment of pure drift, the landing behind us and the open channel ahead, I felt the basin receive us the way it had always received me, without ceremony, without adjustment, simply incorporating our presence into its existing conditions the way water incorporates everything that enters it. We ran the east channel in the low morning light. Henri checked 2 traps and found them satisfying and reset them with the economical motions of someone performing a task so deeply known that the body accomplishes it without requiring the mind's supervision. I sat in the rear of the boat and watched the basin move past on both sides, the cypress trees and the willows and the open water stretches, and I breathed the smell of it, river mud and cold bark, and the faint, sweet undernote that I understood now was simply the smell of very old water, water that had been moving through this particular piece of the earth for long enough that the earth and the water had arrived at a mutual understanding, each carrying traces of the other, each shaped by the other's long patience. We did not speak much. With Henri, not speaking was a form of communication rather than an absence of it, and I had learned, in my first days on the water, to read the quality of his silences, the way you read the quality of light, for what they contained rather than what they lacked. When we came to the mouth of the dead lake, Henri cut the motor. He did not ask me whether I wanted to go in. He simply cut the motor and let the boat drift to the channel mouth and held it there with one hand on a willow branch, looking at the open water of the lake ahead with the expression of someone who has decided to make himself temporarily irrelevant to whatever is about to occur. I looked at the east bank. The cypress root tangle was there, the roots exposed above the water line in their irregular formations, the lake being lower now in November than it had been when I first saw it, the roots showing more of themselves, more of their actual structure, the way certain things show more of their actual structure in winter when the concealing growth is gone. The figure was not in the roots. I looked carefully. I looked at the entire section of the east bank where it had been, the specific tangle I had drifted to in the pre-dawn, the place where I had held the bow against the roots and spoken into the gray morning light. The roots were empty. The water line was clean. The dark shape that had been caught there, held there for the months of my knowing about it, was gone. I looked at Henri. He was looking at the east bank with the same expression he brought to the water when he was reading it. The expression of someone receiving information rather than projecting expectation. He said that he had noticed it was gone about 3 weeks ago. I asked where it had gone. He said that the water moved things, and that the water had been moving things in this basin since before either of us, or our grandparents or their grandparents had existed to have opinions about it, and that when the water decided something had been where it needed to be long enough, the water made its own arrangements. He said this without mysticism and without the particular tone that people use when they are performing the wisdom of simple people for the benefit of complicated ones. He said it as plain fact, the way he said everything, and it landed as plain fact. I sat with it for a moment. I thought about Celestine placing the figure in the South Channel in 1941, and turning around and walking home and never speaking of it again. I thought about the figure moving through the basin for 8 decades, carried by the current, resting in different configurations of root and debris and shallow bottom, finding in each generation the frequency it recognized, the grief that had not yet found its direction. I thought about the 3 people before me who had received the letter. The woman from Opelousas, the man from New Orleans, the birder who had spent 2 days at the dead lake in circumstances described only as necessary. I thought about what the basin did with what it was given, how it moved it and held it, and eventually released it to the Gulf without judgment and without memory, and without the particular damage that comes from being required to hold something forever. The figure was somewhere in the South Channel now, or in the main current, or moving through the open water toward the Gulf in the slow, patient way that the Atchafalaya moved everything toward the Gulf, carrying its accumulated attention through the dark water, waiting for the next frequency it recognized, and restarted the motor. We ran back through the East Channel and out into the main current and south along the basin for another hour, working the last of his line, and I sat in the rear of the boat and watched the water and the sky and the bare winter trees, and I did not think about very much. That was the quality of the morning, a quality of not very much, which is not emptiness but is the feeling of a room that has been cleared of furniture and cleaned and is waiting, without urgency, for whatever comes next to arrive. At the landing, Henri tied up the boat, and we walked up to his truck, and he poured 2 cups of coffee from a thermos, and handed me one, and we stood there drinking in the cold morning air, looking at the water, not talking. The coffee was hot and bitter and entirely welcome. After a while I asked Henri what he thought the figure was, not what it did, what it was. He was quiet for a long moment, looking at the basin with those pale gray eyes. A red-tailed hawk turned in a slow circle over the open water a quarter-mile south, riding the thermal rising off the warmer water with a specific unhurried confidence of something that has been doing this for a long time, and sees no reason to doubt it. Henri said that his grandmother Celestine had been a woman who loved her son and lost him, and could not put that love anywhere after he was gone. He said that she had been a practical woman, a woman of the basin, and that practical women of the basin did not leave things with nowhere to go. He said she had found the most practical container she knew for something that needed containing, which was the water itself, moving and patient and without end. He said that was probably what it was, a practical solution to the problem of love that has lost its object. I held my coffee cup in both hands and looked at the Atchafalaya moving south in the morning light, and thought that I had come to this basin 14 months ago to cover a story about trappers, and had, instead, received the most accurate description of grief I had encountered in all my time of looking for one, from a carved figure in a cypress root tangle, from a letter written by a woman dead 40 years, from an 81-year-old woman in a house under pecan trees, from a taciturn man in his 60s who read water for a living, and had just described Celestine Fontino's grief figure as a practical solution to the problem of love that has lost its object. I shook Henri's hand at the landing. He gripped it once, firmly, and released it, and turned back to his boat without ceremony, which was exactly right. I drove north out of the basin for the second and last time, the Atchafalaya spreading out on both sides of the elevated highway in the November light, the cypress trees standing in the water in their patient columns, the red-tailed hawks on the cable towers, the slow wide movement of the water south toward the Gulf and the open water beyond the Gulf, and whatever the water eventually became when it arrived somewhere large enough to receive it without remainder. The letter was in the glove compartment. I had brought it back to the basin without knowing why, and now I understood why, which was that I had needed to carry it to the place it came from one more time before I carried it forward into whatever came next, the way you will sometimes carry an object back to the place you found it. Not to leave it there, but to complete a circuit, to close the distance between where something began and where it has arrived. I thought about Cora at the kitchen table this morning when I left. Her hands around her coffee cup, the early light coming through the window over the sink, the way it comes in November, low and specific and already golden. I thought about Nadia's lamp burning its amber circle on the ceiling down the hall. I thought about the word Celestine had used for what the figure carried, the word Raymond had translated as a persistent sympathy. And I thought that of all the descriptions I had heard of what moved through the water and found me in that camp house at the end of the dock, that one was the most accurate and the most generous, and the one I would carry forward with the most care. The sky above the basin was the pale winter blue of a sky that has recently been overcast and is remembering how to be clear. I drove toward it. Cora would be at the table when I arrived home, and I would sit across from her, and we would drink coffee in the November light coming through the window over the sink, and at some point during the morning one of us would say Nadia's name, the way we did now, regularly and without armor, and the name would sit between us in the warm kitchen air with the easy presence of something spoken often enough to have found its natural weight, not smaller than it was, accurately sized. And that, I had learned, was enough. The boy who came back. The air along Vermilion Bay in late October carries salt and something older, the particular heaviness of coastal marsh at the end of the season, when the light goes bronze and flat. The family home sits behind a stand of live oak draped in Spanish moss, and in the evening the whole property dims slowly, the way old photographs dim, losing detail at the edges first. I am going to tell this the only way I know how to tell it, which is from the beginning, and without leaving anything out, even the parts that still make my hands go still when I write them down. My name is Claire Ardwim. I am 38 years old. I teach American history at a public high school in Lafayette, Louisiana, and I have taught there for 11 years, which means I am the kind of person who believes in documentation, in primary sources, and the difference between what someone remembers and what the record actually shows. I say this not to establish my credentials, but to explain why what happened last October was so specifically difficult for me, because it was not difficult in the way that frightening things are usually difficult. It was difficult in the way that a proof is difficult, the kind where you check every step 3 times and the answer keeps coming out the same. And the answer is something you do not want to be true. My mother died on the 3rd of September. She was 67 years old, and the death was not unexpected. She had been ill for 2 years, with a kind of quiet, deliberate deterioration that felt, in its final months, less like a disease, and more like a decision. She was ready. She told me so in the last week. Sitting in the hospital bed, they had moved into the front room of the house on Pelican Reach Road, looking out at the live oaks she had looked out at for 40 years. She said she was not afraid. She said she'd been given everything she needed and that she was grateful, and she said it with such complete and settled certainty that I found myself furious at her for it, which is a thing I am not proud of, but which I include because it is true and because the fury matters to what came later. My brother James did not come to the funeral. He sent flowers and a letter, and the letter was kind and carefully written, but he was in San Diego and his daughter had just turned 3 weeks old, and there were, he said, reasons he could not make the trip. I told myself I understood. I spent the 3 days of arrangements and the service itself moving through the motions with the particular efficiency of someone who is not yet feeling anything. And I told myself that was fine too, that the grief would come later when things were quieter, the way it is supposed to. It took me until mid-October to drive down to the house to begin sorting through my mother's things. The drive from Lafayette to the house on Pelican Reach Road takes just under an hour, and that last stretch of highway where the land flattens and the marsh opens up on both sides always does something to my breathing. The sky above the Gulf Coast in October is a specific color, not blue exactly, more a pale, worn pewter with streaks of amber near the waterline, and the light comes in at an angle that makes everything look slightly older than it is, as if you are looking at the present through the glass of a much earlier time. I had driven that road hundreds of times. I have driven it all my life, but that day, with my mother 6 weeks in the ground and the house ahead of me waiting to be emptied, the drive felt different in a way I could not immediately name. It felt I kept thinking like I was being watched from the marsh, not threatened, just observed, the way the egrets observe, standing still in the brown water with that particular quality of patience that is not quite animal and not quite anything else. The house is a single-story Creole cottage, built in the 1940s on a low rise above the bayside, with a wide gallery porch that wraps around 3 sides, and a rusted tin roof that my mother always said she would replace, and never did. The live oaks are enormous now, the kind of size that takes a century to arrive at, and they press close enough to the house that on overcast days the gallery stays in a greenish half-light even at noon. My mother planted Confederate jasmine along the porch railings when James and I were children, and it still grows there, unmanaged and sprawling, and in October it is past blooming. But the dried vines hold the porch like something deliberate, like something that chose to stay. I pulled into the shell and gravel drive just past 3 in the afternoon and sat in the car for a moment before getting out. The first thing I noticed was the smell. That is always the first thing with that house. The combination of salt air and old timber, and the particular sweetness of the jasmine even out of season. And underneath all of that, something mineral and dark that comes off the marsh when the tide is low. I had grown up in that smell. It was as familiar to me as my own hands. But, standing in the driveway with my keys still in my palm, I had the sudden, disorienting sense that the smell belonged to someone else's memory, that I was accessing it at one remove, the way you sometimes hear a song and realize you remember your mother's version of the song, rather than the song itself. I told myself that was grief. I had read enough about it to recognize the way it displaces familiar things and makes them strange. I went inside, put the bag down on the kitchen counter, and filled the kettle. Because filling the kettle is the first thing you do when a house feels too quiet. And that is not a conscious decision. It is just the body knowing what the mind needs. The kitchen was exactly as my mother had left it. Her mug was still on the drying rack. The grocery list in her handwriting was still on the refrigerator door, held there by a plastic pelican magnet James had given her when he was about 8 years old. The last item on the list was coffee, and she had never gotten it. I stood at the kitchen window looking out at the backyard and the dark line of the marsh beyond it, and I thought about nothing in particular for a moment, which is the only way you can think about grief at the beginning. Sideways and briefly, never directly. The water was very still. A single great blue heron stood at the edge of the cattails about 40 yards out, motionless in that absolute way herons have, as if they do not need to breathe. I had not been back to the house since the funeral. I had not spoken to James in 3 weeks, not since the letter about the flowers. I have been carrying both of those facts around with me in the way you carry something that does not yet have a name. Present pressuring, unacknowledged. I did not know when I went to bed that first night in my old childhood room, with the kettle-warm tea going cold on the nightstand and the marsh wind moving softly through the screen, that I was not going to sleep well for the rest of that week. I did not know that by the end of the third day, I would be sitting in my mother's bedroom at 2 in the afternoon with a box of old papers in my lap, reading something that would rearrange, quietly and permanently, the way I understood what my brother had gone through as a child. I did not know any of that. I only knew that the heron was still at the edge of the marsh when the light finally failed, and that the house felt occupied in some way that the emptiness of it did not quite account for. The following morning, the marsh fog was still in the live oaks, when I began going through the rooms, and something in the quality of that gray, soft light made me feel, for the first time since arriving, that the house was not entirely empty of my mother, only that she was present in it in a way that had changed its character. The way a key changes when you realize it opens something you had not yet tried. The marsh fog had not fully lifted by the time I finished my first cup of coffee, standing at the back door, and the live oaks were still holding their gray moisture in the low branches, dropping it in slow, irregular intervals onto the gallery boards below with a sound like a clock that could not quite commit to its own rhythm. I want to be precise about the second day, because precision is the only tool I have that still feels honest when I think about what that week became. The house had 6 rooms, not counting the bathrooms, and my plan was methodical, 1 room per day, starting with the least personal and moving toward the most difficult. I had brought a case of flat-pack boxes from Lafayette, a roll of packing tape, and a yellow legal pad for the inventory list. And I had the particular determination of someone who believes that if a task is approached with enough structure, it will not break them. That determination lasted approximately until noon, when I opened a closet in the spare room and found, on the top shelf behind a stack of folded quilts, a shoebox, sealed with 2 loops of rubber band that had gone brittle with age. There was nothing alarming about the shoebox. That is the thing I want to be clear about, because in retrospect it is tempting to assign the discovery a kind of cinematic weight it did not have in the moment. It was just a shoebox. My mother had written on the lid in black marker, in her careful school-teacher cursive, James, early years. I set it on the spare room bed, sat down next to it, and looked at it for longer than was strictly necessary. Outside, the fog had thinned to a gauze, and the live oaks were starting to catch the flat October light, their Spanish moss lifting very slightly in the bay wind. I noticed, without caring about it, that I had left the packing tape downstairs. I opened the box. Inside were things I recognized, and things I did not. They were photographs. James at 2 years old, at 3, at 4, with the wide, serious face he had as a small child. The face that always looked faintly preoccupied even when he was laughing. There were crayon drawings, the kind you save not because they are remarkable, but because your child made them and throwing them away feels like a verdict. There were several sheets of paper covered in my mother's handwriting, dense and dated, which I recognized as the kind of notes she had taken when things were happening with James and she did not yet know what to make of them. There was a folded newspaper clipping I did not immediately open, and there was a photograph I'd never seen before. It was a black and white image, clearly old, clearly not a family photograph. The paper was a different weight, slightly glossy in a way that suggested it had been cut from a book or a magazine or some kind of publication. It showed a group of men in flight suits standing in front of a propeller aircraft on what appeared to be the deck of a ship. The men were smiling. They were young, the way soldiers in old photographs are always young, with the specific, unguarded quality of people who do not yet know what is coming. Someone had circled one face in the group with red pen. The figure third from the left, slightly taller than the others, his cap pushed back at an angle. Below the photograph, in handwriting I did not recognize, were 2 words. He remembers. I sat with that photograph in my hands for a long time. The bay wind moved through the screen window. Somewhere outside, a laughing gull called twice and then stopped. I thought, with the specific irrelevance of a mind that does not want to process what it is looking at, that I needed to call the gas company about canceling my mother's account, and that I had forgotten to buy more packing tape, and that the drive back to Lafayette in the dark was going to be unpleasant if I did not start making progress on the spare room. I set the photograph down on the bed. I picked up my mother's handwritten notes. She had dated them from when James was 2 years and 3 months old, which would have been the spring of 2001. The notes were written in the same voice she used for everything, clear, sequential, careful, but there was something underneath the clarity that I recognized only because I had known her for 38 years. She had been frightened, not of James, never of James. She had been frightened of what James was saying, and of the specific, verifiable quality of it, and of the fact that their father, my father, had spent the better part of a year trying to disprove every detail and had failed at every attempt. My brother, at 2 years old, had told my parents that he had been a Navy pilot, that he had flown off a ship, that he had been shot down. He had named the ship. He had named the ship. He had named a fellow pilot. He had described a view from the cockpit in the last seconds before impact with the water near a place he called the Big Island, and he had said, with the particular calm of someone reporting a memory, rather than imagining a story, that the plane had been hit in the engine, and that the fire had started there first. My father, who was a businessman and a skeptic and a man who required evidence for everything, had taken those details and spent months cross-referencing them against U.S. Navy records, against veteran registries, against the kind of archival material you find only if you know where to look and are motivated enough to look very hard. He had found a pilot named James Houston, Jr. He had found the ship. He had found the squadron. He had found Jack Larson, the fellow pilot my brother had named, who had still been alive at that point, elderly and living in Arkansas, and who had confirmed details that my brother could not have accessed by any normal means. I knew the story. That is what I need to say clearly. I had grown up in this story. I had been 7 years old when James began talking about the pilot, and I had watched my parents' confusion and investigation and eventual arrival at something they could not call by any familiar name. I had sat in the back seat of our father's car on the long drive to a veterans reunion in Pensacola when James was 6, and I had watched my little brother walk up to a group of elderly men and be recognized by them. Not recognized as James Leininger of Lafayette, Louisiana, but recognized in some other, more complicated way that I'd never been able to fully describe because I had not had the language for it at 7, and I was not sure I had it now. But I had not thought about it seriously in years. That is the honest thing. I had filed it away in the category of remarkable childhood events that do not have a satisfying explanation, and which life does not give you time to keep examining. I had my job and my apartments and my quiet routines, and James had his life in California and his new daughter, and our mother had been the person who held all of that history in active memory, who kept the notes and the photographs and the newspaper clippings, and now she was gone. And here was the box. I sat in the spare room for the better part of an hour reading through my mother's notes, and by the time I put them down the flat October light had shifted toward the amber of late afternoon, and the marsh beyond the backyard had gone from gray-brown to a deep, burnished copper that I had not seen since the last time I was here in autumn. My tea was long cold. I had accomplished nothing on the inventory list. The packing tape was still downstairs. I carried the shoebox to the kitchen table and sat with it there while I made a second cup of tea, and for the first time since my mother's death I had the specific, physical sensation of grief not as an absence but as a presence, something in the room with me, occupying the chair across the table, patient and unhurried and not at all done with what it had to say. The folded newspaper clipping was still in the box. I had not opened it yet. I knew, without knowing how I knew, that I was not going to open it that evening. The marsh was going dark. The yurits were settling into the cattails in ones and twos. I turned on the kitchen light and sat very still in its warmth, and the old house made its small sounds around me. The tin roof ticking as the temperature dropped, the gallery boards settling, the soft movement of Spanish moss against the porch screen. And I thought about my brother, 3 years old, sitting in the back seat of our father's car and pointing at a toy airplane and saying, without any dramatic inflection whatsoever, that his plane had been shot down right there. I did not open the newspaper clipping that night, but I took the box to my old bedroom and set it on the nightstand. And somewhere in the early hours I woke to the sound of the marsh wind and lay still for a long time, aware in a way I could not account for that the box and I were not the only things in that room that were keeping something. The fog came in off the bay sometime before dawn and was still there when I woke, pressed flat against the bedroom window like something that wanted in but had settled for looking. I had slept poorly, and I knew why. It was not the box on the nightstand, or not only the box. It was the specific exhaustion of a mind that has been handed something it cannot yet categorize, and which keeps returning to it the way a tongue returns to a loose tooth. Not because the returning helps, but because the returning is involuntary. I lay on my back in the gray light and looked at the water stain on the bedroom ceiling that had been there since I was 12, and which my mother had always meant to address, and I thought about what I actually knew versus what I remembered, which is a distinction I teach my students to make, and which is considerably harder to apply to your own childhood than it sounds in a classroom. What I knew, my brother James had, between the ages of 2 and approximately 6, described in verifiable detail the life and death of a United States Navy pilot named James Houston, Jr., who had been killed when his Corsair was shot down near Iwo Jima in the spring of 1945. He had provided the name of the aircraft carrier, the name of a fellow pilot, the location of impact, the nature of the hit, and physical details of the cockpit that matched documented records of that specific aircraft type. Every verifiable detail had been verified. My father had published a book about it. The case had been studied by researchers from the University of Virginia, which maintains one of the only academic programs in the country dedicated to the serious investigation of children's reported past life memories. What I remembered, my brother at 3 years old waking from nightmares and describing fire. My brother at 4, drawing airplanes with a specificity that no 4-year-old draws airplanes. The placement of instruments, the curve of the canopy, the particular shape of the Corsair's inverted gull wing, which is distinctive enough that even I, who know nothing about aircraft, recognized it later when I saw a photograph. My brother at 5 standing very still in front of a display case at a museum in New Orleans and saying quietly, almost to himself, that those men were his friends. And what I remembered that I had not thought about in perhaps 20 years, the way I had felt, standing next to my brother at that museum display case, looking at the black and white photographs of young men in flight suits. I had been 12. I had not said anything. I had looked at the photographs, and then at my brother, and there had been a sensation I had never been able to name. Not fear exactly, not grief exactly, something with the texture of both, but the temperature of neither. Something that felt like standing at a threshold you have not been invited through. I got up, dressed, and went to the kitchen. The fog was so thick the marsh was invisible. The world beyond the gallery railing was simply white, featureless, the live oaks dissolving into it at about 20 feet. I made coffee and stood at the back door holding the warm mug in both hands, and I noticed that the great blue heron was back at the edge of where the cattails should have been, visible as a gray vertical shape in the fog, standing with that complete, almost aggressive stillness that herons have, as if they are demonstrating something. I went back to the kitchen table and opened the folded newspaper clipping. It was not from a newspaper. It was from a magazine. one of the national publications that had covered my family's case in the mid-2000s when the story began circulating beyond Louisiana. The article was long, but the clipping included only part of it. The part my mother had chosen to keep. It covered the verification process in detail, the archival research, the Navy records, the contact with Jack Larson, the reunion in Pensacola. There were photographs. One of them I recognized, my brother of 5 standing with a group of elderly veterans, his small hand in the hand of a man whose face carried the specific weathered openness of someone who has lived long enough to stop being surprised by anything. I had been at that reunion. I remembered the light in Pensacola in September, the particular quality of Gulf Coast light that is different from the Louisiana Gulf light, only in the way that 2 dialects of the same language are different, close enough that the difference feels like a memory rather than a fact. But it was the other photograph that stopped me. It was the same black and white image I had found in the shoebox the day before, the group of men on the carrier deck, one face circled in red. I looked at the caption. The photograph was from Navy records, and it identified the men by name, including the one with the circled face. James Houston, Jr., killed in action, April of 1945, in the waters near Iwo Jima. I looked at the face for a long time. I had looked at it in the shoebox. I had thought then that I was looking at a stranger. Now, in the kitchen light with the fog pressing against every window and my coffee going cold beside me, I looked at the face again and had the uncanny, precise, and deeply unwelcome sensation that I had seen it before the shoebox, not in the magazine, not in my parents' materials. Somewhere else, in a context I could not locate, the way you sometimes cannot locate a smell until it is already inside you. I told myself that was the power of suggestion. I had grown up in this story. Of course the face felt familiar. Of course my mind would manufacture a sense of prior recognition. I was a history teacher. I knew what confirmation bias looked like. I wrote it on the board for my 10th graders in the second week of every school year. I was not going to be undone by a feeling. I turned the clipping over. My mother had written on the back in the same dense cursive as the notes in the shoebox. Not a date this time, just a single line, and she had underlined it twice with the kind of pressure that leaves a groove in the paper. It said, "He knew the smell of the cockpit before he ever saw a picture of one." I sat with that sentence for a long time. Outside, the fog was beginning to thin at the upper edges, the live oak canopy starting to reappear as a dark suggestion above the white. A boat moved somewhere out on the bay. Its motor, a low throb that traveled across the water and arrived at the house already softened, already half absorbed by distance. I thought about my inventory list. I thought about the gas company and the bank, and the dozen practical tasks that were supposed to be the reason I was here. And I let myself think about those things for a few minutes, because it was necessary. Because the mind needs a foothold on the ordinary when the ordinary is in the process of becoming insufficient. Then I picked up my mother's notes again, and read them from the beginning, this time without stopping. She had documented everything. That was her nature. She had written down dates in direct quotations, and her own emotional responses in parentheses afterward. And the combination of the two, the clinical record and the raw feelings sitting side by side in her careful handwriting, was the most intimate thing I had ever read of hers. More intimate than her letters. More intimate than the conversations we had in the last weeks of her illness. Because the notes were written for no audience. They were written because she was a woman who needed to put things in order to understand them. And what she was trying to understand was something that resisted every form of order she knew. She had written in an entry from when James was 3.5. He described the fire again last night. He said it came through the front, through the engine, and then the canopy, and then there was water, and then nothing. He was not crying when he said it. He was calm in the way he is always calm when he talks about it. The way you are calm about something that happened a long time ago and that you have had time to accept. What I cannot reconcile is the acceptance. He is 3 years old. He should not have anything that happened a long time ago. I put the notes down on the table. I looked at the kitchen around me, the familiar cabinets, the pelican magnet on the refrigerator, the drying rack with my own cup on it now, next to where my mother's had been. And I felt the threshold sensation again, stronger than it had been in the museum at 12, more specific, as if something were being asked of me that I had not yet understood the question of. I had not called James since arriving at the house. I had told myself that was reasonable, that he was adjusting to a new baby and a new life in California, that the distance between us had been accumulating for years and was not something a phone call could address quickly. All of that was true. None of it was the real reason. The real reason was that I did not know what to say to him. I had not known what to say to him since our mother's death, and what I was reading in these notes was beginning to make me understand that the thing I did not know how to say was something much older than the death, something that had been waiting in this house for a long time. I carried the notes and the clipping back to the spare room and set them carefully on top of the open shoebox. The afternoon light was coming through the window at the low October angle now, and it caught the edge of the black and white photograph, the circled face, the men on the carrier deck, and held it for a moment in a warmth that had no right to feel as personal as it did. The spare room smelled of old timber and dried jasmine and something faintly metallic I had not noticed before. I stood in the doorway for a moment, my hand on the frame. The metallic smell. I placed it a second later. It was the smell of old aircraft aluminum, not a smell I had any reason to know, not a smell I had any memory of encountering, but one that I placed with absolute certainty the moment I registered it. The way you place a language you did not know you would learn. I left the room. I closed the door behind me more firmly than necessary. I went downstairs and stood in the kitchen with my back against the counter, and for a long time I did not move. That evening I called the only person I knew who had followed my family's case from the outside, a retired professor of psychology from Tulane who had interviewed my parents twice in the mid-2000s and whose business card I found that night tucked into the back of my mother's address book, as if she had left it there for exactly this moment. The retired professor's name was Dr. Eleanor Marsh, and she lived in a shotgun house on the north side of Brogue Bridge, about 40 minutes from the house on Pelican Reach Road, in a neighborhood of old pecan trees and raised cottage foundations that told you everything you needed to know about the relationship between that part of Louisiana and water. I had found her card on Thursday evening. I called on Friday morning from the kitchen table with the shoebox open in front of me and the marsh visible through the back window in the clear, cold light that follows coastal fog the way a verdict follows deliberation. I did not know what I was going to say. I had rehearsed 3 different openings and abandoned all of them before she answered, and when she answered I said simply that I was Claire Arwin, that Eleanor had known my parents, and that I was going through my mother's things and had found materials I did not know how to think about. There was a pause. Not a long one. She said, "I was wondering if one of you would call eventually." She said it without surprise and without performance, in the tone of someone reporting a thing they have been expecting long enough that the expectation itself has become ordinary. She said she was sorry about my mother, that Margaret had been a remarkable woman, and that if I wanted to come to Brough Bridge she would make time on Saturday afternoon. I said yes before I had decided to say yes. That was how it felt. The decision made somewhere below the level where decisions are usually made, in the part of the body that acts before the mind has finished its objections. Saturday was cold by Louisiana standards, meaning the temperature had dropped into the low 50s overnight and stayed there, and the drive north from the coast had the particular quality of early winter Louisiana countryside. Flat and pewter-toned, the sugarcane fields stripped to stubble, the roadside live oaks leaning slightly in the same direction as if they had all agreed, long ago, on which way the prevailing wind came from. I had the heater going and a gas station coffee in the cup holder, and I told myself I was simply going to have a conversation with a retired academic about documented research, that there was nothing unusual about this, that this was precisely the kind of primary source consultation I recommended to my own students. I told myself that 3 times before I stopped believing it. Eleanor Marsh was 71 years old and smaller than I had expected, with close-cropped white hair and the kind of still, attentive quality that some people develop over decades of listening professionally. Not warmth exactly, not coldness, but a precise and genuine interest that made you feel, when she looked at you, that you were being accurately perceived. Her house was full of books and afternoon light and the smell of chicory coffee, and she had set out a plate of beignets on the low table between the chairs in the front room that were clearly from a bakery and not homemade, and the gesture of it, the normalcy of it, made me grateful in a way I had not anticipated. She did not begin with my brother. That was the first thing I noticed, and I noticed it the way you notice a deliberate choice. She began with my mother. She asked how Margaret had died, how long the illness had been, whether she had been in pain at the end. She asked these questions with the same precise interest she had applied to my arrival, and I answered them. And somewhere in the answering I felt the thing I had been carrying since September shift slightly, the way a load shifts when you set it down on a surface that is finally level. I had not talked about my mother's death to anyone at any length since the funeral. I had not realized how much that had been pressing on me until the pressure began, very slightly, to ease. Then Eleanor set down her coffee cup and said, "Tell me what you found in the house." I told her about the shoebox. I told her about the notes, the photographs, the clipping, the image with the circled face. I told her about the sentence my mother had underlined twice. He knew the smell of the cockpit before he ever saw a picture of one. I told her about the metallic smell in the spare room, and I watched her face while I said it, looking for the response that would tell me I was being irrational. That grief does strange things to perception. That old houses smell of many things, and the mind under stress is an unreliable narrator. She did not give me that response. She said, "The olfactory component is one of the most consistent elements across verified cases." She said it quietly, matter-of-factly, the way you say something you have said many times, and which has not become less true with repetition. She said that in the 40-plus years of documented research coming out of the University of Virginia, children who reported detailed past life memories frequently described sensory experiences connected to their previous life. Smells, sounds, physical sensations that preceded and persisted beyond any visual exposure to related material. She said that James's case had been notable partly for this reason, and partly for the density of verifiable external detail, and partly for the birthmarks. I said, "What birthmarks?" The room went very quiet. Not the house. The house continued its ordinary sounds. The refrigerator cycling in the kitchen, the pecan tree tapping lightly against the side window in the breeze. But the room between Eleanor and me went quiet in a way that had nothing to do with sound. She looked at me steadily. She said, "Your mother did not tell you about the birthmarks." It was not a question. I shook my head. Eleanor was quiet for a moment. She was the kind of person who chose her next words with the same care a surgeon chooses instruments. Not slowly, but with a precision that made speed irrelevant. She said that in a significant percentage of documented reincarnation cases studied by the Virginia program, children who reported memories of violent or traumatic death in a previous life presented at birth with birthmarks or minor physical anomalies corresponding in location to the wounds described in the previous life account. She said that James Houston Jr. had sustained his fatal injuries in a specific pattern: engine fire, impact, and a particular wound to the left shoulder documented in the Navy's casualty report, which my father had obtained through archival research. She said that my brother James had been born with a small but distinct pigmented mark on his left shoulder, and a secondary mark on his upper chest, and then my mother had noted both in her documentation and had cross-referenced them against the casualty report when my father obtained it. I sat with that for a long moment. I was aware of the banh on the plate in front of me, untouched, dusted with powdered sugar, the most ordinary object in the world. I was aware of the cold weight of the coffee cup in my hand. I thought, with the involuntary mundane reach of a mind protecting itself, that I needed to remember to call the bank on Monday about my mother's accounts. Then I said, "She never told me." Eleanor nodded. She said that Margaret had made a deliberate decision very early in the process to protect you from the full weight of what was happening, that you were 7 when it began, and that it seemed to both your parents like too much to place on a child who was also trying to understand what was happening to her brother. She said that your mother had told her this directly in their second interview, and that Margaret had said she sometimes wondered in the years since whether the protection had cost you something. I did not respond to that immediately. I looked out the front window at the pecan tree and the pale November sky beyond it, and I thought about my mother sitting in the same room years ago, answering questions about her son, carrying something she had decided I did not need to know, right up until she had put a business card in the back of her address book and left it there like a key under a mat. Eleanor said, "I want to ask you something, and you do not need to answer it if you do not want to." I said, "Go ahead." She said, "Since arriving at the house, have you experienced anything that you could not immediately explain? Not anything dramatic. Anything small and specific that did not fit." I thought about the metallic smell in the spare room. I thought about looking at the circled face in the photograph and the sensation of prior recognition. I thought about the heron at the edge of the marsh, which was an absurd thing to think about, and which I thought about anyway. I said, "Yes." She said, "More than once." I said, "Yes." Eleanor picked up her coffee cup, considered it, set it back down. She said, "Your brother's case is the most thoroughly documented Western case of this type in the last 50 years. Every verifiable detail was verified. Your father was a skeptic who became, through evidence, something else. What that something else is called depends on the framework you bring to it. And I am not going to tell you what framework to use because that is not what you need from me. What I can tell you is this." She paused. Outside, the pecan tree tapped again against the window. She said, "The research consistently shows that the phenomenon, whatever its mechanism, does not confine itself to the child. It moves through families. It is not a solitary event. It is relational. The way grief is relational. The child is the most visible point of contact, but the contact spreads. And it tends to spread most powerfully toward the people who were present at the beginning and who have been carrying something unexamined since." She looked at me directly. She said, "You were 7. You watched your brother for years, and then you put it away and taught history and did not come back to it until your mother died and left you that shoebox." The room was very still. The beignet sat on its plate. The powdered sugar had not moved. I said, "What does it want?" Eleanor said, "That is exactly the right question." She said it without drama, with the same subtle precision she had brought to everything else. She said that in her experience, and in the experience of the researchers who had worked the longest with these cases, the answer was not frightening. It was, in fact, the opposite of frightening, though the path to that understanding was sometimes not comfortable. She said that she would like to meet with me again, and that before the next meeting she would like me to do something specific at the house. She said it was not complicated. She said it simply required me to stop moving through the rooms with a purpose, and to spend some time in the house with no task, no inventory list, no practicality, to simply be in it. She said, "The house on Pelican Reach Road has been holding something since your brother was 2 years old. Your mother knew it and lived with it. Now the house has passed to you, and what it holds is not gone anywhere. It has simply been waiting for someone who was finally ready to stop dismissing it. I drove home in the late afternoon dark with the heater going and the gas station cup long empty in the holder, and the flat Louisiana landscape moving past the windows in the last of the amber light. And I did not turn on the radio, because I wanted to think, and then I did not think, because what Eleanor had said required something different from thinking. It required a kind of stillness I had not practiced, and was not sure I was capable of. The house was dark when I arrived. I sat in the car in the shell driveway for a moment, looking at the gallery porch and the living room window and the way the Spanish moss moved in the marsh wind, slow and deliberate, like something breathing. I went inside and did not turn on every light the way I had been doing since the first evening, and the dark of the house settled around me with a patience that was different from emptiness, different from loneliness, more like the patience of something that has been waiting a very long time and has no anxiety about waiting a little longer. There is a particular quality to the silence of a house you grew up in, when the person who made it a home is no longer in it. It is not the silence of an empty building. It is fuller than that, more pressured, the way a held breath is fuller than an exhaled one. It is the silence of every conversation that ever happened in those rooms, stacked and compressed into the walls, and it presses back at you when you move through it, not aggressively but with a kind of insistence, as if the house is reminding you that it remembers everything even when you have decided to forget. I had been doing everything wrong since arriving, and Eleanor had named it without using those words. I had been treating the house as a problem to be solved, a set of rooms to be emptied, an estate to be administered. A logistical challenge that if approached with sufficient efficiency would not require me to feel anything I was not ready to feel. That strategy had been working, more or less, until the shoebox. Sunday morning I woke before the light and lay still in my old bedroom, with no plan and no list and no intention to accomplish anything. And I waited to see what the house would do with that. What it did, at first, was simply breathe. That is the only word I have for it. The tin roof contracted in the pre-dawn cold. The gallery boards made their small adjustments. The marsh beyond the backyard was audible in the absolute quiet, a low, continuous presence, more felt than heard. The sound of water moving through grass at the edge of a world that has been doing so since long before anyone was here to notice. I'd grown up inside that sound. It was the sonic equivalent of my mother's handwriting, so familiar it had become invisible, and now, in her absence, suddenly and precisely itself again. I got up around 6 and made coffee and sat at the kitchen table without the shoebox, without the notes, without any material to analyze. I sat with the coffee warming my hands, and I looked out the back window at the marsh coming slowly into visibility as the sky lightened from black to deep gray to the specific pewter rose of a Gulf Coast dawn, and I let myself think about my brother. Not the case, not the verification, the archival records, the Navy documents, the birthmarks I had not known about until 2 days ago. My brother James, the person. The boy I had grown up alongside. He had been a quiet child, but not in a withdrawn way, in a way that suggested he was listening to something the rest of us could not quite hear. He had been methodical about things that mattered to him, and entirely indifferent to things that did not, which made him baffling to some teachers and deeply legible to others. He had been, in the years when the memories were most active, occasionally sad in a way that had no visible cause, and our mother would find him sometimes sitting very still in the backyard looking south toward the water with an expression she described in her notes as the face he makes when he is somewhere else. He had outgrown it. By the time he was 7 or 8, the memories had faded the way the research said they typically faded, and he had become a more ordinary child, and then a more ordinary teenager, and then a man who lived in California and worked in aerospace engineering and had a daughter 3 weeks old whom he had named. His wife had told my mother, Margaret. He had named his daughter Margaret. I had known that. My mother had told me in August, 6 weeks before she died, and I had received the information and filed it, and had not, until this moment, sitting in the kitchen with the dawn coming up over the marsh, understood what it meant. That my brother, who remembered a previous life with the specificity of a primary source, had named his first child after the mother he was about to lose. As if he understood something about the persistence of the people we love that I, with all my history degrees and all my documentary training, had not yet managed to understand. My throat closed. That was the grief arriving, not as the distant pressure it had been for 6 weeks, but as something immediate and physical, a tightening at the base of my throat and behind my eyes, that I did not try to stop because Eleanor had told me to stop moving, and I was, for the first time since September, obeying that instruction. I cried for a while. Not dramatically, there was no drama left in me by that point, only the plain physical fact of it, the way the body insists on processing what the mind has been deferring. I cried for my mother, and for the 3 weeks between her death and James's daughter's birth, which meant that Margaret Leininger had never met her granddaughter, and her granddaughter would grow up knowing her only as a name. I cried because my brother had not come to the funeral, and I had not told him how much that had hurt me. I cried because I had been angry at my mother for being ready to die, which was the most ungrateful thing I had ever felt, and which I had been carrying like a stone since September, without examining it. When it passed, I sat in the quiet kitchen and felt, for the first time since arriving, that the house was not pressing against me, but was simply present with me, the way a person is present, not demanding anything, not withholding anything, just there. It was then that I noticed the smell. Not the metallic smell from the spare room. This was different. This was something I had never encountered before, and it took me a long moment to understand that what I was smelling was oil, not kitchen oil, not motor oil, something more specific than either, something that carried in it the suggestion of machinery and altitude, and a particular kind of cold that had nothing to do with Louisiana. It was there and then it was not there, present for perhaps 15 seconds. And in those 15 seconds I sat completely motionless with my coffee cup raised halfway to my mouth, because moving felt like it would break something. When it was gone, the kitchen was simply the kitchen again. The marsh light was coming in fully now, warm and bronze, and a pair of wood ducks moved low over the cattails outside the back window, their wing beats quick and certain. I set the coffee cup down. My hands were steady, which surprised me. I had expected to feel frightened, and I did not feel frightened. I felt the way you feel when something you have been trying to remember finally surfaces. Not alarmed, not even particularly surprised, just the clean, slightly breathless recognition of a thing that was always there, waiting for you to stop looking somewhere else long enough to see it. I thought about James, my brother, specifically, not the case. I thought about what it had cost him to carry those memories as a small child, the nightmares about fire and water, the sadness that had no name, the way he had sat in the backyard looking south with her mother watching from the kitchen window and writing it down because she did not know what else to do. I thought about what it had cost our father, the skeptic who had followed every thread of evidence until the evidence became undeniable, and who had then had to rebuild his understanding of everything he thought he knew about death and continuity, and what persists. I thought about what it had cost our mother, who had protected me from the full weight of it, and had spent the rest of her life wondering whether that had been the right decision. And I thought for the first time with any real honesty about what it had cost me. I had been 7. I had watched my brother, and I felt the threshold sensation at the museum, and I had then spent 30 years becoming the kind of person who deals in documented facts, who teaches her students the difference between evidence and inference, who keeps the inexplicable at exactly the distance required to function. I had loved my brother from that distance. I had loved my mother from that distance. And now my mother was gone, and my brother had not come to the funeral, and his daughter was named Margaret, and somewhere in the spare room upstairs was a photograph of a man who had died 79 years ago in the waters near Iwo Jima, And that man's face felt familiar in a way I could not explain and had not earned. Here is what I have not said yet, because I did not know how to say it until I had said everything else first. When I was 7 years old and James was 2, before any of the investigation, before any of the verification, before our father had found a single document or made a single call, in the very earliest days when James had only just begun to talk about the pilot, and our parents were only just beginning to understand that this was not ordinary imaginative play, I had a dream. I had it once and never again, and I had not thought of it in 30 years. And sitting in the kitchen with the oil smell fading and the wood ducks gone and the marsh light warming every surface to gold, I remembered it with the total, physical completeness of something that had not been forgotten, but only stored. The way the body stores things it is not yet ready to use. In the dream I was not myself. I was standing on the deck of a ship in very bright light, and the air smelled of salt and fuel, and something burning far away, and I was watching a plane descend toward the water at an angle that was wrong. That was the angle of something that had stopped being controlled, and I knew, in the way you know things in dreams, without process, without arrival. I knew that the person in that plane was someone I had been before, and that I was watching myself from the outside, and that the watching was the last thing I was going to do before something ended and something else began. I had been 7. I had woken up and gone back to sleep and gone to school the next morning and not told anyone. I was 38, sitting in my dead mother's kitchen in the bronze October light, and I was telling it now, to the walls and the marsh, and whatever was in the house that had been waiting long enough. I sat there for a long time after, not moving, not making any plans, only aware that the distance I had been keeping for 30 years had just closed, and that whatever came next was going to require me to stop being the kind of person who watches from outside, and start being the kind of person who steps through. The drive to Bro Bridge on Tuesday was different from the drive on Saturday. Saturday, I had driven with the careful, slightly performative composure of someone who has decided in advance how they are going to present themselves. Tuesday, I drove without that. The flat Louisiana countryside moved past the windows in the same pewter and amber it always wore in November. The sugarcane stubble and the roadside drainage canals and the occasional white egret standing in the shallow water with the absolute stillness of something that has never once doubted its own purpose, and I did not rehearse anything. I drove with the particular emptiness of someone who has recently put down something heavy, and whose arms are still learning what it feels like to be without it. I had called Eleanor on Sunday afternoon, after sitting in the kitchen for 2 hours. I had told her about the oil smell. I had told her about the dream I had at 7, and not told anyone, and not thought about in 30 years. I had told her quietly and without preamble, the way you tell things when you have stopped caring about how they sound, and she had listened without interruption, and then said, "Come back Tuesday. Come in the morning, not the afternoon. Bring the notes." I brought the notes. I brought the clipping and the photograph. I brought my mother's address book, which I could not explain the impulse to include, but which I put in the bag anyway. The morning was cold and clear, the sky a hard, brilliant blue that Louisiana produces only in November. The kind of blue that looks like it belongs to a different latitude, borrowed from somewhere north and colder for a few weeks before the warmth reclaims it. Eleanor answered the door before I knocked. She was in a gray cardigan, and she had the same quality of settled, non-performative attention she had carried on Saturday, but there was something different in her expression today. A focused deliberateness, as if she had spent the days between our meetings making decisions about what needed to be said and in what order. She brought me into the front room. The chicory coffee was already made. The beignets were not there this time, replaced by a plain ceramic bowl of pecans that she had clearly shelled herself, and the substitution felt right in a way I could not have articulated. The previous meeting had required comfort, and this one required something else. I laid everything on the low table between us. She looked at each item without touching them in sequence with the methodical attention of someone reading a map. Then she looked at me. She said, "Tell me about the dream again. But this time tell me what you felt, not what you saw." I thought about the distinction for a moment. Then I said, "Recognition, not fear." The feeling was recognition. I was watching something that I already knew the ending of, and the knowing was not separate from the watching. It was the same thing. I said it felt like remembering something that had not happened to me yet, or that had happened to me somewhere I did not have access to. Eleanor nodded slowly. She picked up my mother's notes and turned to the third page, which she had clearly identified in advance. Because she turned directly to it without searching, she read a passage aloud in a quiet, even voice. It was an entry from when James was 3 years and 4 months old. My mother had written that James had told her, that morning, that he had seen the ocean from very far up, and that there had been someone watching from below, and that the person watching had known him, and that he had felt that knowing even at the moment of the fire. He had said, "She was there. She watched." He had been asked who he meant, and had looked at my mother with a calm, preoccupied expression she documented repeatedly in those years and said, "The girl." The room was very still. I was 38 years old, and I had never heard that entry before, and the silence that followed Eleanor reading it aloud had a different quality from every other silence I had experienced in that house, or in that week, or in the months since my mother's death. It was not empty. It was the opposite of empty. It was a silence so full of implication that my body responded before my mind caught up. A slowdown of breath, a cooling along the back of my neck. Not unpleasant and not frightening, but deeply, specifically real. I said he knew. Eleanor said he knew. She set the notes down with the same careful precision she brought to everything. She said that in the Virginia research, cases of this nature, cases involving verified memories, physical correspondences, and documented sensory experiences across multiple family members, were categorized as what the researchers called extended contact cases. She said the terminology was clinical and insufficient, but it was what they had. She said that the phenomenon, as best the research could characterize it, did not operate as a single point of transmission between a previous personality and a current one. It operated more like a field, something that permeated the relational network around the child and left traces in the people closest to the contact. She said, "Your brother was the primary point, but you were inside the field. You were 7, and you were present and you were close to him in the way that siblings are close, which is a closeness that operates below the level of decision. The dream you had was not random. It was the field finding the closest available receiver." I said, "And my mother?" Eleanor said, "Your mother lived inside it for years. She documented it because documentation was how she metabolized experience. It was how she stayed sane and how she honored what was happening simultaneously." She paused. She said, "Margaret was one of the most honest witnesses I have ever worked with. Not because she was credulous. She was not credulous. She questioned everything. She pushed back on interpretations she found too convenient. She was honest because she refused to make the experience tidier than it actually was. She wrote down what frightened her alongside what she could verify, and she kept the two categories distinct, and that discipline is rarer than it should be." I felt the grief move through me again, not as the acute physical fact it had been on Sunday morning, but as something quieter and more sustained, the way a tide is quieter than a wave but covers more ground. My mother had sat in this room and talked to this woman about her son and her family and the thing that had moved through all of them, and she had done it with the same careful honesty she brought to everything. And then she had gone home and protected me from it for 30 years and put a business card in her address book and died. I said, "Why did she leave me the card?" Eleanor looked at me with the precise, non-performative attention that I had come to understand was simply her natural mode. Not something she deployed for effect, but something she could not turn off, a permanent condition of genuine interest in the person in front of her. She said, because she knew you would come to the house eventually, and she knew that what is in that house would not leave you alone the way it has been leaving you alone for 30 years. She knew because she lived with it long enough to understand its nature, which is patient and which is not malicious and which does not force anything but, which does not disappear simply because you have decided not to look at it. She said your mother was ready to die because she had finished something. She had carried the story long enough. She had documented it. She had verified it. She had made peace with what it meant, and she had done what she could to make sure the people who came after her would have what they needed to do the same. She looked at the address book on the table. She said, that card is the most deliberate thing your mother ever did for you. I sat with that for a long moment. Through the front window, the pecan tree moved in the November wind, its bare upper branches catching the hard blue light and holding it briefly before releasing it. I thought, with the involuntary practical drift of a mind that uses the ordinary as ballast, that I needed to call my school on Thursday about the substitute coverage I had arranged and confirm it was still in place. Then I came back. I said, what do I do? Not as a general question. What specifically do I do with the house? Eleanor said, there are two things. She said the first was something I had already partially done on Sunday without knowing it was the right thing. I had stopped moving with a purpose and I had sat with the house and I had let the grief be present without managing it, and that had been the correct instinct and I should continue it. She said the second thing was more specific. She said, there is a room in the house where the contact has been strongest. You know which room it is. I said, the spare room. She said, yes. She said that the spare room was where my mother had kept the materials, and where the materials had accumulated, and where the field, if that was the word, had concentrated over decades of my mother's attention and documentation and emotional investment. She said that what I needed to do was go into that room without any task and without any intention of producing an outcome. And I needed to speak. Not to James. Not to James Houston Jr. Not to any specific recipient. Simply to speak what was true, out loud, in the room where the truth had been kept the longest. She said, not a formal statement, not a ritual. Just the things you have been carrying that have not been said. The anger at your mother for being ready. The hurt about your brother not coming to the funeral. The dream you had at 7 and never told anyone. Say them in that room. Say them plainly and without decoration. That is all. I said, and then what happens? Eleanor said, I do not know precisely. She said it without apology and without evasion, with the honesty of someone who has spent a career at the edge of what is knowable and has made their peace with the edge. She said, in my experience, what happens is that the room changes, not dramatically, quietly. The field responds to honesty, the way a living thing responds to the right conditions. It does not perform a transformation. It simply becomes what it always had the capacity to be. She said, the research does not have language adequate to what actually occurs. I can tell you what the families report afterward. They report that the weight changes, not that it lifts, that it changes quality, that it becomes something that can be carried differently. She handed me the notes and the photograph and the clipping, stacked in the order she had arranged them, neatly and deliberately. She held the photograph for a moment before releasing it. The black and white image of the men on the carrier deck, the circled face, and she looked at it with an expression I could not fully read, something between recognition and respect. Then she placed it on top of the stack and set the stack in my hands. She said, your mother kept these for 30 years. Now they are yours. They belong in that house, and they belong with you, and those two things are not in conflict. I drove back to the coast in the hard November light with the folder on the passenger seat and the heater running in the flat landscape opening around me in every direction, and I felt, for the first time since arriving at the house, that I understood what I had come there to do, not the estate administration, not the inventory in the boxes and the practical management of a life that had ended. Something older and more specific than any of that. Something that had been assigned to me at 7 years old, in a dream I had not understood, and had not told anyone, and had carried without knowing I was carrying it for 30 years. The house was visible from the highway turnoff, as a low shape behind the live oaks. The tin roof catching the afternoon light and holding it in a flat pewter gleam. The Spanish moss moved in the bay wind. The marsh beyond the backyard was very still. I pulled into the shell driveway and sat for a moment with the engine off, and the quiet of the property settled around the car, and I was aware that whatever I had been postponing since September, since childhood, if I was being honest, was waiting for me in the spare room upstairs, patient and without urgency, the way the truest things always wait. I went upstairs without turning on the hall light, not because I was being dramatic about it. I want to be clear about that, because the temptation in telling Miss Part is to make it sound more deliberate and atmospheric than it actually was. I did not turn on the hall light, because the afternoon sun was still coming through the window at the end of the hall, the one that faced west over the marsh, and the light it threw was sufficient, and was also the most beautiful light I had seen all week. A deep amber that turned the old pine floors to something that looked almost molten, and turning on the fluorescent overhead would have destroyed it, that is all. I went upstairs in the amber light because the amber light was there, and because it was enough. The spare room door was closed. I had closed it firmly on Thursday, after smelling the oil, and it had stayed closed through Saturday and Sunday, and the drive to Bro Bridge, and the drive back. I stood outside it for a moment with the folder of materials under my arm, and my hand not yet on the doorknob, and I noticed that my breathing had changed. Not shallow and panicked the way it changes under fear, but slower, deeper, the way it changes before something that requires your full presence. My body knew something. My mind was still organizing. I opened the door. The room was exactly as I had left it. The shoebox on the spare bed, the quilts still stacked on the shelf above where I had found it, the late afternoon light coming through the single west-facing window in the same amber as the hallway, falling across the bare wood floor in a long trapezoid that reached almost to the center of the room. The smell was different from Thursday. The metallic quality was gone. What remained was something I associated entirely with this house. Old timber, dry jasmine from the porch below, the faint salt underneath everything. But there was something added to it now, something I could not name but, which felt, as I stood in the doorway, like the olfactory equivalent of a room where someone has recently been sitting quietly. Not a person exactly, a presence. The distinction mattered, and I was not going to pretend it did not. I went in. I sat on the edge of the spare bed, the shoebox beside me, the folder in my lap. The amber light moved across the floor at the slow pace of late afternoon, which is the pace that feels most like thinking. I sat there for a while without speaking, not because I was building toward anything, but because I was locating myself, finding the solid ground of the present moment before moving into the things that needed to be said. Outside, the marsh was audible in the deep quiet of the house. The egrets were calling somewhere in the cattails, their voices carrying across the water in that specific, slightly prehistoric way that makes them sound like they belong to a different era of the world. Then I began to speak. I said, I was angry at you for being ready. I said it to my mother, not to the room in general, but specifically to her, because Eleanor had said to speak what was true, and the truest thing first was the thing I had been most ashamed of. I said, you sat in that hospital bed and looked at the live oaks and told me you were not afraid, and I could not decide whether to be grateful or furious. And I chose furious because grateful felt like permission, and I was not ready to give you permission. I said, I know that was not fair. I know your readiness was not about me. I know, it was the most generous thing you could have offered me, to go without terror, and I received it as an abandonment, which is the wrong word, but the honest one. The room was very still. The amber light moved its slow trapezoid across the floor. I said James did not come to the funeral, and I did not tell him how much that hurt me, because telling him felt like making your death about the two of us, and your death was not about the two of us, and so I put it away. I said, but it is still there. I said he named his daughter Margaret, and I did not tell him what that meant to me either. And I have been keeping so much at such careful distance for so long that I am not entirely sure I know how to stop. My voice was steady. That surprised me. I had expected the saying of these things to undo me the way Sunday morning had undone me. But it did not. It felt, instead, like the specific physical relief of setting a posture you've been maintaining without realizing it. The moment the shoulders drop, and you understand only then how long they had been raised. I said, I had a dream when I was 7. I described it in full, the way I had described it to Eleanor, but this time without the clinical distance I had used there, without the careful framing of a person presenting evidence. I said it plainly. I was on the deck of a ship in very bright light, and I watched a plane go into the water at the wrong angle, and I knew that the person in it was someone I had been before, and that the watching was the Farai. Last thing before something ended and something began. I said, I did not tell anyone. I said, I do not know why I did not tell anyone, except that I was 7, and there was already so much happening in this house. And I think I understood, even at 7, that there was only so much the people around me could hold. The light had shifted while I was speaking. The trapezoid on the floor had moved and narrowed as the sun dropped, and the room was settling into the softer, grayer light of pre-dusk, the amber going out of it slowly the way warmth goes out of a stone after the sun leaves it, gradually, reluctantly, holding on past the point where holding on makes any practical difference. And then something happened that I am going to describe as precisely as I can, because precision is the only form of honesty available to me, and imprecision would be a disservice to what actually occurred. The smell changed. Not suddenly. Gradually, the way the light had been changing, a slow shift rather than an event. The salt and the timber and the dried jasmine were still present, but they moved to the background, and what moved to the foreground was something I had not encountered before in the house. Something that took me several seconds to identify. It was the smell of cold ocean air at altitude. Not the coastal Gulf smell I had grown up with, which was warm and heavy with marsh and organic matter. This was something higher and cleaner and much colder. The smell of air that has never been near land. The smell of the open Pacific at 30,000 feet in the winter of 1945, which was not a smell I had any right to know, and which I knew with the same absolute bone-deep certainty with which I had known the oil smell, was aviation oil, and not any other kind of oil. It lasted longer than the oil smell on Sunday, perhaps 45 seconds, perhaps a minute. I did not move. I did not speak. I sat on the edge of the spare bed with the folder in my lap and the shoebox beside me, and I breathed that smell, and I let it be what it was, which was a thing I could not explain, and which was also, without any contradiction, completely real. I was not frightened. I want to say that clearly, because I know how this sounds and I know what the expected response is, and the expected response was not what I felt. What I felt was the threshold sensation from the museum at 12, but, resolved, the sensation of standing at a threshold and finding that you were already through it, that the crossing happened somewhere in the last several days without a definitive moment you could point to, and that the other side of it is not frightening at all, but is in fact very quiet and very still and carries in it something that the only honest word for is recognition. The smell faded. The room returned to its ordinary combination of timber and salt and dry jasmine. The last of the amber light left the floor, and the room went fully gray. The soft pre-dark gray of a November Gulf Coast evening. and I sat in that gray for a long time without moving and felt the weight Eleanor had described. Not lifting but changing quality, becoming something different. Becoming, if this makes any sense at all, something that was no longer only mine to carry. I thought about James Houston Jr., who had been 21 years old when his Corsair went into the Pacific, and who had died in cold water a long way from anyone who knew his name, and who had come back, if that was the word and I had run out of better words, into a small house in Lafayette, Louisiana, as my brother, and had spent his early childhood trying to tell us what he remembered, and had been believed, and had been loved, and had eventually let it go the way the research said they let it go, moving forward into a life that was simply and sufficiently his own. I thought about my mother, sitting in this room or rooms like it for 30 years, keeping the notes, keeping the photographs, making sure the record was complete and the evidence was preserved, doing the work of witness with the same steady care she brought to everything, right up until she was ready to hand it to someone else. I thought about my brother in San Diego, with his daughter named Margaret, who was 3 weeks old, and who would grow up in a family that knew in its bones that the people you lose do not simply stop. I opened the folder. I took out the photograph, the men on the carrier deck, the circled face, and I held it in both hands in the gray evening light. I looked at the face for a long time. I did not feel the uncanny prior recognition sensation I had felt the first 2 times. I felt something quieter than that. I felt the way you feel when you finally put a name to something you have known for a long time, without knowing that you knew it. The name does not change what the thing is. It only makes it possible to speak about it honestly. I said, quietly, to the room and the fading light and whatever had been present in it, I am glad you came back. I am glad you came to us. The marsh outside was settling into its evening sounds. The egrets had gone quiet. Somewhere out on the water, a mullet jumped and landed, and the sound traveled across the flat surface and arrived at the house as almost nothing, the faintest possible report of a living thing briefly exceeding its own element. I sat in the dark, spare room for a long time after that, not because anything further was happening, but because leaving felt premature, the way leaving a conversation feels premature when the most important thing has just been said, and the silence after it is still working. When I finally went downstairs and turned on the kitchen light and stood at the counter, I noticed that my hands, which had been slightly unsteady since Thursday, were completely still. I did not call James that night, because what I needed to say to him required more than a phone call could hold, and I was not going to rush it now that I had finally learned how to stop rushing. But I took out my phone and I wrote him a single message, and what it said was, I found Mom's notes. I need to tell you some things. I love you. Call me when you can. He called the next morning at 7:45, which was 5:45 his time, and the fact that he had been awake at 5:45 with a 3-week-old daughter in the house made me feel, when I saw his name on the screen, a tenderness so specific and so physical that I had to sit down before I answered. I was in the kitchen. The coffee was made. The marsh was visible through the back window in the early light, the water lying perfectly flat under a pale sky that had not yet decided what color it was going to be, and the live oaks were casting their long morning shadows across the backyard in parallel lines that reached almost to the gallery steps. I had slept well for the first time since arriving at the house. Not deeply, but cleanly, without the pressured quality that had characterized every other night that week, and I had woken with the specific lightness of someone who has put something down that they have been carrying for a long time. I answered. I said his name. He said, Claire. His voice was tired in the way new fathers are tired, not distressed, but operating on a reduced reserve. And underneath the tiredness there was something I recognized as the same quality his voice had carried when we were children, and he was working something out. A particular careful attentiveness, as if you were listening to more than one thing simultaneously. He said, I've been thinking about you since you messaged. He said, I am sorry I did not come to the funeral. He said it plainly, without the elaborate architecture of justification I had half expected, without the explanations about the baby and the distance and the timing. Just, I am sorry. I did not come. That was wrong. I said, I know why you did not come. He was quiet for a moment. Then he said, tell me. I said, because the house was the hardest place you could possibly have gone, because whatever you left behind in that house when the memories faded, you have never been entirely sure it stayed left behind, and walking back into it for our mother's funeral with a 3-week-old daughter named Margaret was more than you knew how to do. The silence on the line was long and specific. Outside, a great egret landed in the shallows at the edge of the marsh and stood there in the early light, white and perfectly still. He said very quietly, yes. I told him about the shoebox. I told him about the notes and the photograph and the clipping and the sentence our mother had underlined twice. I told him about Eleanor Marsh and the 2 visits and what Eleanor had said about extended contact cases, and the field and the way the phenomenon moves through the relational network around the child. I told him about the oil smell and the high cold Pacific smell in the spare room, and the dream I had at 7 and never told anyone. I told him about his entry in our mother's notes. The girl, he had said, she was there, she watched, and I heard his breathing change when I read it aloud, become slower and more deliberate the way breathing becomes when something arrives that the body recognizes before the mind has caught up. I told him about sitting in the spare room in the amber light and speaking the things that needed to be said. He did not ask me what happened when I said them. He knew. Of course he knew. He was the person in our family who had always known, underneath everything, the one who had spent his early childhood with the knowledge sitting in him so completely that it had finally faded, not because it was untrue, but because the human child that was my brother had needed, eventually, to simply be a child, and the mercy of the process was that it had allowed him that. He said, she kept everything. I said, every word, every date, every detail. He said, of course she did. His voice had something in it that was not quite grief and not quite relief, but carried qualities of both. The specific emotional register of someone who has just had confirmed something they needed to be confirmed. He said, I always knew she understood it, even when I was small. Even when Dad was still trying to disprove everything. She understood it from the beginning. I said she was frightened at the beginning. She wrote that down too. She was honest about the frightened parts. He said that is exactly who she was. We were quiet together for a moment. Margaret, his daughter, my niece, the new Margaret, made a sound in the background, a small, indeterminate sound that could have been sleeping or waking, or simply existing in the way that new humans exist, at the threshold of everything, not yet committed to any particular state. James made a low, soft sound in response, automatic and unconscious, the sound a parent makes before they are aware they are making it, and I felt the tenderness again, specific and physical, and this time I did not try to place it at any distance. I said, why did you name her Margaret? He was quiet for a moment. Then he said, because I have always known things come back. He said it simply, without drama, without the weight of a pronouncement, just a fact, stated by the person most qualified to state it. He said, and I wanted her to know, from the beginning, that the people who love you do not simply stop. I wanted Mom's name to be the first name she ever heard, so that whatever she is and wherever she came from, she would know that the people in this family carry each other forward. I put my hand flat on the kitchen table. The wood was cool and solid under my palm, the old familiar grain of it, and I pressed it there as if I needed the anchor of something unmistakably present. I told him about Eleanor's instruction, the speaking in the spare room, the specific things I had said, the way the weight had changed afterward. I told him about the photograph and what I had said to it at the end in the gray evening light. He listened without interrupting, and when I finished, he said, "Thank you. Not thank you for telling me, but simply thank you, the way you say it when someone has done something that needed to be done, and that you could not have done yourself at this particular moment." I said, "Come to the house. Not now, not with a newborn, not until you are ready. But come. There is a shoebox with your name on the lid, and there are notes in our mother's handwriting that you deserve to read. And the spare room has been waiting for you for 30 years, and I think you know that." He said, "I know that." We talked for another 40 minutes, which was the longest conversation we had had in years, possibly in a decade. We talked about Margaret and about the way new fatherhood had altered his relationship with time, making it simultaneously more precious and more continuous, less like a line and more like a depth. We talked about our mother's garden and which of her plants I should try to save, and which had already made their own decisions about surviving without her. We talked about practical things, and the practical things felt different now than they had for the previous 6 weeks. Grounded rather than avoidant, the ordinary business of a family that is still a family even after the person who held it together is gone, because it turns out that the holding does not stop when the holder does. It only changes hands. Before we hung up, he said, "The photograph. The one with the circled face. Keep it somewhere you can see it." I said, "I will." He said, "Not because of what it is. Because of what Mom did with it. She kept it, and she circled the face, and she wrote those 2 words on the back. That is who she was. Keep it where you can see it, and when you look at it, you will see her doing that. And that is worth having." After I hung up, I sat at the kitchen table for a long time in the morning light, which had resolved itself by now into a clear, cold blue that fell through the windows at a low angle and lit everything with that particular November specificity that makes the familiar look newly arrived at. I thought about nothing, which is not the same as thinking about everything, and which was a thing I had gotten considerably better at over the course of the past week. Then I went upstairs to the spare room, and I took the photograph out of the folder. I brought it downstairs. I put it on the kitchen windowsill, facing out toward the marsh, so that the morning light fell across it. The men on the carrier deck, the young faces, the one circled in red, and it stood there against the glass with the marsh and the live oaks, and the flat Louisiana sky as its background. And it looked, in that light and in that placement, less like a historical document, and more like what it actually was, a thing my mother had kept because she understood its importance, and which she had left for me to understand in my own time. I went to my bag and found the small wrapped object I had taken from my own apartment when I had packed for the drive down. A framed photograph of my mother from 4 years ago, taken on the gallery porch of this house, sitting in the wicker chair she always sat in, the live oaks behind her, the marsh light doing what it always did to everything in its vicinity, which was to make it look like something that had always been exactly where it was and would remain so. I set it on the windowsill beside the carrier photograph. They sat together in the morning light, the 2 photographs, and they looked right beside each other in a way that made sense. I could not have predicted, but which felt, once it had happened, completely obvious. I made a second cup of coffee. I stood at the back door looking out at the marsh, where the egret was still standing in the shallows with its characteristic absolute patience, and the live oaks were moving slightly in the bay wind, and the water was beginning to catch the sun and throw it back in small irregular flashes, and the whole landscape had the quality it always had in that light, which was the quality of a place that has been witnessing things for a very long time, and which has arrived, through that long witnessing, at something that is not indifference, but is its more useful cousin, the patient understanding that most things that seem like endings are something else entirely. Eleanor called that afternoon. I told her about the spare room and about the smell and about what I had said and what had changed afterward. She listened in the way she always listened, with that precise and genuine attention that made you feel accurately perceived. And when I finished, she said, Good. She said it simply, without elaboration, the single word carrying everything it needed to carry. She said she had something she wanted to give me before I left the house. She said it was something she had been keeping for a while, waiting to know who it belonged with. She said she would leave it in the mailbox at the end of her driveway, and I could collect it whenever I was passing through Bro Bridge on my way back to Lafayette, that I did not need to stop and come in, that the giving of it was simple and did not require ceremony. I said, "What is it?" She said, "A letter written by Jack Larson, the pilot your brother named, in 2003, 2 years before he died. He wrote it to your family and then did not send it. And after he passed, his daughter found it among his papers and sent it to me because she did not know where else to send it. And I have had it for 19 years waiting for the right person to receive it." The kitchen was very quiet. The photographs stood on the windowsill in the afternoon light. I said, "What does it say?" Eleanor said, "It says that he was there when James Houston went down, that he watched the plane hit the water, that he had carried that watching for 50 years, and that meeting your brother, meeting James, had changed something in the carrying, had made it lighter in a way he could not explain to anyone who had not been there, but which had allowed him, in his final years, to put it down with something closer to peace than he had expected to find." She paused. She said, "He wrote that your brother looked at him at that reunion and said his name, and that when your brother said his name, the 50 years between them simply were not there." I collected the letter from Eleanor's mailbox the following morning on my way back through Bro Bridge. It was in a plain white envelope, sealed with my family's name written on the front in the careful handwriting of an elderly man. I put it on the passenger seat beside the folder and drove back to Lafayette in the clear November light with the flat landscape opening around me, and the letter and the photograph and my mother's notes all riding with me. And I did not open the letter until I was home, sitting at my own kitchen table in my own apartment with the last of the afternoon light coming through my west-facing window, which does not look at a marsh but looks at the parking lot of the apartment complex across the street, and which was doing its best with what it had. I read the letter twice, and then I placed it inside the folder with the photograph in my mother's notes, and I set the folder on the shelf above my desk where I could see it from wherever I sat in the room. And for the first time in 6 weeks, I went to bed before 10 o'clock and slept without dreaming, deeply and completely, the way you sleep when something that has been unfinished for a very long time has finally been finished enough. 14 months have passed since I drove back to Lafayette from the house on Pelican Reach Road, and I want to be careful about how I describe what those 14 months have looked like, because the temptation with a story like this one is to describe the aftermath as a transformation, to say that everything changed, that I became a different person, that the weight lifted completely, and the world rearranged itself into something cleaner and more legible than it had been before. That would be dishonest, and honesty is the only thing I have left to offer. What actually happened was smaller than a transformation and more durable than one. I went back to school in November. My 10th graders were in the middle of a unit on the Pacific theater of World War II, which I had not planned, and which I had not arranged for reasons of personal relevance, and which was simply where we were in the curriculum, and I taught it with the same structure and the same documentary rigor I had always brought to it, and I did not tell them anything about my family, or my brother, or the week I had spent on the Gulf Coast, but something had changed in how I taught it. I was more deliberate about the human dimension, not sentimental. My students would not have tolerated sentiment, and neither would I, but more insistent on the specific lives behind the documented events, the names, the ages, the places the men came from, and the things they had planned to do when they got back. I asked my students to find a single name from the casualty records and research that person as far as the records would allow. Not the battle, not the strategy, the person, and several of them told me at the end of the unit that it was the best assignment I had ever given. which was gratifying in the particular way that things are gratifying when you know they cost you something real. James flew out to Lafayette in February with his wife Priya and the baby. Margaret was 5 months old by then and had developed the specific, slightly imperious alertness of an infant who has decided that the world is interesting and intends to examine it thoroughly. And holding her in my kitchen while James made coffee the way he always makes it, which is too strong and in too large a quantity, felt like something I did not have precise language for, a completion or a continuation, or the specific feeling of a circle that is not closed but is at least acknowledged. I gave him the shoebox. I sat across the kitchen table from him while he read our mother's notes, all of them in sequence, and I watched his face move through the things that faces move through when they're reading something that is both deeply familiar and completely new. Recognition and grief and something that was not quite either of those things, but lived in the neighborhood of both. He did not cry, which surprised me, and then he did, briefly, which did not surprise me at all. And when he finished reading, he sat quietly for a long moment, with the last page in his hands. He said she understood everything. I said she always did. She just could not tell us all of it at the same time. He held the photograph for a long time. The men on the carrier deck, the circled face. He held it with both hands and looked at it with the careful, private expression I remembered from childhood. The face he made when he was somewhere else, and I did not interrupt it. Priya was in the living room with the baby, giving us the room, and the kitchen was very quiet, and the February light was coming through the window at the flat, pale angle of Louisiana winter, and it felt like the right light for what was happening, which was my brother sitting in our dead mother's kitchen, holding a photograph of the man he had been, or remembered being, or carried the memory of. And I was done trying to find the precise terminology for it, because the precise terminology did not exist, and the experience did not require it. He read the letter from Jack Larson. He read it slowly, and when he finished, he folded it along its original creases and held it for a moment, and then handed it back to me. He said, "Keep this." He said it the way he had said it about the photograph on the phone in October. Not assigning it, but recognizing where it belonged. He said, "You were the witness. You have been the witness since you were 7. That is your role in this, and the letter belongs with the witness." I had not thought of myself as a witness before he said it. I had thought of myself as the person who was not the subject, the sibling on the periphery. The one who had the dream and said nothing and went to school the next morning and spent 30 years in the careful management of appropriate distance. But witness was the right word, and once he said it, I could not unsay it, and it settled into me the way the right words always settle. Not with fanfare, but with the quiet authority of a thing that was true before it was named. Margaret, the baby Margaret, fell asleep in my arms after lunch while James and Priya were washing dishes, which they insisted on doing themselves, and I sat on the couch in the living room with this small new person who carried my mother's name and felt the weight of her, which was slight and warm and complete, and I thought about continuity in a way I had never thought about it before. That week in October, not as an abstraction, not as a concept I taught to 10th graders, but as a physical fact, a thing you could hold in your arms on a Tuesday afternoon in February in Lafayette, Louisiana, and feel with your entire body. My relationship at the house on Pelican Reach Road changed. I had expected to sell it. That had been the practical decision, the logical one. I lived in Lafayette. I had no use for a second property 3 hours away. The estate required resolution. But I did not sell it. I rented it instead, furnished, to a young couple from New Orleans who were moving to the coast for work. And before they moved in, I took the photograph from the kitchen windowsill and the framed photograph of my mother, and I brought them back to Lafayette, where they sit now on the shelf above my desk alongside the folder and the letter, the shoebox I left in the house, It felt wrong to remove it. The house had held it for 30 years and seemed entitled to continue doing so. The couple wrote to me in March to say that the kitchen was their favorite room in the house, that it had the best light they had ever seen in a rented property, and that there was something about it in the evenings that they could not quite describe, but which made them feel, when they sat there after dinner, that the house was fond of them. They said they hoped I did not mind them thinking of it that way. I wrote back and said I did not mind at all. I called Eleanor in December and in March, not because I had urgent questions, but because she had become, over the course of the previous months, someone whose company I valued in the way you value the company of people who helped you understand something you needed to understand and who did it without condescension and without agenda. She was working on a paper for a research journal about extended contact cases and had asked my permission to reference my family's experience in the anonymized way the research required. I said yes. I said my mother would have wanted the documentation to be useful. Eleanor said Margaret was very clear about that. She said she told me once that the point of keeping the record was not to preserve the past, but to make the past available to whoever came after, and that the whoever was the most important word in that sentence. I thought about that for a long time after I hung up. In April I drove down to the coast for the weekend, not to do anything at the house. The tenants were there and I had no business there. I drove to the coast because I had not been back since October, and because something in the quality of the April light in that part of Louisiana had been calling to me in the specific way that places call to you when you have done something honest in them and they have not forgotten it. I drove the last stretch of highway with the marsh opening up on both sides and the pewter sky going amber at the waterline, and I felt the familiar slowing of my breath that the approach to that landscape always produced. And it felt, this time, not like the body bracing for something, but like the body arriving somewhere it recognized as home. I did not stop at the house. I drove past it on the coastal road and saw the live oaks in the gallery porch and the Spanish moss moving in the bay wind, and one light was on in the kitchen, warm and yellow in the late afternoon, and it looked the way a house looks when the right people are in it, which is cared for and inhabited and ongoing. I drove to the water's edge and parked and sat for a while with the engine off and the bay in front of me, flat and silver gray under the April sky. And I thought about my mother and about James and about Jack Larson, writing a letter he did not send for 2 years, and about a young pilot going into the Pacific in the spring of 1945, in water cold enough and far enough from shore that there was no one to witness it. And then I thought about what my brother had said, that he had felt at the reunion, that Jack Larson looked at him, and the 50 years between them simply were not there. And I understood that sentence now, in my body, rather than only in my mind, which is the only way sentences like that can be truly understood. I had started writing this account in January, which was 3 months after the week at the house, because Eleanor had said that documentation was how my mother metabolized experience, and that the impulse was worth honoring, and because my 10th graders had taught me, assignment after assignment, that the act of tracing a life back through the evidence of it was never only about the past. It was always, if done honestly, about the person doing the tracing. I finished the first draft on a Sunday evening in late April, sitting at my desk with the photographs and the folder visible on the shelf in my peripheral vision, and the parking lot light coming through the west window in the last of the day's illumination, and the particular quiet of a weekend evening in an apartment building where everyone is settled into their separate domestic routines, which is not loneliness but is the sound of ordinary life proceeding, which is its own form of reassurance. The title had come to me in February, while James was reading the notes at the kitchen table. I had not been looking for a title, and had not been thinking about one. It arrived the way the right things arrive, without announcement, fully formed and entirely itself. In the moment when my brother looked up from the last page of our mother's writing, and said her name aloud in the quiet kitchen, Not as a grief cry and not as a question, just as a name, the way you say the name of someone who is present. The following morning I drove to the coast, not because anything was unfinished, but because some places hold the things you have done in them long after you have left, and I wanted to be in the vicinity of that holding one more time before turning toward whatever came next. I drove down on a Saturday in late October, exactly 1 year after the week that changed the structure of how I understand things. I had not planned the timing deliberately. I had looked at the calendar in mid-October and noticed that the last weekend of the month was free, and something in me had recognized the rightness of it before I had consciously registered the anniversary, the way the body sometimes knows the significance of a date before the mind has done the arithmetic. I packed a bag the night before with no particular plan for what I would do when I got there. I put the folder on the passenger seat. I put the letter from Jack Larson in the folder. I put the photograph, the men on the carrier deck, the circled face, in the folder beside the letter, where it had lived since October of the previous year. I did not bring the framed photograph of my mother because it belonged on my shelf, and I was not taking it anywhere. I left Lafayette at 7 in the morning, before full light, and the drive south had the quality it always had in the early dark. The flat landscape barely visible on either side, the highway a pale ribbon ahead, the sense of moving through something more than geography, through a particular quality of time that the approach to the Gulf Coast produces in people who grew up near it and who carry it in their bodies the way you carry a first language. Below the level of translation, the sun came up while I was on the last stretch. The long, flat run with marsh on both sides, and it came up in the specific way it comes up over Gulf Coast, Louisiana in late October, which is low and amber, and so saturated with color that the marsh grasses go from black to gold in what feels like a single breath, and the water between the grass banks catches the light and holds it in long, trembling lines that run all the way to the horizon. I had seen that sunrise hundreds of times. It was, without question or competition, the most beautiful thing I saw that year. I did not stop at the house. I drove past it on the coastal road the way I had in April, and the tenant's car was in the driveway, and the live oaks were enormous in the low morning light, and the Spanish moss was doing what it always does in the bay wind, which is move with a slowness that seems to belong to a different relationship with time than the one the rest of the world observes. One window in the back of the house was open, the kitchen window, the one that faced the marsh, and the curtain was moving in the bay wind, pale and unhurried, and the house looked the way it had always looked, which was like a place that knew exactly where it was and had no plans to be anywhere else. I drove to the water. There is a place on the bay side about 2 miles past the house where the road ends at a small public boat launch and the land simply stops and the water begins, and there is nothing between you and the open bay but about 30 feet of crushed shell and a wooden dock that has been in various states of disrepair for as long as I can remember. I had been to that dock dozens of times as a child, with my father and with James, and occasionally alone, in the way that children who grow up near water find themselves drawn to its edge without needing a reason. I had not been there since before my mother's illness. I did not know until I pulled into the shell lot and turned off the engine that this was where I had been driving to all along. The morning was cold by Louisiana standards, the kind of cold that comes off the water in late October and carries in it the first serious suggestion of winter, the first cold with conviction behind it rather than the tentative coolness of September and early October. I pulled my jacket tighter and sat in the car for a moment, looking at the dock and the water beyond it and the pale, enormous sky, and I felt the particular stillness of a place that has no agenda for you, that it will be exactly what it is whether you are present or not, and which is, for that reason, one of the most honest places you can stand. I got out. I took the folder with me. The dock was in its usual condition, which is to say it was functional but not inspiring, the weathered boards dark with moisture, the pilings wrapped in the dried remnants of last summer's water hyacinth. I walked to the end of it and stood there with the open bay in front of me, and the morning light coming across the water from the east, and the cold moving through my jacket in a way that was not unpleasant. That was in fact the kind of cold that makes you feel precisely located in a specific moment of a specific day, grounded by temperature the way you are sometimes grounded by pain, brought fully into the present by the body's insistence on being acknowledged. The water was very still. The bay in late October has a different character from the bay in summer. Less inhabited, more itself, the birds fewer and more deliberate, the light harder and cleaner, the surface carrying the sky's reflection without distortion. Because there is no wind yet, this early, and the water is simply a mirror for whatever is above it. I looked at the sky and the water for a moment, and then at the sky itself, and they were the same pale, serious blue, and the horizon between them was so fine as to be almost theoretical. I opened the folder. I took out the photograph first. I held it in both hands at the end of the dock, and looked at the circled face one more time. The young man in the flight suit, his cap pushed back, his face carrying that quality all faces and old photographs carry, which is the quality of not yet knowing. I looked at him for a long time, and I felt none of the uncanny recognition that I had felt the first several times I had looked at him, and I understood that the recognition had done its work and was no longer needed. That what remained was simpler and more sustainable, which was the plain human acknowledgement of one life by another across whatever the distance is between them. I thought about James Houston Jr. going into the Pacific in the spring of 1945. I thought about him coming back, if that is the word, and I had accepted by now that the word was as good as any other, as my brother, in a small house in Lafayette, Louisiana, 4 months after his death in the cold water near Iwo Jima. I thought about him sitting in the backyard of that house at 3 years old, looking south toward the water, with the face our mother described as the face he made when he was somewhere else. I thought about him walking into a room full of elderly men in Pensacola and being known. I thought about what it costs a person to remember something like that, what it costs to carry the memory of your own death in your body as a small child, to describe it to the people you love and be believed, and then to let it go. Not because it was not real, but because the life in front of you is also real and is also yours and also requires your full presence. I thought about the grace of that letting go, which was not forgetting and was not denial, but was something more like the decision to live fully in the life you have been given rather than in the life you remember, while keeping the knowledge of both. I took out Jack Larson's letter. I had read it many times by now, and I knew its contents the way you know the contents of things you have returned to often enough that they have become part of your interior landscape. But I read it again, standing at the end of the dock in the October cold, because it seemed like the right place to read it one final time, which was here at the water, in the direction of the Pacific, with the bay carrying the morning light in those long, trembling lines, and the egrets standing in the shallows to my left with their characteristic patience, that is not patience at all, but is simply their natural relationship with time. Jack Larson had written, I was flying cover that day. I watched Jimmy's plane take the hit, and I watched it go down. And I have watched it in my mind every day since, and there has not been a single one of those days when I did not wish I could have done something different. Pulled him out of that dive, brought him home with the rest of us. He wrote, when I met your son and he said my name, I understood for the first time that Jimmy was not in the water anymore. He wrote, I do not know how to say what I mean by that in language that will make sense to anyone who was not there, so I will just say it plainly. He was not in the water anymore, and knowing that gave me back something I did not know I was still missing, and I am grateful for it in a way that is too large for the words I have available. He wrote, near the end, tell the boy that what he carried was real, and that he carried it well, and that we are all of us grateful he came back, whatever coming back means, in whatever form it takes. I stood at the end of the dock and held the letter in the October cold, and read that last line twice, and I felt, not for the first time, but with a clarity I had not had in any of the previous times, that what Jack Larson had put into that sentence was the whole of it. The whole impossible, verifiable, undeniable, inadequately languaged truth of what my family had lived with, distilled into a single line by a man who had watched his friend go into the Pacific and had waited 50 years to say something true about it. I folded the letter along its original creases and put it back in the folder. I stood at the end of the dock for a while longer, looking at the water and the sky and the egrets and the shallows, and the long amber light moving across everything from the east, and I let the place be what it was, which was a place at the edge of a continent where the land gives way to something much older and much larger, and which has been receiving things and returning things since long before anyone had words for what it was doing. I thought about my mother sitting in the hospital bed in the front room of the house on Pelican Reach Road, looking at the live oaks, telling me she was not afraid. I understood that now in a way. I had not understood it in September. Standing at her bedside with the fury I was not proud of, and the grief I had not yet been able to name, she had not been ready to die in the way that people are ready to stop. She had been ready in the way that people are ready to continue, which is different, which is the readiness of someone who has come to understand that continuity is not a metaphor or a comfort or a thing you tell the people who are staying behind. It is simply what happens. It is the nature of the thing. I had been a history teacher for 11 years. I had spent 11 years teaching my students that the past is not behind us, but is present in everything that came after it, that every document and artifact and recorded name is a form of the dead insisting on their continued relevance to the living, that history is not a story about what is over, but a story about what persists. I had believed it professionally and taught it rigorously, and had not, until the week in that house, understood it personally. I understood it now. I walked back along the dock to the crushed shell of the boat launch, and I stood there for a moment, with a folder under my arm and the bay behind me and the coastal road ahead, and I felt the completeness of the moment without needing to perform anything about it, without needing it to be more than it was, which was a woman standing in the October light on the Gulf Coast of Louisiana, 1 year after the week that changed the structure of how she understood things, having said what needed to be said, and read what needed to be read, and carried what needed to be carried to the water. I got in the car. I put the folder on the passenger seat. I sat for a moment looking at the dock, and the bay, and the pale, enormous sky, and I thought about James in San Diego with Priya and the baby, and about Eleanor in Breaux Bridge with her books and her sugary coffee and her pecan tree tapping at the window, and about the young couple in the house on Pelican Reach Road sitting in the kitchen in the evenings, feeling that the house was fond of them, which it had always been. I started the engine. I pulled out of the Charlotte and turned north on the coastal road, back toward Lafayette, back toward the apartment and the shelf with the photographs and the ordinary, ongoing life that was mine and that I was grateful for, specifically and without reservation, in a way I had not been capable of in September of the previous year. The marsh ran alongside the road as I drove, gold and copper in the late morning light, and the water moved through the grass in the slow, continuous way it always moved, and the sky was very blue and very large, and the egrets stood in the shallows like pale monuments to everything that refuses to stop. I did not look back at the water. I already knew what was there. The weight in the walls. The farmhouse smells of old wood, mineral dust, and something faintly sweet underneath, like dried fruit left in a drawer and forgotten. At dusk, the light through the wavy original glass turns everything amber and slightly underwater, and the silence is not empty, it is full. The way a room feels full when you enter it, and become certain, before you see anything, that you are not the only one there. I want to begin by telling you what kind of person I am, because I think it matters for what comes after. I am not someone who looks for things that cannot be explained. I am a Finnish carpenter and general contractor, 41 years old, based out of Worcester, Ohio, and I have spent the better part of 2 decades working inside old buildings. I understand how houses age. I understand the sounds they make when the temperature drops and the framing contracts, the particular groan of a floor joist that has been carrying weight for 100 years, the way a plaster wall will tick and settle in the small hours of the morning in a way that sounds, if you are not used to it, like someone moving quietly through a room. I am used to it. I am the person my clients call when they want the work done properly and when they want an honest answer about what is wrong with the building. I do not exaggerate what I find. I do not inflate problems to increase the invoice. I look at what is in front of me, I measure it, and I tell the truth about it. That is the only professional reputation I have, and I have spent 20 years building it, so I am careful with it. I tell you this because what I am about to describe is something I have told very few people about, not because I am embarrassed exactly, but because I am aware of how it sounds, and I am aware that the moment you say certain words out loud, people stop hearing the details and start hearing only the category of story they think you are telling. I am not interested in that category. I am interested in what actually happened on a specific evening in late October inside a farmhouse in Wayne County, Ohio, that had been standing since approximately 1884. My colleague that day was a man I will call Dennis. He has worked with me on and off for about 6 years. He is a trim carpenter and a good one, steady and quiet, the kind of person who does not say much on a job site, but notices everything. He is also not the kind of person who frightens easily or talks loosely. When I tell you later that what happened affected him, I want you to understand the weight of that, because Dennis does not rattle. The property had been purchased by a couple from Columbus who intended to restore it as a weekend home and eventually a short-term rental. The farmhouse sat at the end of a gravel drive off a county road, surrounded by a tree line on 3 sides and an open field to the east that had not been worked in years. The grass out there was high and pale, the color of old straw, and it moved in the wind in long, slow waves that looked almost deliberate from a distance. The house itself was exactly what you expect from that era and that part of Ohio. 2 stories, white clapboard siding that had been repainted too many times and was beginning to bubble at the seams. A front porch that sagged slightly at the right corner where the beam had been sistered at some point in the previous century, and the sister had begun to give. The windows were the original wavy glass, single pane, set deep in their frames. When you looked through them from outside, the world inside appeared to move slightly, as if seen through shallow water. Inside, the layout was honest and spare. A narrow entryway opened into the main living space, which connected to the kitchen through a wide doorway with no door. The kitchen was the heart of the house in the way old farmhouse kitchens always are, built for serious work, with wide plank floors of white oak that had darkened to the color of strong tea, thick wooden cabinets that had been built in place and could not be removed without taking the walls apart, and a ceiling just low enough to make a tall person instinctively tuck their chin when they first walked in. Off the living space, a narrow staircase rose to the upper floor, where 2 bedrooms sat at the end of a short hallway. The trees outside were close enough to the west-facing windows that by mid-afternoon the light was already going gray, and by 4 o'clock in October you were working in a kind of permanent amber dusk, even when the overhead fixtures were on. Dennis and I had been there since just after 7 that morning. We were midway through a substantial restoration, new subfloor in the kitchen, replacement trim throughout the ground floor, and a section of the upper hallway that needed the plaster repaired and the baseboard rebuilt from scratch. It had been a long and productive day, the kind where you fall into a comfortable rhythm and the hours pass without much awareness of their passing. By the time we were thinking about wrapping up, my shoulders had that particular deep ache that only comes after a full day of real physical work. and my mind was already halfway to my truck and the drive home. We had been up and down that staircase probably a dozen times during the day. Both bedrooms, the hallway, the landing, we knew every inch of the upper floor. We had been the only two people in the building since we arrived, and the property itself was isolated enough that an unannounced visitor would have been obvious from a considerable distance. The gravel drive announced everything that moved on it. By 5:30, we were in cleanup mode. Dennis was breaking down the last of the trim jigs in the living room. I was in the kitchen, gathering tools, wrapping extension cords, restoring the room to something close to order before we locked up for the weekend. The light had gone fully amber by then. That late afternoon October quality that makes everything look slightly warmer than it is. And the house had settled into a kind of deep quiet that I had noticed before in very old buildings at the end of a working day. Not the silence of an empty space, but a denser quiet. The kind that seems to press back slightly when you move through it. I remember noticing in passing that the kitchen smelled different at that hour than it had in the morning. During the day when we were cutting and sanding, everything smelled of sawdust and the mineral sharpness of old plaster. But now, in the stillness, there was something underneath that, something faintly sweet. Dried apples, maybe, or the particular sweetness of very old wood that has absorbed decades of cooking and warmth and human living. I noticed it and moved past the thought immediately, the way you do with something that does not require an answer. I will tell you something small, because the small things matter more in a story like this than the large ones. At some point during that final hour of cleanup, I stood at the kitchen window and looked out at the field to the east. The pale grass was still. The light was the last of it, that thin orange line along the horizon that does not last. I thought, briefly and without any real anxiety, that I needed to remember to pick up a box of 2.5-inch finish nails on the way in Monday morning. I thought about whether the hardware store on Beale Avenue would still be open if I swung by before dinner. I thought about dinner. I was not thinking about the house. I was not listening to it. I was thinking about finish nails and what I was going to eat, and the house was simply the place I was standing while I thought about those things. That is important, because what happened next happened in a moment when my attention was entirely ordinary, and the house did not wait for me to be paying attention. Dennis's phone was on the kitchen counter. It had been there most of the day. He almost always set it down when he was working because he found the weight of it in his pocket distracting. It was near the center of the counter, not at the edge, sitting flat in a rubberized case with a small crack along the lower left corner that had been there since before I ever knew him. He had glanced at it earlier in the afternoon and set it back down in the same spot. I had seen it there multiple times without registering it consciously, the way you see any object that belongs in a room. I was standing in the doorway between the kitchen and the living room, my back to the living space, facing the kitchen, when Dennis came up behind me to grab his jacket from the hook near the front door. I was not looking at the phone. I was looking at the far wall of the kitchen, running through a mental checklist of what still needed to be done before we could lock up. Then, I saw it move. Outside, the last of the October light was folding into dark, and the field to the east had gone the color of ash, and the house was holding itself very still around us. At first I told myself I had imagined it. That is the first thing the mind does. It does not say something impossible has just occurred. It says you were not looking carefully, that your eyes were tired, that the light in here has been strange all afternoon, and tired eyes and strange light will manufacture motion where there is none. The mind is very generous with itself in the first 2 or 3 seconds after something it cannot process. It offers alternatives quickly and without embarrassment, the way a good salesman pivots before you have finished saying no. So I stood in that doorway, and I let my mind make its offer, and I almost accepted it. Then Dennis said quietly from somewhere behind my left shoulder, "Did that just?" He did not finish the sentence. He did not need to. The kitchen counter ran along the north wall. a continuous surface of old butcher block that had been refinished at some point in the previous decade, had since redarkened at the seams where the moisture always found its way in. The phone was no longer on it. That was the first thing I registered with full clarity, the absence. The specific rectangle of slightly lighter surface where the rubberized case had been sitting all day was now simply unoccupied, the way a space looks when something that belonged to it has been removed. The phone was in the air, not falling, not tumbling and over in the way any object falls when it loses its purchase on a surface. It was level. It was moving horizontally, away from the counter and toward the living room doorway where I was standing. At a height I would estimate it somewhere between chest and shoulder level, the height at which a person of average build might carry something in one hand while walking with a purpose. I stepped back. I do not remember deciding to step back. My body made that decision before I had finished understanding what I was seeing, which I think is its own kind of evidence. Not of anything supernatural necessarily, but of the fact that what I was looking at registered as presence before it registered as impossibility. Whatever my body reacted to, it reacted to it as if something were approaching. Not a falling object, not a trick of light, something moving with intention through a space it had no business moving through. The phone passed through the doorway. It traveled into the living room at that same level, that same unhurried horizontal steadiness. For what I would estimate was 4 to 5 feet. The late light from the west window caught the case at an angle, and I could see it clearly. The small crack along the lower left corner, the screen facing upward. The phone entirely still within its own movement, not wobbling, not rotating, behaving exactly as an object behaves when carried by a steady hand. There was no hand. I am aware of how that sentence reads. I am aware of what category of story it places me in. I wrote it anyway, because it is the accurate description of what I observed. And accuracy is the only thing I have to offer here. There was no hand, no wire, no surface above it, no shelf or track or mechanism of any kind. There was the phone, and there was the air around it. And the air around it was empty in every direction I could see. Dennis had come fully into the kitchen doorway beside me. I could feel him there without looking. Neither of us spoke. I think we both understood, in some shared and wordless way, that speaking would require acknowledging what we were looking at, and neither of us was ready to do that yet. Then the movement changed. The steadiness broke. Something in the quality of the motion shifted from carried to thrown. The way you feel the difference in a conversation, when a person's tone changes before their words do, something telegraphed and then delivered. The phone accelerated forward, hard and sharp and deliberate, and crossed the remaining distance to the far wall in less than a second, and hit it with a crack that was loud in the silence of that room. The specific loud of something striking plaster and lathe at speed, and then dropped straight to the floor. The sound snapped something loose in both of us. Dennis crossed the room in 3 steps and crouched down and picked up the phone. He turned it over in his hands. The screen was intact. The crack on the lower left corner of the case was slightly larger than it had been. He looked at the wall where it had hit. A small gouge in the plaster, pale against the old cream paint, the shape and depth of something thrown rather than dropped. He turned and looked at me. I want to describe that look accurately, because I have thought about it many times in the 14 months since. It was not the look of a person who was afraid exactly. It was the look of a person who had just been shown something they were not prepared for and were now performing a very rapid and private audit of everything they believed to be true about the physical world. It was the look of a person doing math that would not come out right no matter how many times they ran it. I said we both saw that. It was not a question. He nodded once, slowly, still looking at the phone. We tried. I want to be clear that we made a genuine effort to find the explanation, because that is who we are, and that is what you do when you are a person who works with materials and measurements and cause and effect. Dennis suggested the counter might have a slope we had not noticed. that the phone might have slid and then caught some edge and launched. I walked back to the counter and ran my palm along the surface. It was level within any reasonable tolerance. There was no edge, no lip, no groove. We looked above the counter for anything that might have struck it. A swinging cabinet door, a loose fixture, a surface we had disturbed during the day's work. There was nothing above that section of counter, but the ceiling, 8 feet up, plaster and lathe, undisturbed. We looked at the windows. They were closed. The house had been completely still all afternoon. I thought, briefly and without any real conviction, about whether there could have been a structural shift, some sudden settling of the foundation that sent a vibration through the floor and the cabinets and somehow translated into lateral motion on a flat surface. I have worked inside enough old buildings to know that they move, that they breathe, that they are not as static as they appear. But I also know what lateral, horizontal, level motion looks like, and I know what it does not look like, and it does not look like a structural vibration. A structural vibration sends things down. Gravity is consistent. The phone had gone sideways. We gathered the rest of our tools without talking much. The silence between us had changed quality. It was no longer the comfortable quiet of two people who know each other well enough not to need to fill the air. It was the tighter silence of two people who are both listening without wanting to admit they are listening. I noticed I was moving slightly faster than necessary. I noticed Dennis had put his phone directly into his jacket pocket rather than leaving it anywhere. The light was nearly gone by the time we had everything by the front door. Dennis pulled on his jacket. I did a final walkthrough of the ground floor the way I always do before locking up. Kitchen, living room, the small back room we had been using for tool storage. Everything in order. Everything where it should be. I pulled the front door shut behind me and turned the deadbolt. The porch was dim and cool. The air carrying that particular October sharpness that arrives in Ohio after the sun is fully down. The smell of dead leaves and turned earth from the field to the east. Something faintly mineral underneath it. The trees along the west side of the property had gone completely dark against the sky, which still held the faintest blue at the horizon, but was otherwise the deep gray of full dusk. We stood on that porch for a moment without moving. I was thinking about the drive home, about the fact that I had left a level inside on the kitchen counter and would have to remember it Monday morning, about whether the temperature would drop enough overnight to affect the new subfloor adhesive we had laid in the back bedroom. Ordinary thoughts. Useful thoughts. The kind the mind reaches for when it needs something solid to hold. Then Dennis said, "Do you hear that?" His voice was very quiet, not a whisper, but close to one. I heard it. It was coming from the upper floor, from the direction of the staircase and the hallway at the top of it, directly above the entryway where we were standing. The sound was not loud. It was not a single voice. It was the layered, overlapping murmur of several people speaking in the same space at the same time. The particular acoustic texture of a small gathering, 3 or 4 people perhaps. The kind of conversation that has no single thread you can follow but communicates clearly that the room it is coming from is occupied, that the people in it are comfortable, that they have been there for some time. It rose and fell. There were pauses that felt like listening, and then a resumption that felt like response. There was no one up there. I knew that with complete certainty. We had been on that upper floor ourselves not 40 minutes earlier. 1 staircase, 2 bedrooms, a hallway, no other exit. Windows too narrow and too high above the ground to have admitted anyone since we last stood in them. The property was 3/4 of a mile from the nearest neighbor. The gravel drive would have announced any car. We had locked the house every evening and unlocked it every morning, and the lock showed no sign of having been disturbed. The voices continued for approximately 10 seconds. Then they stopped, not faded. not trailed off the way sound does when its source moves away. Stopped cleanly, as if a door had closed between us and wherever the sound had been. The silence that followed was the deepest I had heard in that house all day. Dennis exhaled slowly beside me. Neither of us suggested going back inside to investigate. I want to be honest about that. The option was there. The key was in my hand. We could have unlocked the door, walked to the foot of the stairs, called out. Neither of us moved toward the door. I did not think either of us was operating from rational decision-making at that point. We were operating from something older and less articulate than reason, something the body holds in reserve for exactly these moments, a very simple and very ancient instruction. Leave. We walked to our trucks without hurrying, because neither of us wanted to appear to be hurrying, which is a particular kind of pride that does not serve you well in certain situations. The gravel under our boots sounded very loud. The farmhouse stood behind us in the dark white clapboard, gone gray in the last of the light. The upstairs windows, dark and flat and empty-looking. I did not look back at the upper windows. I thought about it. I made the active choice not to. On the drive home, heading north on the county road with the dark fields on either side and my headlights cutting a short distance into all of it, I ran through everything again the way I always do with a problem I have not solved methodically, without ego, trying to find the thing I missed. I am good at finding things I missed. It is most of what the job requires. You look at a wall and you understand not just what the wall is now, but what it has been. What has been done to it. What is living inside it that should not be there. I could not find what I had missed. The phone had moved the way carried things move. The voices had spoken the way occupied rooms sound. And the house had stood there in the dark with its wavy glass windows and its century of absorbed life. And it had not offered any explanation. And I had driven away without asking for one. I thought about the smell of dried apples. I thought about the way the light had gone amber and underwater in the late afternoon. I thought about finished nails. I told myself I would work it out by Monday. The farmhouse waited at the end of its gravel drive, holding whatever it held, patient, in the way that very old things are patient. Not urgent, not threatening, simply present, as it had been present for every person who had ever passed through its door, and would be present for every person still to come. The weekend did not help. I had expected it to. I have always been someone who can set a problem down, walk away from it for 2 days, and return to it Monday morning with enough distance that the solution becomes obvious. It is a useful skill in this work. A joint that will not close, a floor that will not level, a staircase with a rise that is technically correct, and somehow still feels wrong underfoot. Most of these things resolve themselves when you stop looking directly at them and give your subconscious the space to work. I have fixed more problems on Saturday mornings in the shower than I have ever fixed standing in front of them with a tape measure. This did not resolve on Saturday morning. I sat at my kitchen table with coffee that went cold while I was not paying attention to it, and I drew the kitchen layout on a piece of graph paper the way I always draw a problem, to scale, precisely with measurements I trusted because I had taken them myself. Counter along the north wall, doorway to the living room at the east end of the kitchen, phone positioned at approximately the midpoint of the counter surface. I drew the trajectory as accurately as I could remember it. Horizontal, level, the transition from steady to accelerated, the impact point on the far wall. I drew it 3 times. It did not look any more explicable on the third drawing than it had on the first. My wife sat across from me for part of that morning, reading, and at some point she looked up and asked what I was working on. I told her it was a framing question from the Wayne County job. She accepted that and went back to her book. It was not a lie, exactly. It was the nearest available category for what I was actually doing, which was trying to apply the logic of my profession to something my profession had no framework for. By Sunday evening, I had settled into a reluctant and uncomfortable position. that I suspect many people arrive at after an experience they cannot explain. I had not found a rational account that fit the facts, and I had not yet been willing to consider what that might mean. So I was living in the space between those two positions, which is not a comfortable space to occupy, but which has the advantage of not requiring any decisions. Monday morning, Dennis and I met at the property at 7 as usual. We did not discuss Friday evening on the drive-in separately, and we did not discuss it immediately when we arrived. We unloaded tools. We made coffee on the portable burner we kept in the truck bed. We looked at the day's work: upper hallway plaster repair, finish work on the back bedroom trim, a section of kitchen baseboard that needed to be scribed to a floor that had settled unevenly over the decades and was no longer within any reasonable tolerance of flat. It was Dennis who finally said something, and he said it in the way he says most things, quietly while doing something else, as if the words were incidental to the task at hand. I looked up the property records this weekend. I was measuring a section of base cap, and I kept measuring it, because that is the kind of conversation you handle more easily when your hands are occupied. "What did you find?" I said. "Family called Weatherby," he said. "Owned it from 1884 until 1961. 4 generations. Built the house and died in it. Most of them." He said that last part without inflection. Died in it, most of them. The way you state a fact that has a weight to it, but that you are not yet ready to assign that weight to anything in particular. I finished the measurement and wrote it on the back of my hand and said, "How many?" "At least 6 that I could confirm through the county death records," he said. "Probably more before reliable record keeping. The last one was an older woman, a widow. 1961. She lived there alone for about 11 years after her husband passed." I thought about the kitchen. The wide plank floor, darkened to the color of strong tea, the cabinets built in place, built to last. The low ceiling in a room designed for serious work, for long days and early mornings, for a life organized around the rhythms of a working farm. I thought about the smell of dried apples on Friday evening. I did not say that out loud. I wrote another measurement on my hand and moved to the next section of base. "That is a long time for one family," I said. "It is," Dennis said. We worked through the morning without coming back to it. The plaster repair in the upper hallway required our full attention. It was a section about 6 feet long where the original lath had pulled away from the studs and the plaster had cracked in a pattern that told the story of decades of settling. A slow diagonal fracture from the upper left corner that had been painted over at least twice by someone who preferred cosmetic solutions to structural ones. We had to open it up properly, sister the lath, and re-skim it in 2 coats, which is careful work that does not leave much room for distraction. I will tell you that being in the upper hallway that morning felt different than it had any previous day on the job. I want to be precise about what I mean by different, because different covers too much ground. It did not feel threatening. I did not feel watched in any acute way. Did not feel the particular quality of attention that raises the hair on your forearms and triggers the ancient scanning mechanism the body keeps for emergencies. What I felt was more like the awareness you develop in a space that you have been told holds a history you had not previously considered. The way a room feels when someone says a thing happened here, and you look around and suddenly understand the dimensions of it differently, as if the walls have moved slightly inward. The house felt inhabited in a way it had not felt before Friday. Not newly inhabited. Inhabited in the continuous sense. The way places are inhabited by their own accumulated past, as if the information Dennis had found in the county records had not created something but had simply named something that had already been present, and that I had been moving through for weeks without the vocabulary to describe it. I noticed, around 11 in the morning, that I was being careful about noise. Not quiet exactly, but measured. Setting tools down with more consideration than usual. Moving through the upper hallway without the casual, occupying quality that contractors develop in a space they have been working in long enough to feel they own it temporarily. I was moving like a guest. Dennis noticed it too, I think, or he was doing the same thing for his own reasons, because the two of us worked through that morning with an attentiveness that was different from our usual professional focus. We were paying attention to the work, yes, but we were also paying attention to the house. Around 2:30, I was alone in the back bedroom scribing the baseboard to the uneven floor. Slow, meditative work that involved running a compass along the 4 profile and transferring a line to the wood, then cutting to it, then fitting, then adjusting. A process that requires patience and close attention and not much else. When I heard a sound from the direction of the hallway, not the voices from Friday, nothing like that. A single, quiet sound, the kind I would not have registered 2 weeks earlier on this job. It was a soft wooden knock, one impact, the kind of sound a piece of trim makes when it shifts slightly in response to a temperature change, or the kind of sound a door makes when it settles on its hinges. There is no door between the back bedroom and the hallway. We had removed it 3 weeks earlier because the hinges had failed and the wood had swelled and it could no longer close properly. It was leaning against the wall of the back room, waiting to be rehung once we had addressed the frame. I set down the compass and looked at the doorway. The hallway was empty and still, and the afternoon light came in gray through the window at the far end and lay across the floor in a pale rectangle that did not move. I waited for another sound. Nothing. I picked up the compass and went back to the baseboard. I want to tell you what I was thinking in that moment, because the thought itself surprised me a little when I noticed it. I was not afraid. I was something adjacent to afraid, alert, perhaps, or calibrated, the way you are when you are in a space that has asked for your attention without yet telling you why. And underneath that alertness, something quieter, something that did not quite have a name. It felt, imprecisely, like being in a room with someone who has something to tell you and has not yet decided whether to tell it. I thought, absurdly and briefly, about whether I had responded to the sound in a way that was respectful, whether the simple act of setting down the compass and looking had constituted an acknowledgement of the appropriate kind. I recognized immediately how irrational that thought was. I let it pass. I thought about the level I had left on the kitchen counter Friday evening, and confirmed to myself that I had remembered to bring it in Monday morning, which I had. It was in the tool bucket in the hallway. I thought about the uneven floor under my knee and whether the subfloor beneath it had any bounce, which it did not. It was solid throughout. Whoever had laid it had done the work correctly. Dennis appeared in the doorway about 20 minutes later to ask about the trim detail at the top of the door casing, and I told him I had already cut the returns, and they were in the hallway, and he nodded, and then he stood there for a moment in that way he sometimes does, when he is about to say something he has been considering for a while. I talked to someone this weekend, he said, about old properties in this area. I looked up from the baseboard. Specifically about this one, he said. He told me, carefully and without embellishment, about a conversation he had had on Saturday afternoon with a woman who lived 3 miles up the county road and whose family had been in that township since before the Weatherby house was built. He had found her through the County Historical Society, a name in a document, a phone call on a Saturday morning that she had answered without hesitation, as if she had been expecting it, or had long since stopped being surprised when people called about that property. She had not told him everything in that first conversation, but she had said enough. She had said that the house had a particular quality that people in the area had known about for a long time. Not feared, she was careful about that word, known about. She had said that the Weatherby family had not experienced what lived in that house as something hostile, but as something continuous, a presence that had been part of the building as long as the building had stood, that the family had learned to accommodate in the way you learn to accommodate the particular nature of any place you have lived in long enough. She had said that after the widow, the last Weatherby, passed in 1961, the house had changed hands many times, and that most of the people who spent significant time in it came away with something they could not account for. She had said that if we wanted to understand what was in that house, she would be willing to talk. The afternoon light had shifted while Dennis was talking, gone from gray to the thin gold of later afternoon, and it lay differently across the floor now, warmer and lower, and the back bedroom had gone quiet in the way it sometimes went quiet. That full and pressured silence. And I sat on the floor with the compass in my hand and the unfinished baseboard in front of me, and I was aware, with a clarity that I could not attribute entirely to anything rational, that the house was listening to this conversation. I do not know how else to describe it. "When can we see her?" I said. Dennis looked at me for a moment with that same expression he had worn on Friday evening. The expression of a man doing math that will not come out right. "She said we would know when the time was right," he said. "She said the house would make that clear." I looked at the unfinished baseboard. I looked at the pale rectangle of light on the hallway floor through the empty doorway. I thought about 6 confirmed deaths in one building across 4 generations, and an 11th year of solitary occupancy by a woman who had lived and died in the same room she had been born into, and whether something of that weight, that accumulated, layered, generational weight, could leave a mark on the physical structure of a place in some way that my training had not prepared me to measure. I thought about the phone, traveling level through the air. I thought about the voices, stopping cleanly. I picked up the compass and went back to work. Something in the house had shifted in the way the atmosphere of a conversation shifts when a question has finally been asked aloud, not resolved, not answered, but acknowledged, which is its own kind of change, and which, I was beginning to understand, was what the house had been waiting for all along. The woman's name was Marsh. She was 79 years old, and she lived in a white ranch house set back from the county road behind a row of spruce trees that had been planted close together and had grown into a single continuous wall of dark green, the kind of windbreak that takes 40 years to become what it is. And that tells you, without any other information, that the person who planted it intended to stay. The house behind it was modest and well maintained, the gutters clean, the porch swept, a pair of rubber boots standing upright beside the front door, with the particular neatness of someone who has lived alone long enough to develop very precise habits. She had agreed to see us on a Wednesday afternoon, 4 days after Dennis's first phone call. "I want to tell you about the drive over, because the drive matters." It was early November by then, and the fields on either side of the county road had gone fully dormant. The soil turned and dark, the tree lines stripped to their bare architecture. The particular Ohio landscape that reveals itself only in late autumn when everything decorative has been taken away and what remains is the essential structure of the land. The way a house looks more honestly when the furniture has been moved out. The sky was the flat white of an overcast November morning, not threatening, just committed to its grayness, and the road was empty in both directions. Dennis drove. I sat in the passenger seat with a thermos of coffee and looked at the fields and thought about what I was doing, which was driving to ask an elderly woman about something that had happened in a house I was being paid to restore, something I could neither explain nor set aside, something that had been following me through my ordinary days for the better part of 2 weeks with the quiet persistence of a thought you keep almost finishing and then losing the thread of. I thought about whether this was the kind of thing I was going to tell my wife about. I decided again that it was not. Not yet. Marsh met us at the door before we had finished crossing the porch, which suggested she had been watching from the window, which suggested she had been waiting. She was a small woman, broad-shouldered for her size, with white hair cut practically short and eyes that were a very light gray, almost colorless. The kind of eyes that do not perform attention. They simply attend, fully and without self-consciousness, in a way that made me feel, in the first moment of meeting her, that she was seeing considerably more of me than I was presenting. She shook Dennis's hand, and then mine, with a grip that was dry and firm and unperformative. "Come in," she said. "I made coffee, though I expect you already have some." The inside of her house was warm and smelled of wood heat, and something baked earlier in the day, and it was organized with the same precise economy as the porch. Nothing out of place, nothing unnecessary. The home of someone who had reduced their life to its most considered form and found that form sufficient. A wood stove in the corner of the living room was putting out a steady, generous heat. 2 chairs had been arranged near it, with a small table between them, and a 3rd chair had been pulled from somewhere else and added to the arrangement, which told me she had been expecting 2 visitors and had prepared accordingly. We sat. She poured coffee from a pot that had been waiting on the stove top and handed it to us in heavy ceramic mugs, without asking how we took it, which I found out later was because she had already decided we would take it black, and she was right about both of us. For a moment she simply looked at us. Not uncomfortably. Not as a test. The way someone looks when they are taking an honest measure of a situation before deciding how much of what they know to offer. Then she said, "Tell me what happened." So we told her. Dennis described the phone first, methodically and without editorializing, in the same way he described the trim problem or a structural issue. The position of the object, the nature of the movement, the absence of any mechanism he could identify, the impact and the aftermath. He spoke for about 4 minutes. Eula listened without interrupting, without changing her expression, holding her mug in both hands and watching him with those light gray eyes. Then I described the voices. I was less precise than Dennis because the voices were harder to reduce to measurements, but I was as accurate as I could be about the duration, the quality of the sound, the layered, conversational nature of it, the fact that it stopped without fading. When I finished, there was a short silence. Eula set her mug on the table between us and folded her hands in her lap. "The phone," she said. "That would be Clarence." She said it with the same tone she might use to identify which of her neighbors had left a gate open. Informative. Unhurried. Slightly resigned in the way that familiarity with a recurring situation produces a specific kind of resignation. "Clarence Weatherby," she said. "He was the 3rd-generation head of the family. Died in that house in 1948, in the kitchen, of a cardiac event. He was 63 years old. He was a man who moved things. That was his character. His wife used to say he could not walk through a room without rearranging it. He had opinions about where objects belonged, and he acted on those opinions constantly and without consulting anyone." She paused. "Some things do not change," she said. I looked at Dennis. He was watching Eula with an expression I could not fully read. Not skepticism, not credulity, something more suspended than either. The expression of a person who is holding 2 incompatible frameworks in mind simultaneously, and has not yet decided which one to release. "And the voices," I said. Eula was quiet for a moment. She looked at the wood stove with its steady amber glow behind the glass, and her expression shifted in a way that was small and specific. A slight softening around the eyes that was not quite grief, but was adjacent to it. The expression of someone touching a memory they have handled many times and that is worn smooth but has not diminished. "The voices are the family," she said. "They gather in the evenings. They have done so for as long as I can remember anyone talking about that house. My mother told me about them. Her mother told her." She picked up her mug again. "The Weatherbys were not a quiet family when they were living. They were loud and opinionated, and they talked over each other at the table, and nobody ever fully agreed about anything. My grandmother said you could hear them from the road on a summer evening with the windows open." She allowed something close to a smile. "It seems they have not become any quieter." The wood stove ticked once in the silence. "You were not frightened by this?" Dennis said. It was an observation, not a question. No, Eula said simply. I grew up 3 miles from that house. The Weatherbys were our neighbors when my grandmother was a child. They were people. They were difficult, and they were warm, and they worked very hard, and they buried children, and they endured things that would break most people alive today. And the house they built is still standing because they built it to last. She looked at Dennis directly. The dead are not frightening to me. They were people first. They are still people. I sat with that for a moment. I thought about the kitchen, the low ceiling and the wide plank floor, and the cabinets built in place to last. I thought about 6 confirmed deaths in that building, and the real number being higher, and 4 generations of a single family who had organized their entire lives within those walls, who had been born in those rooms, and had sat at tables in those rooms, and had argued and laughed and grieved in those rooms, and it would finally, each of them, in their own time, stopped moving through those rooms and become something else. I thought about what it meant for a building to contain that much human history, whether the physical structure of a place could be changed by sustained human presence the way wood is changed by water, not broken, not destroyed, but altered in its fundamental nature, made into something it had not been before. I thought about the smell of dried apples. What is it that you actually want to know? Eula said. She was looking at me, not Dennis. Her light gray eyes were patient and direct. I want to know, I said, and then I stopped, because I realized I had not yet fully articulated to myself what I wanted to know, that I had been carrying a question around for 2 weeks without having finished forming it. I started again. I want to know what the house is doing, I said. Whether whatever is in it is trying to communicate something, whether the phone and the voices, whether those are random, or whether they are directed, whether someone in that house is trying to tell us something specific. Eula regarded me for a long moment. Outside, a gust moved through the spruce trees, a deep collective sigh, and the overcast light shifted very slightly in the windows. That is the right question, she said. And the answer to it is not simple, so I want you to hear it carefully. She set down her mug again and straightened slightly in her chair, and her manner changed in a subtle way, became more deliberate, more considered, the way a person's manner changes when they move from conversation into something they have thought about deeply and want to transmit accurately. The house is not trying to tell you anything, she said. That framing is not quite correct, and it matters that it's not correct, because it will lead you to expect a message. And there is no message. What is in that house is not purposeful in the way a communication is purposeful. It is not organized around you or around any visitor. It is organized around itself, around what it has always been. She paused, making sure I was following. Think of it this way, she said. You have worked in old buildings your entire career. You understand that a building carries its history in its physical structure, in the repairs layered over repairs, in the settling of the foundation, in the wear patterns on a floor that show you exactly where people walked for 100 years. The building remembers everything that has been done to it. It holds that history in its materials. I nodded. What is in the Weatherby house is the same principle, she said, extended further than your training accounts for. The family lived in that house with an intensity and a duration that left a mark deeper than wear patterns and settling. They left something of themselves in the structure that is not dispersed. Not a ghost in the dramatic sense. Not a haunting in the way stories use that word. Something more like resonance. The house resonates with what it held, and when conditions are right, the quality of the light, the time of day, the presence of people who are genuinely paying attention, that resonance becomes perceptible. She looked at me steadily. The phone moved because Clarence Weatherby spent 63 years moving things in that kitchen, and the room remembers the habit so deeply that it occasionally performs it still, without intention, without message, the the way a tuning fork resonates when you strike the note it was made for. The voices gather in the evening because the family always gathered in the evening, not to be heard, simply because that is what the evening in that house has always meant. The wood stove ticked again. The coffee in my mug had gone from hot to warm. I thought about the graph paper drawings on my kitchen table at home, the careful scale diagrams that had not yielded an explanation. I thought about what it meant that I had been applying the logic of construction. Cause and effect, material and force, action and reaction, to something that was operating by a different logic entirely. Not a supernatural logic, not the logic of stories. Something more like the logic of deep time, of duration so sustained that it changed the nature of the place that it contained it. Something in my chest settled, very slightly, in a way that surprised me. It was not comfort exactly. It was not resolution. It was something more like the particular feeling you get when you have been trying to fit a measurement to the wrong scale, and you finally find the correct one. The quiet satisfaction of the frame, being the right size for what it is holding. "There is one more thing," Eula said. Her voice had changed slightly, still deliberate, still measured, but with a care underneath it now that had not been there before. The care of someone approaching the part of a conversation that requires the most precision. "There is a reason the house is more active now than it has been in some time," she said. "It is not because of the renovation work, though that is part of it. Disturbance of the physical structure does amplify the resonance. It always has. And anyone who has spent time in the house during previous renovation attempts could have told you that." She looked at me with those light gray eyes, and what was in them now was something I did not expect. It was recognition. "The house is more active," she said, "because one of you brought something with you that the house knows. Something unresolved, something it recognizes from its own history." She paused, and her voice was very careful. "Grief has a particular quality in that house. The Weatherbys knew a great deal of it. Loss was the central fact of their lives, as it was the central fact of everyone's life who worked that land in that era. The house was built around grief the way a tree grows around a wound. It becomes part of the structure." She was quiet for a moment. "Whatever grief you are carrying, and I do not need to know what it is, that house knows it, and it is responding to it. Not to frighten you, not to warn you." She paused, and what came next, she said very quietly. "To tell you that it has held this before," she said, "and that the holding did not break it." The spruce trees moved outside in another long gust, and the warm light of the wood stove filled the silence between us, and I sat very still in that chair with my cooling coffee in my hands, and felt something I had not expected to feel in this conversation, or in this room, or in any room that had anything to do with the farmhouse in the county road. I felt understood, not by Eula, though she was part of it, by something larger and older and more patient than anything I had words for. I thought about my father, who had died 14 months before we started the Wayne County job, who had been a carpenter before me, who had taught me how to read a building the way other men teach their sons to read books, with care, with patience, with the understanding that everything a structure contains is visible if you know how to look. I had not told Dennis about my father. I had not told anyone on any job site, because job sites are not places for that kind of telling, and because I had not yet found a way to talk about it that felt equal to what it was. I had carried it into that house every morning for 6 weeks, and the house apparently had noticed. I drove home that evening in the early dark, the fields on either side of the county road lying black and still and open under a sky that had finally cleared to show the first stars, and I thought about a man named Clarence who had spent his whole life moving things in a kitchen that still remembered him, and I thought about my father's hands, and I did not try to make those two thoughts into a single thought. I simply let them exist beside each other in the quiet of the truck cab, which felt, for the first time in a very long time, like enough. I have not talked about my father easily or often. That is not because the loss was too large for language, though it is, but because he was the kind of man who would have been uncomfortable with the talking, and I absorbed that discomfort so thoroughly over 41 years that I carry it now as my own. The way you carry a habit of posture or a preference for silence that began as someone else's and became yours, so gradually you cannot identify the moment of transfer. He was a quiet man. He believed that the correct response to most difficult things was to return to work, and that the work itself, done carefully and with full attention, was a form of statement adequate to whatever needed to be said. I believe that too. I still believe it mostly, but there are things that work cannot reach. His name was Gerald. He went by Jerry to everyone except my mother, who called him Gerald when she was serious about something, and Jerry the rest of the time, and who still occasionally begins sentences with Gerald would have, and then stops. Not because the thought is too painful to complete, but because she cannot decide which of the many true completions to choose. He was 68 years old when the cancer was found, and 69 when it finished what it had started. And in the 11 months between those two facts, he did not stop working except on the days he physically could not. And on those days, he sat in the chair by the window in the front room and looked out at whatever the season was doing to the yard, and did not complain, not once, with a composure that I found both admirable and, in my less generous moments, maddening. I wanted him to be angry. I wanted him to say that it was not fair, because it was not fair, because he had worked hard and carefully and honestly his entire life, and had built things that were still standing, and had taught his son to do the same, and none of that had been sufficient protection, and that felt like a fact that deserved to be named out loud by someone, and he was the only one whose naming of it would have meant anything to me. He never named it. He looked out the window and he was quiet, and then he was gone, and the anger I'd wanted him to express became mine by default, the way the grief had, and I have been carrying both of them ever since through job sites and supply runs and measurements and the particular absorbing work of restoring old buildings that other people built with the same careful, honest intention my father had, and that are still standing because of it. I had been on the Wayne County job for 6 weeks before the evening with the phone. In those 6 weeks I had stood in that kitchen every day. I had run my hands along those cabinets built in place to last, had knelt on that wide plank floor to measure and scribe and fit, had looked up at that low ceiling that a man of my height cleared by less than 2 inches in thought, more than once, and without fully registering that I was thinking it, that someone who knew what he was doing had built this room, that the choices made in its construction, the heaviness of the materials, the solidity of the joinery, the refusal of any purely decorative element that did not also do real work, were the choices of a person who understood that a building is a statement about what you believe deserves to last. My father had built things the same way. I had not made that connection consciously until Eula named it, but the moment she named it, I understood that I had been making it unconsciously every day for 6 weeks. That part of the reason I had stayed late on Fridays and arrived early on Mondays and taken more care with the restoration of that particular building than I typically take even with jobs I am proud of was that I was, in some way I had not been willing to examine directly, building alongside someone, alongside the memory of someone, alongside the idea of someone, alongside my father, who was not there, and whose absence I had been navigating around for 14 months the way you navigate around a piece of furniture that has been removed from a room. You know it is gone. You can see the space where it was, and you still reach for it in the dark. Thursday morning I arrived at the farmhouse, 40 minutes before Dennis. I had not planned to arrive early. I had left the house at my usual time and driven the usual route, and somewhere on the county road I had simply not slowed down at the point where I typically slowed down to time my arrival with Dennis's, and I had pulled onto the gravel drive and sat in the truck for a moment looking at the white clapboard front of the house In the gray November light, the house looked back. If a house can look, it was still and quiet, and the wavy glass windows reflected the overcast sky, and the front porch sat level and patient, and the tree line to the west stood dark and close, and there was nothing dramatic about any of it. It was an old house on a cold November morning, and it needed work still, and I was the person being paid to do that work. I got out of the truck and unlocked the front door and went inside. The house smelled the way it always smelled in the morning. Cold overnight air mixed with sawdust and old plaster and the faint sweetness underneath that I had noticed on that first Friday evening, and that I now associated not with the building's materials, but more specifically with the kitchen. I stood in the entryway for a moment and let my eyes adjust to the interior light. Then I walked to the kitchen and stood in the doorway. The morning light came into the east-facing window at a low angle. That particular November light that is thin and honest and does not flatter anything, and it lay across the white plank floor in a pale stripe, and caught the dust mote still in the air from yesterday's work, and the cabinets along the north wall stood solid and dark in the shadow, and the counter where the phone had been was empty and clean and bore the small gouge we had made weeks ago and not yet filled. I stood there for a long time. I was not waiting for anything to happen. I was not hoping for a sign or a message or a communication of any kind. I had heard Eula clearly on that point, and I believed her. The house was not organized around me, was not performing for me, was not trying to tell me anything. What was in this house did not concern itself with what I needed to hear. But I was also aware, standing in that doorway, that Eula had said something else, that the house had recognized something I was carrying, that it had responded to it not with a message but with a presence, a quality of acknowledgement that was different from message precisely because it was not directed at my needs, was not shaped to comfort or to answer, was simply the fact of being known. I had not felt known in a very long time. That is a difficult sentence to write, and I am going to leave it where it is. I said my father's name. Not loudly, almost inaudibly, the way you say something when you are not quite sure whether you intend to say it out loud or only in your mind, and your mouth makes the decision before you do. Jerry, one syllable, barely sound at all, less a word than the shape of one. The house did nothing. Of course it did nothing. I had not expected it to do anything. A house is a structure of wood and plaster and nail and intention, and the dead are dead, and naming them in empty rooms accomplishes nothing except to make the room feel, briefly and entirely subjectively, less empty. But something shifted, not in the room, in me. Some quality of the held thing changed, some tension in the way I had been carrying what I was carrying. And I want to be very precise about this, because I am not a mystical person, and I am not trying to make a mystical claim. Some tension in it eased, marginally, not resolved, not released, not gone, eased, the way a joint eases when you have finally found the correct angle and the wood sits in it the way it was meant to sit, still held, still fixed, but no longer forcing. I stood in the doorway for another minute. Then I went and got my tools and started work. Dennis arrived at his usual time, and we spent the morning on the final section of plaster repair in the upper hallway. And we did not discuss Eula's house or what she had said, because there was work to do, and because some things are better left to rest in the quiet they have found rather than brought back into the air, where they have to be handled again. Dennis knew about my father in the way that people who have worked alongside you for years know things, not from being told, but from the accumulated evidence of small observations, the particular way a person moves through their days when they are carrying something, the occasional slip in the professional surface that reveals the private one beneath. He had not said anything because he is Dennis, and that is not how he operates, but somewhere around midday, when we were eating lunch on the tailgate in the cold and looking at the bare field to the east, he said, without preamble, And without looking at me, my dad was a carpenter too. I looked at him. He was watching the field. His coffee was steaming in the cold air. Died 4 years ago, he said. Still think about him on every job. He did not look at me. He took a sip of his coffee and watched the field. Yeah, I said. That was all. It was sufficient. We sat on the tailgate in the November cold and drank our coffee and looked at the dormant field and said nothing else about it, and the house stood behind us with its wavy glass windows and its century of accumulated life, and the bare trees along the west edge of the property stood in their essential architecture, stripped of everything temporary, showing only what had always been there underneath. I thought about the morning, about the kitchen doorway and the thin November light, and the pale dust motes still in the air from yesterday's work, about the name I had said, barely sound at all, and what had shifted in the saying of it. I thought about what Eula had said, that grief had a particular quality in that house, that the house had been built around it the way a tree grows around a wound, and that the wound becomes part of the structure, and the tree does not die from it, but grows differently, accommodating the thing it cannot change, and stands. I thought about my father's hands, and about the wide plank floor in the kitchen, and about the careful, honest quality of every construction choice in that building, and about the particular satisfaction of work that is done correctly in a space that was built by someone who understood what correctly means. I thought about how I had felt, standing in that doorway, when I had said his name and the house had gone on being what it was without drama or answer or acknowledgement of any theatrical kind, simply present, simply standing, the way good work stands. Dennis finished his coffee and crumpled the cup and put it in the bag we kept in the truck bed for trash. Back at it, he said. Back at it, I said. We climbed off the tailgate and went inside. Back through the front door and into the interior dimness and the smell of old plaster and sawdust and the faint sweetness underneath, and the house received us the way it always received us, without ceremony, without announcement, with the patient and undemonstrative continuity of a place that has been receiving people for a very long time and intends to continue doing so. I ran my hand along the doorframe of the kitchen as I passed through it. I do not know entirely why I did that. I do not know whether it was a greeting or a gratitude, or simply the instinct of a carpenter who assesses structural integrity by touch as naturally as other people assess temperature. Possibly it was all of those things, layered over each other the way the paint on those walls was layered, each coat containing the one beneath it, none of them fully replaced. The wood under my hand was solid and cool and very old, and it did not move. That was enough. I would not understand until much later what the house had given me in that kitchen doorway. Not comfort, not closure, not any of the things grief is supposed to eventually arrive at, but something quieter and more durable than any of those. The knowledge that what is built with enough care does not simply disappear when the builder is gone, that it stands and goes on standing, that the work outlasts the hand that did it, and that this is not a consolation but a fact. And facts, in my experience, are the only things that hold their value across time. We went back to Eula on a Saturday. It was Dennis who suggested it on the Friday afternoon of the following week, while we were loading the truck in the early dark of a November evening that had come in cold and fast off the fields. The kind of cold that arrives in Wayne County in mid-November with a particular authority, as if it has been waiting just north of the tree line all autumn, and has finally decided there is no point in waiting any longer. He said it simply the way he said most things. We should go back and talk to her properly. And I said yes without deliberating, because I had been thinking the same thing for several days, and had been waiting without quite acknowledging that I was waiting for one of us to say it first. I called her that evening from my truck in the driveway before I went inside. She answered on the second ring, and when I told her we wanted to come back, she said Saturday afternoon, 2 o'clock, and bring something to write with, if you are the kind of person who retains things better when you write them down. I told her I was that kind of person. She said she knew and said goodbye before I could ask her how she knew, which I suspect was deliberate. Saturday morning I sat at the kitchen table with coffee and a legal pad and wrote down every question I had accumulated since our first visit. I filled 2 pages. Then I read back through them and crossed out everything that was either unanswerable in any useful sense, or that was, on reflection, not actually a question, but a version of the same anxiety presenting itself in different grammatical forms. What I was left with was 4 questions, which I circled, and which I will tell you because the questions themselves described the state I was in better than any direct description could. The first was, what does the house want from the people who work in it? The second was, whether there was something specific I was supposed to do, or whether simply being present and being honest in the way I had been in the kitchen doorway that Thursday morning was sufficient. The third was whether my father and I found it very difficult to write those 2 words in that context. On that legal pad, at my own kitchen table on a Saturday morning, whether my father was in any sense present in that house, or whether what the house contained was specific to the Weatherby family and I had been, in Eula's terms, simply resonating with it rather than participating in it. The fourth was, what does the house need in order to be at peace? I looked at that 4th question for a long time after I had written it. It surprised me. I had not known I was going to write it until it was already on the page, and once it was there I recognized it as the real question, the one the other 3 had been circling, the one that had been forming underneath the graph paper drawings and the sleepless turns of logic and the morning in the kitchen doorway. All of it had been approach. This was the center. What does the house need in order to be at peace? I put the legal pad in my jacket pocket and drove to Eula's. She had the wood stove going again and the same ceramic mugs and the same arrangement of chairs, but this time there was also a plate of something on the small table between us. A dense, dark cake cut into squares, the kind that belongs to a very specific tradition of rural Ohio baking, molasses and spice and walnut. The kind of thing that takes most of a morning to make properly, and that announces, by its presence, that the person who made it considered this visit worth that morning. I was moved by that. I did not say so. We sat and she poured coffee, and for a moment she looked at us the way she had the first time, that full, unperformative attention taking honest measure. Then she said, "You have written things down." I took the legal pad from my pocket and set it on my knee. She looked at it, but did not ask to see it. "Ask what you came to ask," she said. I asked the first question. What does the house want from the people who work in it? Eula was quiet for a moment, in the way that I had already come to understand. Meant she was choosing her words with genuine care, rather than organizing an answer she already had ready. "That framing is still slightly wrong," she said, "though it is much closer than most people get." She picked up her mug. "The house does not want in the way a person wants. It does not have an agenda, or a desire, or a goal. What it has is a nature, and its nature was formed by the people who built it and lived in it across 4 generations, and that nature has certain tendencies, inclinations, the way any character formed by a long experience has inclinations." She paused. "The Weatherbys were people who required honesty from anyone who came under their roof," she said. "Not moral rectitude in any programmatic sense. Honesty in the simpler and more demanding sense. The willingness to be what you are, without performance, without concealment of the things that are genuinely present in you. They had no patience for pretense, and they had no patience for people who refused to acknowledge what was real in front of them." She looked at me steadily. "You have been honest in that house, not because you chose to be, perhaps, but because the house made pretense difficult. That is what it does. That is its inclination. It presses on what is concealed until the concealed thing either surfaces or the person leaves. I thought about the phone, the violence of it, the hard acceleration at the end, the crack against the plaster wall. And if someone leaves, I said. Then they leave, she said simply. The house has no investment in any particular person. It has been there for well over a century. It will be there after everyone in this room is gone. It is patient. I asked the second question, whether being present and honest was sufficient, or whether there was something specific I was meant to do. Eula set her mug down. Now we are arriving somewhere, she said. She was quiet again, longer this time. Outside, the spruce trees moved in a slow collective breath, and the winter light in the window shifted slightly, went from gray to a softer, more considered tone, and the wood stove put out a steady heat, and I sat with a legal pad on my knee and waited. The house has a threshold, she said. Every house of this kind has one, by which I mean there is a point past which the resonance becomes not just perceptible but navigable, where a person can move through what the house carries without merely being subject to it, where the house's history and the person's history can meet, I suppose is the word, come into genuine contact, not merger, not possession, not any of those dramatic words, contact, the kind that changes both parties very slightly. She looked at me. You are close to that threshold, she said. You have been close to it since the Thursday morning you arrived early and stood in the kitchen doorway alone. I felt the back of my neck shift. What is on the other side of it? I said. Understanding, she said, of a specific kind, not the understanding that resolves the mystery and explains it away, the understanding that allows you to carry the mystery without it carrying you. She paused. There is a difference between being haunted by something and being accompanied by it. The house can show you that difference. That is what is on the other side of the threshold. I asked the third question, and I will not repeat all of it, only the essential part, which was whether my father was in any sense present in what I had been experiencing. Eula looked at me for a long moment. Her expression did something careful and precise. The way her speech did, moved from its resting position to something more considered, not more emotional, not more dramatic, simply more exact. No, she said, and yes. She let that sit. Your father is not in that house, she said. He did not live there. He did not die there. The house does not contain him the way it contains the Weatherbys, whose accumulated presence has saturated that structure across generations. She paused. But the house contains the shape of a certain kind of man, a man who builds carefully, and who loves the work and who teaches what he knows and who dies before the people who learn from him are finished needing the teacher. That shape is woven into the fabric of the house in the form of Clarence Weatherby, who was that kind of man, and in the form of his father before him. She paused again, and her voice was very precise. When the house recognized your grief, it recognized it because it has held that grief before, many times, in many forms. A son who is not finished. A father who is no longer present. That specific loss, that specific shape of absence. She looked at me without softening what she was about to say and without hardening it. Your father is not there, but the house knows the wound you are carrying because it was built by people who carried it too, and it has been holding that particular wound in its walls for over 100 years, and it knows its dimensions. I did not speak for a moment. I looked at the wood stove and its steady amber light, and I let what she had said find its position inside me. The way you let a piece of scribed trim find its position against an uneven surface, slowly, without forcing, allowing the fit to reveal itself. It fit? Not perfectly. Nothing about grief fits perfectly into any frame you build for it. But the shape of it was right, the proportions were honest, and I felt the quiet, specific satisfaction of something being named with sufficient accuracy that the naming itself becomes a form of relief. Dennis had not said anything for some time. He was sitting with his elbows on his knees and his coffee in both hands and his eyes on the middle distance, in the position he takes when he is absorbing something fully and does not want the distraction of expression. I asked the fourth question. What does the house need in order to be at peace? Eula was still for a long moment. Outside, a crow called once from somewhere in the spruce trees, a single flat note, and was quiet. That question contains an assumption I want to address first, she said. The assumption that the house is not at peace, that its activity, the phone, the voices, the quality of presence you have both felt in various rooms, represents disturbance, unrest, something that needs to be corrected. She looked at us both. The house is not disturbed, she said. It is alive. There is a difference, and it is an important one. What you have been experiencing is not the symptom of a problem. It is the nature of a place that was built with unusual intensity and has been inhabited with unusual continuity and has, over the span of more than a century, developed a character that is simply more present than most buildings manage to be. It does not need to be resolved. It does not need an exorcism or a ritual or a clearing. It needs what any living thing needs. She paused. To be known, she said. To be met honestly. To have someone come into it with full attention and genuine presence and acknowledge what is there without demanding that it be something other than what it is. She looked at the legal pad on my knee. You asked what the house needs, she said. I am telling you that you have already begun to give it what it needs, and that the remaining question is not what the house needs from you, but what you are willing to give it, whether you are willing to go into it once more, alone, in the evening, after the work is done, and stand in the space where its presence is strongest and be fully there. No tools, no task, no professional purpose, simply present, simply honest. She paused. And whether you are willing to bring whatever you are still carrying and let the house hold it the way it holds everything else. Not resolve it, not fix it. Simply acknowledge its weight. She looked at me with those light gray eyes. The kitchen, I said. Yes, she said. The kitchen. The wood stove ticked in the quiet. The winter light held steady in the windows. On the small table between us, the plate of dense dark cake sat untouched. And I noticed for the first time that it smelled faintly of molasses and walnut and something warm and spiced underneath, and that it was the same sweetness, or close enough to the same sweetness to be the same category of sweetness as the smell I had first noticed in the farmhouse kitchen on the October evening when everything began. I had not eaten anything since breakfast, and the cake had been made that morning by a 79-year-old woman who had considered this visit worth a morning's work, and I reached forward and took a piece, and it was very good, and I told her so. And for the first time in either of our visits to her house, Eula Marsh smiled fully without reservation, the smile of someone who has been waiting a long time for someone to simply accept what they are offering. My grandmother's recipe, she said. She used to make it for the Weatherbees at harvest. The afternoon light was going by the time we stood to leave, the short winter afternoon collapsing quickly toward dark, and Eula walked us to the door and stood on the porch in the cold without a coat, in the manner of a person who does not feel the cold in the way other people feel it, or who has simply decided it is not worth feeling. At the bottom of the porch steps, I turned back. The threshold, I said. In the kitchen. How will I know when I have crossed it? Eula looked at me from the porch with the spruce trees dark behind her and the last of the afternoon light, making everything flat and clear and unambiguous. You will stop asking what the house is doing, she said, and you will simply be in it. She went inside, and the door closed quietly, and Dennis and I walked to the truck in the early dark, and the cold came off the fields in long, slow waves, and neither of us said anything on the drive back, which was the right response to what had just been given to us, and we both knew it. I did not go that evening. I was not ready. But I drove past the gravel drive on the way home, and I looked at the white clapboard front of the house in the dark, and the wavy glass windows were black and still, and the house stood in its field with the patience of something that has waited a very long time already and is entirely prepared to wait a little longer. The patience I was beginning to understand, not of something that wants to be found, but of something that has never, not once in all its years, considered itself lost. I went on a Tuesday evening. I had not planned it for Tuesday specifically. I had arrived at the job that morning with no particular intention beyond the work. There was finished trim still to complete in the front room, a section of window casing that needed to be rebuilt from scratch because the original had been damaged at some point in the previous decade by water infiltration that had since been corrected but had left the wood punky and unreliable, and a threshold piece between the kitchen and the living room that I had been putting off because the floor height differential was awkward and the solution required more patience than a busy day typically allowed. Dennis was not there that day. He had a prior commitment, a family obligation he had mentioned the week before, and we had agreed that I would work the Tuesday solo and he would make up the time later in the week. I had done solo days on this job before, many of them, and they had a particular quality I did not dislike. The house quieter, the work more meditative, the attention less divided. I worked through the morning and into the afternoon with the focus that solo work produces, the kind where the hours pass without announcement, and you look up at some point and find the light has changed, and you have made more progress than you realized. The window casing came together cleanly. The threshold piece required 3 attempts before the scribe was right, and on the 3rd attempt it fit with the particular snudness that good scribing produces, the wood settling into the irregular surface the way water settles into a vessel, finding every variation and accommodating it without complaint. Around 4 o'clock I made coffee on the portable burner in the truck bed and stood outside in the cold for a few minutes, looking at the field to the east. The light was already going. November in Wayne County does not negotiate about darkness. It arrives when it decides to arrive, and it does not apologize for the earliness of the decision. The field was the color of pewter, the soil dark and turned, the tree line to the west already merging with the gathering dark behind it. I stood there with my coffee, and I knew, with a quietness that was different from decision, that this was the evening. Not because anything had announced itself, not because the house had done anything unusual that day. It had been, if anything, unusually still, the particular stillness of a space that is holding its breath, though I recognize how imprecise that sounds, and offer it only because it is the most accurate description I have. Still and attentive and patient in the way Eula had described, the patience of something that has never considered itself lost. I finished my coffee and went back inside and finished the day's work. I swept up. I put my tools in order, not in the hurried way of someone trying to leave, but in the careful way of someone who intends to be present in the space for a while longer, and once the practical consideration settled before the other kind of presence begins. I checked that the portable heater in the kitchen was on a low setting, enough to take the edge off the November cold without being loud enough to intrude, and I put my jacket on and stood in the living room for a moment. The house was dim. The overhead fixtures were off. The only light was what remained of the outside dusk coming through the wavy glass windows, that thin, filtered, underwater quality it always had, and the low amber glow of the portable heater's indicator light through the kitchen doorway. I walked into the kitchen. I want to describe what the kitchen looked like at that moment, because the way a space looks in a particular light on a particular evening is not a neutral fact. It is part of what happened, part of the texture of the experience, and I want to be accurate about it. The wide plank floor was the color of very dark honey in the dim light, and the long grain of the white oak ran in parallel lines toward the east-facing window, where the last of the outside light came in thin and flat and lay across the floor in a pale stripe that was already fading. The cabinets along the north wall were in shadow. their faces dark and solid, the hardware, old iron poles, original to the house, just catching the ambient light at their edges. The counter ran below them, the butcher block surface showing the marks of the day's work. A thin film of sawdust I had not fully wiped away. The small gouge place in the plaster above the impact point on the far wall that I kept meaning to fill and kept leaving, for reasons I had not examined closely. The room smelled of sawdust and cold air, and, underneath both of those, the sweetness. Present, as always. Not stronger than usual. Not different in character. Simply there, the way it was always there. The base note of the room's particular atmosphere. The smell of everything it had absorbed and held across its long occupancy. I stood in the center of the kitchen floor, and I did not do anything for a moment. Eula had said, no tools, no task, no professional purpose. Simply honest. Simply honest. I was aware of how unfamiliar this was. I am a person whose presence in any space is almost always organized around a function. I am here to measure this, to fix this, to assess this. I do not stand in rooms without a reason. I do not occupy spaces without a task. The stillness of simply being somewhere, without the purposeful forward lean of work, felt awkward in the way that any posture feels awkward when you have never held it before, and your body has no memory of how. I stood in the kitchen of the Weatherby house, and I let the awkwardness be what it was, and I waited for it to change. And gradually it did. The change was not dramatic. It did not arrive with any perceptible signal. It was more like the change that happens in your eyes when you have been outside in bright light, and you step into a dim interior and your vision adjusts. Not a sudden shift, but a slow recalibration. The details of the space revealing themselves incrementally as your perception catches up to what is actually present. What I became aware of, as that recalibration happened, was the room. Not anything in the room. Not any presence separate from the physical space itself. The room, its dimensions, its proportions, the specific quality of the air inside it. The way the low ceiling created a particular intimacy that the other rooms of the house did not have. A closeness, a containment that was not oppressive but was deliberate. The choice of someone who understood that the most important work of a household happens in this room and who wanted the architecture to reflect that importance by making the space feel gathered, held, concentrated. I thought about the man who had built it. Clarence Weatherby's father, or possibly his grandfather, the first generation, the one who had looked at this piece of Wayne County farmland in 1884 and decided that this was where something permanent would be made, who had chosen the white oak for the floor not because it was the easiest available option, but because he knew it would last, who had built the cabinets in place because built-in-place things do not move, who had set the ceiling at that particular height as a form of statement about what this room was for and what kind of attention it deserved. My father had made choices like that. He had built a workbench in our garage when I was 8 years old, and he had built it at the correct height for a grown man, and I had needed a step stool to use it for the first 3 years. And when I asked him why he had not built it lower so I could reach it properly, he had said, without looking up from what he was doing, because you are going to be a grown man longer than you are going to be 8. He had been correct. I had used that bench for 30 years. It was still in my garage. I had never moved it. I said his name again. Jerry, the same way as before, barely sound. The shape of the word more than the word itself. But this time I did not stop there. I kept talking quietly in the dim kitchen to the person who was not there, in the way that you do when you have been not doing something for long enough that the not doing becomes its own kind of accumulation, and the only release available is to simply do it. I told him about the house. I told him about the wavy glass windows and the wide plank floor and the cabinets built in place to last, and the low ceiling that a man of my height cleared by less than 2 inches, and the way the whole structure had been assembled with the same philosophy he had passed to me. The philosophy that the correct way to build something is with the assumption that it will outlast you, that the materials deserve respect, that the work is a statement about what you believe should endure. I told him I had been here for 2 months and had thought about him every day. I told him I was angry that he had not said it was unfair, because it was unfair, and I needed someone to have said so. And he was the only one whose saying so would have mattered, and he had not said it, and I had been carrying his silence about that along with everything else, and I was tired of carrying it. I told him I understood why he had been quiet. I told him I even agreed with it, in the abstract, in the professional sense, in the sense of a person who believes that the correct response to most difficult things is to return to work. I told him I was his son in that respect, and would probably die the same way, looking out a window at whatever the season was doing and not complaining. I told him the workbench was still there, and I still used it. The kitchen was very still around me. The portable heater put out its low, patient warmth. The last of the outside light had gone completely while I was talking, and the room was now lit only by the heater's amber glow and whatever thin ambient light came through the windows from the dark sky outside, which was very little, which was almost nothing, which meant the room had become a kind of intimate darkness that was not uncomfortable but was very close, very present, very specifically itself. And then something happened. I am going to describe it as precisely as I can, and I am going to resist both the impulse to make it larger than it was, and the impulse to reduce it to something my professional framework can accommodate, because it was neither large nor small, it was exact, and exactness is what it deserves. The sweetness in the air changed, not disappeared, changed in character, the way a sound changes when its source moves slightly. Same note, different position, different relationship to the space around it. It had always smelled like dried apples or old wood or the accumulated sweetness of a century of cooking. What it smelled like now was something more specific and more recent and entirely personal. It smelled like my father's workshop, not metaphorically, not approximately. The specific compound of linseed oil and sawdust, and the particular hand cleaner he kept in a red pump dispenser on the shelf above the workbench. A smell so specific to a specific place and a specific person that it could not be generic, could not be explained by any atmospheric overlap between an Ohio farmhouse and a workshop in a suburb of Worcester, where a man had spent 40 years building things. It lasted perhaps 30 seconds. Then it was gone, and the kitchen smelled of sawdust and cold air, and the older sweetness underneath, and I was standing in the dim amber light with my hands at my sides, and my eyes stinging in a way I was not going to examine too closely. I did not hear anything. Nothing moved. There was no phone lifted from any surface, no voices from the upper floor, no dramatic confirmation of any kind. There was only the smell, and the 30 seconds of it, and the kitchen standing around me exactly as it had always stood, solid and low-ceilinged and built to last, holding what it held. I stood there for a long time after, not waiting, not hoping for a continuation or a follow-up or a message of any kind. Eula had been clear about messages, and she had been right, and I was not looking for one. I was simply standing in the room in the aftermath of what had happened, and the way you stand in the aftermath of anything that has changed the quality of the air around it, not needing it to be more than it was, not needing it to be explained, simply present in it, which was, I realized, what Eula had told me to be, and what I had finally, after 2 months of arriving at this house with tools and tasks and professional purpose, managed to actually do, the threshold. I had not noticed crossing it. That was accurate to what she had said. You will stop asking what the house is doing and you will simply be in it. I had not asked anything. I had simply stood in a kitchen that was over 100 years old, in the dark, and talked to someone who was not there, and the house had listened. and something in it had responded in the only language available to it. Not words, not movement, not the dramatic vocabulary of haunting, but the precise and personal language of recognition, of a place that has held grief for a very long time, reaching out with what it has, which is everything it has absorbed across all its years, and offering the specific piece of it that fits the specific shape of what you are carrying. Not resolution, not closure, not any of the things we are told grief eventually becomes. Something quieter and more durable than any of those. The knowledge of being held. I turned off the portable heater and picked up my jacket from the counter where I had laid it, and walked through the living room to the front door and let myself out into the cold November night. The gravel drive crunched under my boots. The sky had cleared, and the stars were out in the particular abundance they achieve in rural Ohio on a cold November night, away from the light of any city, unobstructed by anything except the bare branches of the tree line, which held them without obscuring them. I did not look back at the upper windows, not because I was afraid, because there was no need. I knew what was in the house, and the house knew what I had brought to it, and we had met, as Eula had said, in genuine contact, and that contact had changed both of us very slightly, and the looking back would have been a request for more than what had been given, which would have been ungrateful. What had been given was enough, more than enough. I drove home through the dark fields, and I called my mother from the truck, which I had not done on a weeknight in longer than I wanted to calculate, and she answered on the third ring in the slightly surprised voice she uses when I call outside our usual Sunday pattern. And I asked her how she was, and she told me, and I listened, and at some point, she said Gerald would have liked to hear from you tonight, and I said I know, and there was a pause. And then she said, "How is the job going?" And I told her about the house, not all of it, the parts that were hers to have. I told her it was the best built house I had worked in 20 years. I told her whoever had built it had known what they were doing and had built it to last, and it was still lasting over 100 years later, solid in every joint and true in every line. She was quiet for a moment. Then she said, "That sounds like your father's kind of house." "Yes," I said, "it does." I finished the call in the driveway of my own house, the engine running for the warmth, and I sat there for a few minutes after, in the dark and the quiet, and I noticed that the thing I had been carrying, not gone, not resolved, not transformed into any of the comfortable shapes that loss is supposed to eventually assume, had shifted its weight. It was the same weight. It would always be the same weight, but it was distributed differently now, held not only by me, but by something older and larger and more practiced at holding. And that distribution, that simple and unasked for sharing of the load, was, I understood, what the house had been offering all along. The job finished on a Friday in early December, not dramatically. Jobs do not finish dramatically. They finish in the accumulation of small completions, each one less visible than the last, until the work that remains is only the finest layer of detail, the kind that separates a good job from an honest one, and that most clients cannot identify specifically but register as a whole, as a quality of the finished space that they will describe to other people as something just feels right about it without being able to say what. That quality is the last 5%. And it is the part that takes the most patience and produces the least visible evidence of effort. And it is the part I care about most. The final week had a particular character. Dennis and I moved through the house with the specific attentiveness of people who are looking at a space they have transformed and are checking their work against their intentions, not with anxiety, but with the particular form of accountability that good craftsmen apply to finished work. The willingness to find the thing that is not right and correct it before anyone else sees it, not because anyone else would necessarily notice, but because you would know. We found 3 things. A section of base cap in the front room where the coping joint had a gap of less than 1/16 of an inch that was technically within tolerance but was not right. a door casing in the back bedroom where the reveal was inconsistent by a fraction, consistent enough that no one would measure it and find fault, but visible to an eye trained to look for it, which mine was, and a section of the upper hallway floor where the new plaster repair met the original surface, and the transition, though smooth to the touch, caught the raking light at a certain angle in a way that revealed itself. We corrected all three. That is the work. That is all of it. You look until you find what is not right, and then you make it right, and then you look again, and when you cannot find anything more to correct, you are finished. Not because the work is perfect. Nothing built by human hands in an imperfect world is perfect. But because the gap between what it is and what it should be has been closed to the degree that your skill and your honesty allow, and that is the definition of done. On the last afternoon, after Dennis had loaded his tools and said goodbye and pulled out of the gravel drive, I walked through the house one final time alone. It is something I do at the end of every significant job, not a formal ritual, nothing ceremonial about it, simply a walkthrough, room by room, a last look with fresh eyes before the space belongs entirely to the people who commissioned it, and ceases to be mine in the way it is mine during the work. It is the moment of genuine completion, the private one, before the invoice and the handshake and the professional close. I started in the back bedroom and moved forward. The back bedroom smelled of new plaster and paint, and the faint mineral sharpness of the adhesive we had used on the new subfloor. The trim was clean and properly gapped for seasonal movement. The casing reveals consistent, the base cap sitting tight to the floor along its entire length. I stood in the center of the room and turned slowly and looked at everything, and there was nothing that needed to be corrected, and the room received that assessment quietly, without ceremony, which is the correct response of a finished room to the last look of the person who finished it. The upper hallway plaster was smooth under the raking light. The threshold was tight. The front room casing joints were correct. I came downstairs and stood in the living room and looked at the wide doorway between the living room and the kitchen, the one without a door, the one that had framed everything that had happened in the kitchen across the weeks of this job, and I looked at the new base cap along its lower edge, and at the way the trim on either side of the opening had been rebuilt with materials that matched the original as closely as available stock. Aloud, and I thought about how the opening itself was unchanged, the dimensions identical to what they had been in 1884, the proportions the original builder had decided on, and that no subsequent owner had seen reason to alter, because the proportions were right, and right things persist. Then I walked into the kitchen. It looked different with the work finished, not dramatically different. The wide plank floor was the same dark honey, the cabinets the same solid shadow along the north wall, the ceiling the same low and intimate compression of space. But the section of baseboard we had replaced was new in the way that new wood is new, holding its lighter color until the years brought it into alignment with the original, and the walls had been repainted in a shade matched to the original as closely as we could achieve, and the small gouge in the plaster above the impact point on the far wall, the one I had been leaving, for reasons I had examined and understood and did not need to examine further, had been filled and sanded and painted and was now invisible. I had filled it myself on the Wednesday of the final week, alone in the kitchen in the late afternoon. I had done it carefully, in 2 coats, feathering the edges, letting each coat dry fully before the next, and I had painted it out with a brush rather than a roller, because a brush gives you more control over the transition, and the transition was what mattered. When I was done, the wall was whole. The evidence was gone. The place where something impossible had struck and left its mark was smooth and continuous and painted over, not in the way that something is hidden, but in the way that something is healed. The structure intact, the surface restored, the event part of the wall's history now rather than its present. I had thought about my father while I did it, not consciously, not with intention, but he had been there, the way he is often there when I am doing careful work alone, a presence in the quality of attention I bring to the task, in the particular patience that fine finish work requires, in the refusal to rush the drying time or to accept a transition that is close but not right. The kitchen smelled of fresh paint and the older sweetness underneath, and I stood in its center for a moment and let the finished room be what it was. It was very good work, not mine alone. The house deserved the credit for being what it was, for having been built with sufficient quality that restoring it was a matter of bringing it back to itself rather than improving on an inadequate original. The bones were right. They had always been right. We had simply cleared away what time and neglect, and a succession of owners with cosmetic instincts had layered over the bones, and what remained when that clearing was done was the original intention, clean and honest and built to last. I looked at the north wall and its cabinets, and I thought about Clarence Weatherby, who had spent 63 years moving things in this room, and who apparently had not fully stopped. I thought about Eula's description of him, a man who had opinions about where objects belonged and acted on those opinions constantly and without consulting anyone. And I found, for the first time, that I could think about the phone without the specific quality of unsettlement it had carried for the past 2 months. Not because the event had become explicable, it had not, but because I understood it differently now, as the behavior of a character rather than the intrusion of an impossibility, and characters, however surprising their actions, do not frighten in the way that impossibilities do. I said goodbye to the kitchen, not out loud this time, not in any form that could be called speech. Simply an internal acknowledgement, a directed awareness in the way that you look at something you are about to leave and allow the looking to be a form of closing. The kitchen received it the way it received everything, steadily, without drama, with the undemonstrative continuity of a place that has been receiving goodbyes for a very long time and will receive many more. I turned off the light and walked out through the living room and out the front door and locked it behind me. The early December air was very cold and very clean, the kind of cold that clarifies rather than oppresses, and the sky was the deep blue of late afternoon in winter, not yet dark, but, committed to it, the color it turns in the last half hour before the blue deepens to black and the stars come through. The field to the east was frozen, the soil locked, and the grass in the fence line along the field's edge was pale and stiff and still. I stood on the porch for a moment. From somewhere in the bare trees along the west edge of the property, a bird called once. A single, clear, descending note. The kind that carries in cold air with a particular sharpness. The kind that sounds like punctuation, then silence. I walked to the truck. I had one stop to make before I drove home. Eula answered the door in the same manner she always had, before the knock was finished, as if she had known. She was wearing a heavy cardigan and carrying a dish towel, and her white hair was slightly different, a fraction less ordered than our previous visits, which suggested I had caught her in the middle of something rather than at a prepared moment. And I was glad of that, because it meant what followed was genuine rather than staged. I told her the job was finished. She nodded, unsurprised. I told her what I had done in the kitchen, about the walk-through, about the gouge that was now filled and painted and invisible. I told her I had said goodbye. I told her about the bird in the tree line, the single descending note, which I did not assign meaning to, but which I mentioned because it had happened and I was trying to be accurate. She listened without interrupting. When I finished, she was quiet for a moment. Then she went inside and came back with something in her hand, which she held out to me without explanation. It was small, a piece of carved wood, pale and smooth, shaped into a form I recognized after a moment as a hand plane. A miniature, the kind that would sit comfortably on a bookshelf, perhaps 3 inches long, carved with real skill and with the particular attention to proportion that someone who understood the actual tool would bring to its representation. The blade and the tote and the knob all correctly placed, the body shaped with a subtle curve at the heel that was exactly right. I turned it over in my hands. On the flat bottom surface, someone had carved 2 letters in a small, precise hand, C.W. I looked up at Eula. "It came to my grandmother from the Weatherby household," she said, after the last one was gone. "It has been on a shelf in every house my family has lived in since 1961. She paused. "I have been waiting a long time to know who it belonged with next." I held it for a moment longer. It was warm, which surprised me, given the cold air, and the wood had the particular density of something very old and very well made, and it sat in my hand with the ease of an object that has been handled many times and has acquired, through handling, a smoothness that is not polish, but presence. I tried to find the correct words and could not, so I said simply, "Thank you." Eula looked at me with those light gray eyes, and in them was the expression I had seen in the kitchen on the day of the dense, dark cake. The expression of someone who has been waiting a long time for someone to simply accept what they are offering, and who has not lost faith that the right person would eventually arrive to accept it. "He was a good builder," she said. They all were. I drove home through the early dark with the carved plane on the passenger seat beside me, its pale wood just visible in the darkness, and I thought about the house standing at the end of its gravel drive in the cold and the finished quiet of a job completed, and I thought about my father's workbench in my garage, the correct height for a grown man, and about the things that are built with sufficient care that they outlast the hands that built them, and about the particular form of continuity that represents not survival, exactly, not persistence in any dramatic sense, but the simpler and more lasting fact of a thing being so well made that the world does not find adequate reason to be rid of it. I thought about what my mother had said. "That sounds like your father's kind of house." I pulled into my driveway and sat for a moment with the engine off and the cold coming in through the glass and the carved plane on the seat beside me, and I thought about the call I would make Sunday morning, which was the call I made every Sunday, and about how this time I would ask her to tell me something about him I did not already know, which was something I had never thought to ask before, and which would, I was certain, produce an answer that was worth having. I picked up the carved plane and held it in my palm for a moment. The two letters on its base, the small, precise hand that had put them there, belonging to a man who moved things in a kitchen for 63 years, and who had, it seemed, been moving this particular thing toward this particular moment for considerably longer than that. I went inside. I set it on the mantel above the fireplace in the front room, where it would catch the light from the window in the morning. It looked immediately and without any adjustment, as if it had always been there. The invoice went out Monday morning, and the clients called that afternoon and said the house was everything they had hoped for, and I thanked them and meant it. And I wrote the job number in my records and closed the file. And somewhere in Wayne County the farmhouse stood in its winter field, with its wavy glass windows and its century of accumulated life, holding what it held, patient and present, and waiting for the next person who would come through its door with something they did not yet know how to carry, and offer them, in the only language available to it, the same thing it had always offered, the knowledge that the walls were thick and the floor was sound, and the work had been done honestly, and it would hold. The carved plane has been on the mantel for 11 months now. I notice it differently at different times of day. In the morning, when the winter light comes through the front room window at a low angle, it catches the grain of the wood, and the two carved letters on its base are visible from across the room without needing to look for them. In the evening, when the lamp is on and the light is warmer and more diffuse, it recedes slightly into the general warmth of the mantel's surface and becomes part of the room rather than a feature of it. Both of those things feel right to me. An object that demands constant attention is an object that has not yet found its place. This one has found its place. My wife noticed it the morning after I brought it home. She did not ask about it immediately, which is characteristic of her. She notices things and files them and returns to them when the timing is correct, which is a form of patience I have always admired and have never fully managed to replicate. She asked about it 2 days later, on a Sunday morning, while we were having coffee in the front room. and I told her the story of the Wayne County job in the version that was hers to have, which was longer and more complete than any version I had told before, including the phone and the voices and the conversation with Eula, and she listened the way she listens, without interruption, without the visible management of her own reaction, with full attention and the willingness to receive what is being offered without immediately converting it into a response. When I finished, she was quiet for a moment. Then she said, "Do you think it was really him?" I told her I did not know, that I had thought about it for 11 months, and I still did not know, and I was not certain the question was the right one, because the right question might be whether what happened in that kitchen had the effect of his presence, which it did, and whether that effect was real regardless of its mechanism, which it was, and whether distinguishing between those two things was necessary in order to accept what had been given, which I had decided it was not. She looked at the carved plane on the mantel. Then she said, "I think your father would have liked that answer." "I think so too." The work has continued, as work does. January brought a kitchen renovation in a 1940s craftsman in Orville, and February a full interior restoration of a commercial building in downtown Worcester that had been a hardware store in a previous life, and that had the particular atmosphere of a place that has been useful for a very long time and intends to be useful again. Marsh brought a bathroom gut and rebuild in a 1920s four-square that turned out to have a structural surprise behind the tile, a beam that had been sistered up at some point in the 50s by someone who understood what they were doing and had done it correctly, which is always a pleasant discovery, the evidence of competent previous work, the anonymous reassurance that you are not the first person to have cared about getting it right. I move through these jobs the way I have always moved through them, with the same attention and the same standard, and the work absorbs me the way it always has, and the hours pass in the particular way they pass when you are doing something you are genuinely suited for. But something has changed in how I inhabit old buildings. It is not dramatic. It is not a sensitivity I would describe to a client or mention to a new colleague. It is internal and specific, and I notice it the way you notice a change in the quality of your own attention, not as an external event, but as an altered relationship to your own perception. I am more present in old spaces than I used to be, not in any mystical sense, in the practical sense of a person who has learned something about what old buildings contain and who brings that knowledge into the room with them, rather than leaving it outside with the tools. I notice the quality of silence now, the difference between the silence of a space that is empty and the silence of a space that is full in the way the Wayne County kitchen was full. That pressured, attending quiet, the silence of accumulated presence. I do not encounter it often. Most old buildings I work in are simply old buildings. They carry their years in the materials and the settling and the wear patterns and nothing else. But, occasionally, in a house that has been inhabited with enough continuity and enough intensity, I feel the difference and I acknowledge it inwardly, and I move through the work with a slightly different quality of care. Not reverence, exactly. Respect. The respect you bring to a space that has earned it. Dennis and I have not talked extensively about the Wayne County job since it ended. We have worked together on 4 subsequent jobs, and we talk the way we always talk, practically efficiently, with the occasional aside that passes between two people who have known each other long enough to communicate in shorthand. But, on a cold afternoon in February, on the Worcester commercial job, he came and stood beside me while I was assessing a section of original tin ceiling that had been concealed under a drop ceiling installed in the 1980s, and he looked up at it with me for a moment. Then he said quietly, "My dad would have loved this building." I said, "Mine too." We went back to work. That exchange lasted 11 seconds and contained everything either of us needed to say, which is the economy of communication between people who have been through something together and do not need to re-examine it to know it changed them, only to acknowledge occasionally, in small and practical ways, that it did. Sunday mornings I call my mother. This has always been true, but the calls are different now, not longer necessarily. Sometimes shorter, because we are saying more efficiently what we mean to say, rather than circling it in the way that grief circles its own center for a long time before finding a way in. I ask her to tell me things I do not know, things from before I was old enough to pay attention, things from the years of his life that belonged to him before he became my father. She tells them willingly, with a pleasure that I recognize as the pleasure of someone who has been waiting to be asked. I have learned things. That he was afraid of heights until he was in his late 20s and overcame it by forcing himself to roof a barn with a man he did not want to appear weak in front of. And that after that, he was never afraid of heights again, but he never lost the memory of the fear, and it made him careful on ladders in a way that I had always attributed to general caution rather than recovered courage. That he cried at the end of a particular film he watched every few years and always denied having cried, with such consistency that my mother had stopped challenging it and simply handed him a box of tissues at the appropriate moment without comment. That he had wanted to be a teacher before he was a carpenter, had wanted to teach history, had changed course at 22 for reasons that had more to do with the economic realities of rural Ohio in the 1970s than with any preference of his own, and had never said so to anyone except my mother once, and had not repeated it. He would have been a good teacher. He was a good teacher. He taught me everything I know about the work, which is its own form of history. I think about Eula's formulation often. The house was built around grief, the way a tree grows around a wound. It becomes part of the structure. The wound does not disappear. The tree does not forget it. The tree simply incorporates it, and grows in the shape of having survived it, and stands in that shape for as long as trees stand. I have been thinking about what that means for a person as opposed to a house or a tree, whether grief can become structural in a person the way it became structural in the Weatherby house. Not a wound that needs to be closed, not a problem that needs to be solved, but a dimension of the person's architecture. A place where the framing runs differently because something happened there, and where that different running does not compromise the structure but is simply part of what the structure is. I think it can. I think that is, in fact, the only honest outcome available to a person who has lost something they cannot replace. Not the resolution of the loss, not the transformation of it into something more comfortable to carry, but the slow and unglamorous incorporation of it into the shape of who you are, until the loss and the person are no longer separable, until the wound is part of the tree. I am not finished with this process. I do not expect to be finished with it for a long time, possibly ever in the sense of finished. That implies completion, but I am different in it than I was before the Wayne County job. More fluent perhaps. More practiced in the carrying of it, less likely to reach for the professional service when the private one pushes through. In March, I took a job in a farmhouse outside of Shreve that dated to approximately 1890, and on the first morning I walked through it the way I always walk through a new job, with full attention, looking at what is present rather than what I expect to find, and somewhere in the second hour, in the kitchen, which was low-ceilinged and honest and built with white oak floors and cabinets made to last, I felt the familiar quality of fullness in the air, that attended, pressured, quiet, and I stood still for a moment and acknowledged it and moved on. I did not say anything out loud. I did not need to. I had already learned the language. The clients on the Wayne County job have been using the house since January. The wife sent me a message in February saying that the house felt exactly right, that they had been in it for 3 weekends and it already felt inhabited in a way that their other properties had taken years to achieve. She used the phrase, "It feels like it knows us." And I read that phrase twice before responding. And in my response I said that I was glad, and that the house had a long history of knowing the people who came into it with genuine attention, and that she and her husband sounded like exactly the right people for it. She wrote back to say that they had noticed an interesting smell in the kitchen sometimes, in the evenings, Something sweet, she said, like dried fruit. Not unpleasant at all, she said. Why, comforting, actually. I smiled at that. In my truck, in the driveway where I had pulled over to read the message. In the way you smile at something that requires no explanation, because you already understand every dimension of it. I wrote back, that is the house being itself. It has been doing that for a very long time. She said, good. She said the kitchen was her favorite room. I told her it had been mine too. The carved plane sits on the mantel and catches the morning light and recedes into the evening warmth, and my wife passes it every day without remarking on it, which is the correct way to live with something that has found its place. My mother told me last Sunday about the time my father built a bookcase for a neighbor, the summer before I was born, and how he had built it so well that the neighbor had refused to sell the house without it, had listed it specifically in the house particulars as a feature. I considered it part of the property's permanent character. I wrote it down after we hung up on the legal pad that I still use for the things I want to keep. I have been writing things down more often. This account is part of that practice. I began it in January, 6 weeks after the job closed, not because I had decided to write it, but because the writing seemed to be the next step in whatever process the Wayne County house had started. The way the threshold had been not a single crossing, but a series of them, each one quieter than the last, each one less dramatic and more durable. The dramatic ones belonging to the early parts of the story, and the durable ones belonging to what a story becomes after it has been lived with long enough to settle into its true shape. I do not know what the true shape of this story is yet. I know it began in an old kitchen on a Friday evening in October when something moved that should not have moved, and that it passed through a conversation with a 79-year-old woman who made molasses cake and had light gray eyes, and the particular patience of someone who has been holding knowledge for a long time on behalf of people not yet ready to receive it, and that it arrived at a threshold in a dim kitchen where I said my father's name, and something shifted, and that it has continued, quietly and without drama, in the 11 months since. I know the house is still standing. I drove past the gravel drive 2 weeks ago on a different errand that took me along that county road, and I slowed without meaning to and looked at the white clapboard front in the late afternoon light, and the wavy glass windows reflected the sky the way they always had, and the porch sat level and the tree line stood close on the west side, and it looked exactly as it had always looked, which is to say, it looked like something built with the assumption that it would outlast the people who built it, which it has, which it is doing still. I wrote the title of this account on the first page of the legal pad in January, before I had written any of the rest of it, before I knew what it would become or what it needed to say, and when I read it back now, 11 months later, I find that it was right from the beginning, not a description of what is in the house, which is too much to name, but a description of what the house is, which is what every well-built thing is, when the work is done honestly, and the walls are thick and the floor is sound. A record of everyone who gave it weight, still standing, still holding, still keeping what it was trusted to keep. I went back in February, not to work. There was no work. The job had been closed for 2 months, the invoice settled, the file written up and stored in the cabinet where finished jobs go, which is also where they become what they actually were rather than what they seemed to be while you were inside them. I went back because something in me had been moving toward going back since the December evening I had driven away, and because I had learned, in the course of this particular experience, that the things moving quietly in the direction of completion deserve to be followed rather than managed, and that managing them is usually just a more sophisticated name for avoidance. I told my wife I was going to drive out to Wayne County for a few hours. She asked if I needed anything, which is her way of asking if I was all right without asking directly, because she knows me well enough to know that asking directly produces a reflex of reassurance rather than an honest answer. I told her I did not need anything, which was true, and that I would be back by dinner, which was also true. and she nodded in the way that means she understands more than she is being told and is choosing to give it space, which is one of the many forms of grace she brings to our life together that I do not thank her for adequately or often enough. It was a Saturday, the second Saturday of February, the kind of February day that Ohio occasionally offers as evidence that it has not entirely abandoned the possibility of winter relenting. The temperature just above freezing, the sky, not the flat, committed gray of a true February overcast, but a softer, more provisional white, the kind that occasionally thins enough to show the pale disk of the sun moving behind it. The fields on either side of the county road were still frozen at depth, but had softened at the surface, and the soil in the turn sections had that particular dark, heavy quality that comes just before the thaw commences. The color and texture of something on the verge of becoming something else. I turned onto the gravel drive and drove slowly to the end of it, and parked where I had parked on every working morning of the job, out of habit, in the same spot beside the same section of fence line, and I sat in the truck for a moment with the engine running before turning it off. The house looked good. I want to say that simply and let it stand, because it is a simple and complete truth and it does not need embellishment. The house looked good. The white clapboard was clean and the porch was level and the windows were intact in their deep frames, and the work we had done was invisible in the way that the best restoration work is invisible, not because it was not there, but because it had become part of the building's continuous surface, indistinguishable from original, which is the only honest ambition for that kind of work. I got out of the truck. The gravel was quiet underfoot, the cold air carrying that just above freezing quality that smells of thawed soil and bare wood, and the particular mineral cleanness of a winter that has begun, very slightly and without committing to it to consider ending. The field to the east was wide and still and pale, and the tree line to the west stood in its bare architecture against the soft white sky, the branches showing their structure the way they only show it in winter, every decision the tree had ever made about how to grow visible all at once. I did not go to the front door. The clients had offered, when I had messaged to say I would be coming by, to leave a key under the mat so I could go inside if I wanted to. I had thanked them and said I did not think I would need to go inside, and that had been true when I wrote it. And it remained true now, standing in the cold in the gravel drive. What I had come to do did not require the inside of the house. It required the outside of it, the standing in front of it, the being in its presence without purpose or task, or the professional mediation of tools and materials. I walked around the perimeter. This is something I do at the beginning of every job. A full exterior walk to assess the envelope before I go inside. And I had done it on this job as I did it on every job, systematically, looking at the foundation, the siding, the window frames, the roof line, the drainage at the perimeter, the condition of the wood at every point where it met the ground or the weather. I had done it in October on my first morning, before I knew anything about what the house contained, and I was doing it now in February, after knowing everything I would know about it, and the experience of the two walks was not the same. The foundation was sound. The siding had weathered the winter months cleanly, the new caulking at the window frames intact, the paint holding where we had touched it up. The roof line was straight and unbroken against the soft sky. The porch was exactly as we had left it, the sagged corner repaired and solid, the boards tight. At the back of the house, I stopped. The back of the house faced north, and the north face was the one that took the weather hardest and showed age most honestly, and I stood there for a moment looking at it. The clapboards here were slightly darker than the south face, stained by decades of winter moisture, and the window at the back of the kitchen, the east-facing window, the one that let in the thin, honest light of November mornings, was visible from this angle, the wavy glass reflecting the pale sky back at me, moving slightly in its reflection, the way wavy glass always moved, as if the surface of it were not entirely still. I thought about the kitchen on the other side of that glass, The wide plank floor and the low ceiling and the cabinets built in place to last, and the counter along the north wall with its small repaired place and the plaster above the impact point, and a smell that was always there underneath everything else. The sweetness that had been the room's bass note for as long as anyone living could remember it, and probably longer. I thought of us standing in that kitchen in the November dark, talking to the air in a voice barely above silence. I thought about the 30 seconds that had followed. I stood at the back of the house in the February cold, and I let myself feel the full weight of what had happened in this building, not the dramatic parts, the phone and the voices and the quality of presence in the upper hallway, but the private part, the part that had happened in the kitchen on a Tuesday evening with no one watching, the part that had been between me and the house, and whatever the house carries and no one else. I let it have its full weight, without the professional surface I had kept over it for most of the 11 months since, without the careful containment I had brought to the telling of it. It was heavy. Of course it was heavy. It had always been heavy. The question was never whether grief is heavy. It is. It always is. That is not the aspect that changes. But whether you are carrying it alone, and whether the carrying is all there is, and whether the weight is the whole story. Standing at the back of that house in February, I knew with a certainty that had nothing effortful in it, that the weight was not the whole story. The whole story included Eula Marsh and her light gray eyes and her precise, considered speech and her grandmother's recipe for molasses cake, and the carved plane she had been keeping for 60 years on behalf of a man she had never met, who would need it one day. The whole story included Dennis on a tailgate in November saying my dad was a carpenter too, in the same tone he used for any true and practical thing, which was the only tone it needed. The whole story included my wife asking, "Do you think it was really him?" and accepting my imperfect answer as if it were sufficient, which it was, because she is the kind of person who understands that sufficient and perfect are not the same thing, and that sufficient is the better of the two. The whole story included a house built in 1884 by people who understood that the things you build with full attention and honest material outlast you, and who built accordingly, and who were right. I completed the perimeter and came back around to the front and stood on the gravel drive facing the front of the house. I looked at it for a long time, not with assessment, not with the professional eye that inventories and evaluates, with the simpler and less practiced looking of a person who is saying goodbye to something that has given them something they did not know they needed, which is the most disorienting kind of gift, the kind that arrives without announcement, in a form you would not have chosen, at a time you were not prepared, and that turns out to be precisely what the situation required. I thought about my father, not with the particular quality of absence I had been carrying, the reaching in the dark quality of missing someone whose space in your life has not been filled and cannot be filled, but with something quieter than that, something that felt less like reaching and more like simply looking in the direction of something you know is there, even if what is there has changed its form, even if the form it has now is not the form you would have chosen. Even if the looking is not the same as the having. He had been a carpenter. He had built things that were still standing. He had taught me to look at a building and understand not just what it was, but what it had been and what it was trying to be, which is a form of reading the world that I have never found a better use for than the one I have put it to. I put my hand in my jacket pocket and touched the carved plane. I had brought it with me. I had not been certain until the morning of the drive whether I would, and then I had picked it up from the mantel and put it in my pocket without deliberating. The way you make the right decision when you stop thinking about it long enough for your instincts to speak. I held it in my palm inside my pocket, the smooth old wood warm from my hand, the 2 carved letters on its base pressing gently into my fingers. I had thought about leaving it, not discarding it, returning it. In whatever sense return applies to an object whose chain of custody has been so specific and so considered. Leaving it on the porch, or in the gravel at the base of the front steps, as an offering of the kind that does not announce itself as an offering but simply occupies its place and does its quiet work. I stood there with it in my hand inside my pocket, and I knew I was not going to leave it. It was mine. It had been given to me with the full intention of Eula Marsh, who did not give things without full intention, and who had been right about everything else, and who had said I have been waiting a long time to know who it belonged with next. And the answer to that sentence was me. And the answer would continue to be me, for as long as it needed to be, and after that it would find its way to wherever it needed to go next, as it had always found its way, in the patient and unhurried manner of objects that know what they are for. I took my hand out of my pocket. I stood in the gravel drive of the Weatherby house on a February morning with the pale winter sky overhead, and the frozen field to the east, and the bare tree line to the west, and I looked at the front of the house, the white clapboard and the wavy glass windows and the level porch, and the door we had repainted, and the color matched as closely as available stock allowed to, the color someone had chosen for it 140 years ago, and I felt, without drama and without announcement, that I was finished. Not finished with grief, not finished with missing him, not finished with the particular shape that his absence makes in my life, which is the shape of a man who built things carefully, and who died before I was ready, and who left me his tools and his standards and his silence on the subject of unfairness, which I have finally, after 14 months, accepted as its own form of instruction, finished with the carrying of it alone, finished with the version of it that was only weight. The house stood in the cold and did what it had always done, which was simply stand, solid and patient and fully itself, built by people who knew that the way to make something last was to give it your full attention and your best materials and your honest intention, and then to let it go, to let it become what it would become in the hands of time and weather and the succession of people who would come to it with their own weight and find, if the building was good enough, that it could hold. This building was good enough. I had known that since the first morning. I turned and walked back to the truck and got in and sat for a moment looking at the house through the windshield, the wavy glass of its windows catching the pale sky and holding it, moving it slightly in the way that wavy glass moves everything it reflects, as if even the sky is not entirely still when seen through something old enough and honest enough to show what stillness actually contains. I started the engine. I drove down the gravel drive and turned onto the county road and headed north, and the house receded in the mirror, and then was gone behind the curve of the road, and the fields opened on either side, and the pale February sky held everything in its soft and provisional light, and the carved plane sat in my jacket pocket against my ribs, warm and small, and exactly the right weight. I did not look back. I already knew what was there. What the mountain keeps? The forest here smells of wet cedar and something mineral, almost like struck flint, and at a certain elevation the silence is not empty, but dense and waiting, as though the trees have been holding a single breath for longer than anyone alive can remember. The lookout tower stands above the canopy on its steel legs like something the mountain tolerates but does not accept. The clouds had been sitting below the tree line for 3 days before I finally understood what the forest was trying to tell me. I should begin earlier than that. I should begin in Seattle, where the rain has a different quality than it does at elevation. Flatter, more democratic, less interested in you personally. I was living in a studio apartment in the Beacon Hill neighborhood, which I had rented 14 months after my brother Daniel died, because the house we had shared in Fremont had started to feel like a container I could not open without spilling. I am a hydrological surveyor by training and by habit of mind, which means I spent a significant portion of my professional life measuring what moves through places and what stays behind. That particular winter I was measuring nothing. I had taken a leave of absence from the consulting firm in October. I was eating cereal for dinner and watching the rain slide down windows that faced north, which meant they faced a gray wall of other buildings and, beyond those, the pewter surface of the Sound. My colleague Nora called on a Tuesday afternoon in early November to tell me about the contract. She said a non-profit land trust had acquired a decommissioned fire lookout tower in the Cascade foothills, about 52 miles east of Seattle in rural King County, and they needed a hydrological assessment of the surrounding watershed before they could proceed with a habitat restoration plan. It was a 3-week field posting, solo work. The pay was modest and the access road was unpaved, and the nearest town was a 40-minute drive on a road that had not been maintained with any particular enthusiasm since the 1980s. I said yes before she finished describing it. I should note that Nora paused after I agreed, a small, careful pause, and then asked if I was sure, in a tone that meant she was asking something else entirely. I told her I was sure. I told her the isolation would help me focus. This was the kind of sense that sounds reasonable when you say it, and sounds like a warning in retrospect. I drove out on a Thursday morning in the second week of November. The city dissolved behind me in stages: the last coffee chain, the last cell tower with reliable signal, the last gas station selling hot food, and then there was just the 2-lane highway climbing into the Cascades, and the trees pressing in from both sides, and the particular November gray of a Pacific Northwest sky that is not quite threatening rain but is also not making any promises. I had a thermos of black coffee on the passenger seat. The heat from it kept fogging the window on that side, and I kept reaching over to wipe it clear, which was probably not safe driving but felt necessary. I needed to be able to see the trees as they changed. And they did change. I had been in lowland Douglas fir for the first 20 miles, but somewhere around the 23rd mile marker, the composition shifted. Old-growth cedar began appearing between the younger timber, their trunks the color of dried blood, and so thick that they seemed less like individual trees than like structural columns, as though the forest were a building and these were holding up the sky. The smell came through the car's vents even with the heater on, wet cedar and something mineral underneath it, something that reminded me of the moment just before lightning strikes, when the air changes charge and every hair on your body knows something your brain has not yet processed. I had been to this part of the county once before, with Daniel. He was 8 years older than me, and had spent a significant portion of his adult life trying to get me outside and into weather, which I had resisted with the systematic dedication of a younger sibling. We had hiked to a ridge above the Snoqualmie Valley when I was 23. He had pointed east at the full wall of the Cascades and said something that I had not properly heard at the time because I was eating a granola bar and thinking about whether I had left the stove on. I had been thinking about that moment a great deal in the 14 months since his death. I had been trying to reconstruct what he said. I mention this only because it is relevant to what happened later. At the time, driving east on a Thursday morning with my coffee fogging the window, I told myself I was simply going to work. The access road turned off the highway 3 miles past a wide spot in the pavement that a hand-lettered sign identified as Elgin Creek. The road was gravel for the first half mile and then became something less definite. 2-wheel ruts in the earth, separated by a strip of wet grass and edged by sword ferns that dragged against the sides of the truck. The GPS had stopped offering confident suggestions about 12 minutes earlier, and was now displaying a blue dot in a featureless green expanse with the quiet resignation of something that has given up. I drove for 20 minutes on the ruts before I saw the tower. It stood on a clear knoll above the canopy, perhaps 200 feet above the valley floor, accessible by a switchback trail that climbed the knoll's east face. The tower itself was a standard air motor, L4 cab design. I had looked it up before the drive, sitting on a steel frame that elevated the cab approximately 40 feet above the ground. From the truck, in the gray afternoon light, with the clouds beginning to settle around the upper third of the surrounding ridgelines, it looked like something that had climbed up out of the forest and decided to stay. The steel was weathered to a dark rust red that was almost exactly the color of the cedar trunks. The cab's windows caught no light. It simply sat there, patient and still, holding its position above everything else. I sat in the truck for a moment after I shut off the engine. I was aware, in the way you are sometimes aware of things before you have language for them, that this place had a particular quality of attention, not malevolence, not welcome, something more neutral and more unsettling than either of those. The sense that whatever inhabited this ridgeline had noticed my arrival the way you might notice a bird landing on a fence outside your window, with mild interest, no particular agenda, and no obligation to look away. I checked my phone, no signal. I made a note of this in my field notebook with a mechanical pencil, because writing things down is how I stay in the part of my brain that measures and records and does not feel things prematurely. The caretaker had left a key in a lockbox at the base of the trail as arranged. A handwritten note in the box read, "Propane tank on south side, full. Generator in shed behind tower base. Radio on counter set to channel 9. Someone usually answers." Someone. The word someone was underlined once, lightly, in the same pen as the rest of the note. I looked at it for a moment and then folded the note and put it in my jacket pocket. The trail up the knoll was 40 minutes of work, steep enough in places that I was using my hands on exposed roots, the soil dark and saturated from a week of rain, each step releasing the smell of wet earth and decomposing leaves, and, underneath both, that persistent mineral note, the struck flint smell, that I was beginning to associate with the elevation itself. My pack was heavy with survey equipment and 3 weeks of food. By the time I reached the catwalk that circled the cab at the top of the tower frame, I was breathing hard, and the clouds had moved in enough that the valley below had disappeared. I stood on the catwalk and looked out at nothing. Just cloud. Just gray. The cedar trees below the cloud line were perfectly still. There was no wind. The silence was the kind that seems to have a texture, not the absence of sound, but the presence of something that sound cannot get through. I unlocked the cab and went inside. The interior was small and clean, smelling of old wood and propane, and something faintly floral that I could not identify and would spend 3 weeks trying to name. There was a cot along the north wall, a propane stove, a counter with a radio on it, a fold-down desk, and a single window on each of the 4 walls. The Osborne Firefinder, the sighting instrument that had once allowed lookouts to triangulate smoke locations, was still mounted on its central pedestal, its circular map yellowed but intact. I stood in the center of the room for a moment, looking at the Firefinder. Daniel had wanted to be a fire lookout when he was 12 years old. He had told me this once, years later, laughing at himself, at the specificity of the childhood fantasy, at how precisely he had imagined it. He had described the view from such a tower, the silence, the maps, the small daily ceremonies of a solitary posting. He had said it sounded like the one kind of life where you could see everything coming from far enough away to prepare. He had not, in the end, seen it coming. Not even close. I sat down on the cot and looked at the Firefinder. Outside, the clouds sat below the tree line, and the forest held its breath, and something in the silence of that high and isolated place felt less like emptiness, and more like a room that someone had just left. Not empty exactly, but recently vacated, the air still carrying the trace of a presence that had not gone very far. I told myself it was just the altitude. I told myself it was grief, doing what grief does in unfamiliar places, making the unfamiliar feel inhabited. I unrolled my sleeping bag on the cot and lay down without eating. The radio on the counter sat silent on channel 9, and the clouds outside pressed against the glass, and somewhere below the cloud line, in the old growth dark between the cedars, something was extraordinarily still. I would not understand until much later that stillness is not the same as absence, and that the forest had been patient for a very long time. The morning arrived not as light, but as a gradual shift in the quality of the darkness. the black thinning to charcoal, the charcoal to a pale and non-committal gray that pressed against the 4 cab windows with the flat uniformity of something that had decided not to commit to being a day. I had slept in my field clothes, which I noticed when I sat up and felt the stiff ridge of my jacket collar against my neck. The propane stove was cold. I had not started it the night before. My breath made small white shapes in the air above the cot, and the fire finder in the center of the room had acquired a surface of condensation on its glass face, as though the night had breathed on it. I sat on the edge of the cot for a longer time than was necessary. This is a thing I had developed in the months after Daniel died. A tendency to pause at transitions, to sit at the edge of the next thing without entering it, as though the act of standing up and beginning the day required a negotiation I had not yet completed. My therapist in Seattle had a name for it. I could not remember the name. I sat on the cot and looked at the condensation on the firefinder's glass and thought, with the sideways attention of a mind not quite ready to be fully operational, that I needed to check whether the propane valve on the tank outside had been turned on correctly, because the stove pilot had not lit the night before, and I was not certain whether that was operator error or supply. Practical thoughts. The mind using practicality as a corridor, it could walk without looking at the walls. I stood, pulled on my boots, and unlatched the cab door. The catwalk outside was wet. The cloud was still present, but had thinned overnight to a condition that was less fog and more the idea of fog. A diffusion in the air that softened the edges of things without obscuring them entirely. From the catwalk's north side, I could see the upper canopy of the cedar forest below the knoll, and beyond it, perhaps a quarter-mile east, a break in the trees where a creek moved through a draw. I could hear it from here, not as individual sound, but as a general murmur, low and continuous, that the cedars seemed to pass between themselves like a rumor. The air at this elevation carried a cold I had not fully prepared for. Not the wet cold of Seattle, which saturates, but a dry and particular cold that found the gaps. The cuffs, the collar, the space between boot and sock, and held there precisely. I leaned on the catwalk railing and looked east toward the creek draw and wrote 3 lines in my field notebook about drainage orientation and approximate gradient. Then I looked at the firefinder through the cab's east window and did not write anything for a while. The Osborne firefinder, for those who have not encountered one, is a beautiful and melancholy instrument. It consists of a topographical map mounted on a rotating base, with a sighting arm that the lookout would rotate toward any visible smoke, recording an azimuth that could be radioed to other towers and triangulated into a precise location. The map on this particular finder covered a roughly circular area with the tower at its center. The surrounding ridgelines, the creek drainages, the old logging roads, the patches of old growth that had survived the mid-century clear-cuts. Someone had annotated the map by hand, in pencil, at some point in the tower's operational history. The annotations were small and precise. I had not examined them closely the night before. I went back inside and stood over the firefinder. The annotations were mostly practical. Contour corrections, trail waypoints, a note about a seasonal spring on the ridge's west face. But in the northeast quadrant of the map, where the old growth was densest and the terrain most irregular, someone had written 3 words in a hand different from the others, slightly larger. The pencil pressed harder into the paper, as though the writer had wanted to be certain it would not fade. The words read, "Do not follow." Below them, in the same hand, a small arrow pointed to a particular drainage, a narrow draw that ran between 2 unnamed peaks. No other annotation on the map referred to this location. There was no trail marked into the draw. There was nothing in the official documentation I had received from the land trust that mentioned it. I stood looking at those 3 words for longer than I should have. Then I started the propane stove, boiled water for coffee, and wrote in my field notebook, "Northeast drainage, unmarked quarry, with caretaker contact when available. I underlined the word caretaker, which was the professional word, the accurate word, and the word that did not acknowledge the fact that writing it felt, for reasons I could not immediately name, important. The land trust documentation listed a local contact named Ruth Ellery, described as a longtime resident of the Elgin Creek area, who had served as an informal caretaker for the property during the years between the tower's decommissioning and the land trust's acquisition. A phone number was listed, with a note that cell service in the area was unreliable and that Ruth could more reliably be reached at her property, which was on the main road approximately 2 miles west of the access road turnoff. The documentation described her as possessing, in the land trust's careful phrasing, extensive knowledge of the property's history and terrain. I had planned to contact her in the second week of my posting, once I had a preliminary survey underway and specific questions to ask. I found myself thinking about that plan and reassessing it. I spent the morning on the knoll's south and west faces, running transects through the lower forest, flagging sample points, taking soil moisture readings, noting the approximate boundaries of a seasonal wetland that the land trust's preliminary assessment had significantly underestimated in extent. The work was honest and familiar. My hands knew what to do. I moved through the ferns and the cedar undergrowth with the practiced efficiency of someone who has spent a career reading landscapes. And for portions of that morning, the thinking part of my mind was quiet, occupied entirely by the tasks in front of it, and the grief sat somewhere further back, not gone but not present in the immediate and operative way it had been in the apartment in Beacon Hill. This is the thing about field work that I have always valued and cannot entirely explain to people who do not do it. The landscape asks specific questions and waits for specific answers, and while you are answering them, it is the only conversation happening. I ate lunch sitting on an exposed root of a cedar at the lower edge of the knoll. A peanut butter sandwich, an apple, water from the thermos I had filled at the tower's hand pump. The cedar root was enormous, flaring from the base of the trunk in buttressed ridges that created small sheltered pockets between them. I sat in one of those pockets, out of the wind, and the cold was manageable, and the sandwich was good in the simple way that food is good when the body has actually earned it. I was aware, sitting there, of a quality of the forest that I had not had language for yet. The old-growth cedar forest at this elevation in November, in cloud-diffused light, does not look like forest in the way that word implies, movement and change and the restlessness of living things. It looks like something that predates those qualities. The trunks are too large to be individual organisms. They feel structural, foundational, as though they were here before the category of tree existed and would remain after it was no longer relevant. The undergrowth between them is dense and low, sword ferns and oxalis and the occasional Pacific yew, all of it, the particular deep green of things that live in permanent shade. The light that reaches the forest floor has been filtered through so many layers of canopy that it arrives without direction, diffuse, sourceless, the same intensity from every angle, so that nothing casts a shadow. Without shadows, depth is difficult to judge. I found myself looking at a gap between two cedars approximately 30 meters north, and slightly uphill from where I was sitting. The gap was perfectly ordinary. A space between two trunks, ferns beyond it, the dark receding further back. Nothing was in the gap. I had no reason to look at it. I looked at it for perhaps 40 seconds before I became aware that I was doing it, and that I looked at my field notebook instead, and wrote a note about the root architecture of the tree I was sitting against, which was genuinely interesting and relevant to the soil saturation data I was collecting. The afternoon I spent on the northeast face of the knoll, working toward but not entering the drainage that the Firefinder annotation had marked. From the knoll's edge I could see perhaps 80 meters into the draw before the terrain dropped and the old growth closed over it. The creek I had heard in the morning ran through the bottom of the draw, invisible beneath the canopy but audible, and the sound it made at this distance was different from the generalized murmur I had heard from the catwalk. More specific, more varied, something in its pitch that suggested an irregular stream bed, water moving over and around obstacles rather than across a smooth gradient. I flagged the drainage as a survey priority for the following week and noted the soil type at the draw's edge, which was darker and wetter than the surrounding terrain, almost black, with a surface layer of moss so saturated it compressed under my boot like a sponge and released a faint, sweet smell. Not cedar, not the mineral cold of the high air, but something warmer and more interior, like the air inside a very old book. I stood at the edge of the draw for a while, looking in. Nothing moved. Nothing was wrong. I turned back up the slope toward the tower. I was halfway up when I heard my name. Not clearly, not in a voice I could identify, more as a quality of the creek sound at a particular moment, a brief variation in its pitch and rhythm that, for one instant, had the shape of my name in it. Marcus. 2 syllables, the first higher, the second falling. The way Daniel said it when he was trying to get my attention from across a room, before I had learned to brace for the specific frequency of a voice I would never hear again. I stopped walking. I stood on the slope with one hand against a cedar trunk, and I listened. The creek moved. The forest held its silence around the creek sound. A Douglas squirrel somewhere on the canopy above me made 3 sharp sounds and then stopped. The wind, what little there was of it, moved through the upper branches in a long, slow exhalation that had no particular direction. My name did not come again. I stood there for a moment longer than I needed to, my palm flat against the cedar bark, which was fibrous and slightly warm in a way I had not expected, as though the tree retained heat from somewhere deeper than the cold November air could reach. Then I continued up the slope, moving at the same pace as before, writing nothing in my notebook about what I had heard, because what I had heard was the sound of water moving over rocks, and grief doing what grief does in quiet places, which is to find the shape of what it misses in whatever sound is available. I told myself this with conviction. The conviction lasted until I reached the catwalk, where I stood for a moment looking back down at the forest below, and found that I was no longer certain which direction the draw was in. The angle of the slope, the uniformity of the canopy, the source-less quality of the light having rearranged the landscape's geometry so that the tower, which I was standing on, was the only fixed point in a terrain that had become subtly, unhelpfully, unfamiliar. Back inside, I turned on the propane lantern and ate tinned soup at the fold-down desk, looking at the annotated firefinder map from across the room, not approaching it, not reading those 3 words again. I thought about calling Ruth Ellery in the morning. Not in the second week, as planned, in the morning, with my first cup of coffee, as a professional courtesy, just an introduction, just a confirmation that the survey was underway, just the kind of practical human contact that is always sensible when working alone in remote terrain. This is what I told myself. The propane lantern put a warm circle of gold light across the desk, and the map, and the old wood floor. And outside the windows the cloud had returned to full density, pressing close against the glass, and the forest below the tower was invisible, and utterly, completely still. Something in that stillness had texture now. Not the texture of absence, but of a presence that had learned, over a very long time, exactly how much patience a thing needed in order to be heard. I drove to Ruth Ellery's property the following morning, before the survey work, before coffee had fully done what it was supposed to do. The access road down from the knoll was worse in daylight than it had been at dusk, not because anything had changed in the road itself, but because I could see it clearly now. And what I could see was a track that had been receding from the category of road for at least a decade. The gravel long since migrated into the drainage ditches on both sides, the ruts deepened by runoff into channels that required the truck to travel at an angle, one set of wheels always higher than the other, the whole vehicle listing like something that had lost its argument with gravity and was simply negotiating the terms. The sword ferns along the edges were silver with frost, It had not frozen overnight. The temperature had not dropped that far, but the moisture in the air had settled on the fern's fronds during the night and then stiffened in the pre-dawn cold, so that now they caught the early gray light and held it, each frond a faint luminous blade angled toward the road. The effect was strange and beautiful and was doing nothing to quiet the part of my mind still turning over what I had heard, or believed I had heard on the slope the previous afternoon, the creak sound, the shape of a name inside it. I put the radio on, static at this elevation mostly, with a fragment of a weather service broadcast cutting through intermittently, freezing level dropping to 2,500 feet by Thursday. I turned it off. 2,500 feet was approximately where I was sleeping. Ruth Ellery's property appeared where the access road met the main road, on the west side of the junction, a cleared acre set back from the pavement, a single-story cedar plank house with a covered porch, a woodshed stacked floor to rafter with split Douglas fir, a vegetable garden in its November dormancy, the beds mounded and covered with burlap, the whole arrangement suggesting someone who had been doing this long enough that the motions had become architectural. A truck older than mine sat in the gravel beside the house. Smoke rose from a metal chimney pipe above the roofline, thin and straight in the still air. I parked and sat for a moment. I checked my phone out of habit. Still no signal. The cold coming through the truck's metal doors was immediate and specific, the kind that asks whether you are sure about what you are doing. I was not entirely sure, but I got out. The porch steps were solid cedar, recently oiled. A pair of rubber boots stood beside the door, each one containing a folded wool sock. A hand-lettered cardboard sign under the porch light read, "Knock and wait." Ruth Ellery opened the door, while my knuckles were still close to the wood, which meant she had either heard the truck or been near the door already. She was somewhere in her late 60s. I estimated a compact woman with close-cropped white hair and the deeply weathered complexion of someone who had spent a professional portion of their life outdoors. She wore a canvas work shirt and wool trousers and held a mug in one hand and a small pair of reading glasses in the other, as though I had interrupted something she had not yet finished. She looked at me steadily. "You are the surveyor," she said. Not a question. "Marcus Hale," I said, "with the Cascade Land Trust. I should have called ahead, but my phone has not worked since the junction," she said. "Yes, come in." The interior of the house was warm in the particular way of a space heated entirely by wood, not the thermostat warmth of a controlled system, but a warmth that had direction, that was stronger near the wood stove in the corner and cooler near the windows, that moved through the room the way warmth moves through a person, unevenly, with a bias toward the center. A braided wool rug covered most of the floor. Bookshelves ran floor to ceiling on the south wall. A topographical map of the surrounding terrain was pinned above the desk in the corner, newer and larger than the one on the firefinder, covered in a system of notations I could not read from across the room. She set her mug on the kitchen counter and gestured to the table. We sat. She poured coffee into a second mug without asking whether I wanted it, which I respected. "The northeast drainage," I said. I had not planned to begin there. I had planned to begin with survey methodology, access routes, the seasonal wetland I had identified on the south face. The words came out before the plan did. Ruth Ellery looked at me over the rim of her mug. Her expression did not change. She set the mug down and placed both hands flat on the table. A gesture that was not defensive but deliberate, like someone arranging their thoughts in front of them in physical form. "You went to the edge of it," she said. "Yesterday afternoon. I was running transects on the northeast face. But you did not go in." "No." She nodded once, something in the quality of that nod. Not relieved exactly, but settled, the way a person looks when a thing they expected has arrived on schedule. Sat in the air between us. The annotation on the Firefinder map, I said. Do not follow. Do you know who wrote that? I wrote it, she said. In 2003, after the second time. The wood stove ticked. Outside the window, a Stellar's jay landed on the porch railing, tilted its crested head toward the glass, and then lifted away into the firs without a sound. The second time what? I said. Ruth Ellery picked up her mug again. She was quiet for a long moment. Not the silence of someone who did not know what to say, but the silence of someone deciding which part of what they knew was the right place to begin. There is a thing this forest does, she said, with certain people, at certain times. It is not consistent, and it is not universal. And I am not going to tell you it is something I fully understand, because I do not. What I can tell you is what I have observed. She paused. Do you want the observation, or do you want me to start with what the old timber families called it? Both, I said. Please. She nodded, as though this was the correct answer. The old Scandinavian and Finnish logging families who had worked this section of the Cascades from the 1890s through the mid-20th century had a word for it, she told me. Or rather, not a word but a phrase, which she rendered in a flat, precise English translation, the place that calls back. Not every high place, not every drainage. Specific locations, usually at elevation, usually in old-growth terrain that had never been logged, where the accumulated density of time, her phrase, the accumulated density of time, was sufficient for a particular phenomenon to occur. Which phenomenon? I said. People in acute grief, she said carefully, hear familiar voices in the ambient sound of those places, specifically the voices of those they are grieving, specifically in water sound, creeks, rain, wind through channels. The hearing is involuntary, it is consistent across accounts, and it is, she paused again, choosing this word with evident care, directional. I was quiet. Directional, I said. The sound appears to come from a specific location, and if the person follows the sound, they move into the drainage. The terrain in that drainage is irregular and dangerous in ways that are not apparent from the entry point. She looked at me steadily. 3 people followed the sound in the years I have been on this property. 2 came back. 1 required a search. He was found 2 days later at the bottom of the draw. Hypothermic but alive, with no memory of having entered. The coffee in my mug had cooled to the temperature where it stops tasting like coffee and starts tasting like the memory of coffee. I noticed this. I did not drink it. The one who did not come back, I said. Ruth Ellery's hands remained flat on the table. My husband, she said. In 1991, before I understood what the place was doing. The word understood arrived in the room and stayed there, complicated and insufficient, the way important words often are, I thought, with the sudden peripheral sharpness of a mind that has been ambushed by association, of something Daniel had said on the ridge above the Snoqualmie Valley, which I had been reconstructing for 14 months from the angle of his posture, the direction of his gesture, the quality of his attention. I had not been listening when he said it. I had been thinking about whether I had left the stove on. I had been eating a granola bar. I had spent 14 months trying to reconstruct a sentence I had not heard. Ruth Ellery was watching me. You heard something yesterday, she said. It was not a question. In the creek sound, I said, on the slope. Something that had the shape of, I stopped. Yes, she said, that is how it begins. Outside, the frost on the fern fronds was melting now in the thin November sunlight, each frond releasing its silver coating in slow drips that struck the soil below with a sound like the smallest possible rain. The woodshed smelled of fresh split fir from where I sat. The wood stove ticked steadily, and the braided rug held its warmth against the floor. and the room was still and ordinary and safe in every visible way. Underneath all of that, something in my chest had shifted. Not dramatically, not with any sudden force, but in the quiet and irrevocable way of a hinge that has finally reached the full extent of its rotation, finding the place it had been moving toward all along. "How did you come to know about the surveyor's posting?" Ruth Ellery asked. Her voice was careful. "My colleague recommended the contract," I said. "A woman named Nora. She said the land trust needed a hydrological assessment." Ruth Ellery looked at me with an expression that was not surprise exactly, but recognition. The expression of someone watching a sequence they have seen before arrive at its expected next step. "The land trust," she said, "has been waiting to post that contract for 11 months. She did not explain what had changed to make them post it now. She did not need to. The thing she was not saying moved through the warm air of that kitchen as clearly as if she had written it out in the same hand that had pressed those 3 words into the firefinder's map. I looked at the topographical map pinned above her desk. From where I sat, I could see that the northeast drainage was marked on it differently from every other feature, not in the standard notation colors of the surrounding terrain, but in a darker line, heavier, drawn, and then drawn again, as though the pen had returned to that particular boundary more than once. "Are you?" I said, and then stopped. I tried again. "Is the forest?" Ruth Ellery picked up her mug. "Finish your coffee," she said quietly, "and then I will tell you the rest of what I know." I drove back up the access road an hour later with the windows down despite the cold, needing the air, needing the sound of the tires on the frozen ruts, and the sword ferns brushing the truck's sides, meeting something ordinary and physical between me and the question I was forming. The question of whether grief, long enough and deep enough, could become something the landscape itself could read. The survey work that week had a different quality than field work usually carries. I want to describe this accurately, because accuracy is what I was trained for, and because getting this wrong would misrepresent something that matters. Field work is ordinarily a state of productive dissociation, the body moving through terrain, the hands performing their measurements, the mind engaged at the level of observation and notation without descending into the deeper registers where the larger, unresolved questions live. It is one of the reasons I had come here. I had wanted the dissociation. I had been counting on it. What I found instead, in the 3 days following my visit to Ruth Ellery, was that the survey work and the other thing, the thing the place was doing, had become impossible to separate. I would be running a transect along the northeast slope, flagging sample points, recording soil saturation percentages in my notebook with a mechanical pencil. And then I would become aware, without having made any decision to become aware, that the creek sound from the drainage below had shifted into a register that was almost linguistic. Not clearly, not consistently, but enough that I would stop walking and stand with my flag in one hand and my notebook in the other, and listen with a specific and involuntary attention that had nothing to do with hydrology. It happened 4 times in 3 days, 4 pauses in the work, 4 moments of standing on a slope with the old-growth cedar pressing in on both sides, listening to water over rocks, waiting for the sound to do it again. It always stopped before I could be certain. On the 4th morning, I drove back down to Ruth Ellery's kitchen, arriving before 8, which I recognized was not quite professional, but felt necessary in a way I could not argue with. She had coffee ready. I had the sense she had been expecting me around this time. We sat at her table and she told me the rest of what she knew, methodically and without embellishment, in the manner of someone who had been organizing this account in their mind for a long time, and was now releasing it in the sequence that would cause the least damage. The history of the tower property, she began, was longer and more specific than the land trust's documentation suggested. The lookout tower itself had been constructed in 1938 by the Forest Service as part of the Depression-era expansion of fire detection infrastructure across the Cascades. But The knoll the tower stood on had been a site of deliberate human attention for considerably longer than that. Ruth, it's been years. She said years with a flatness that indicated this was not an exaggeration. Researching the land's history through county records, university archives, and conversations with the descendants of the Finnish and Scandinavian logging families who had worked the surrounding timber in the late 19th and early 20th centuries. What she had assembled was this. The knoll and its surrounding old growth had been avoided by every logging operation that had moved through the valley. Not avoided in the sense of being inaccessible or commercially unviable, but deliberately bypassed, the timber crews moving around the knoll's perimeter rather than through it, leaving the old growth stand intact when everything surrounding it was being taken. The earliest documentation of this practice was in the logging camp ledgers of a Finnish timber operation from around 1904, which she had found at the University of Washington's special collections. The ledger entry was a single line in Finnish, which she had had translated. The translation read, "The high trees are left, as before, because of the agreement." "What agreement?" I said. "That is the word used," she said. "The agreement. No documentation of what that agreement consisted of, or with whom it was made, but the practice was consistent across every logging operation in this valley for 60 years. 11 separate timber companies. The old growth on that knoll was never touched." She turned her coffee mug a quarter rotation on the table. "The Forest Service built the tower in 1938 without knowing the history," she continued. "Or perhaps knowing and proceeding anyway. The agency was not in the habit of consulting logging camp folklore when siting infrastructure. The lookout program needed elevated positions with clear sightlines. That knoll was the best option in this watershed. The tower had been staffed from 1938 to 1974, she told me. A succession of seasonal lookouts. Most of them completed their postings without incident, but the record, such as it was, composed of the fragmentary personal correspondence she had found in County Historical Society archives, and the accounts passed down through the families of former lookouts, showed a consistent pattern across those 36 years. Lookouts who arrived in a state of acute personal grief, regardless of its cause, reported the same experience, voices in the ambient sound of the drainage below, specifically the voices of whoever they were grieving, specifically originating in the northeast draw. 3 of them had followed the sound in. I put my coffee mug down. 3, I said, that I have confirmed documentation for, she said. There may be others. The 2 who came back, I said. What did they report? Ruth was quiet for a moment. She looked at the map above her desk rather than at me, which I understood was not avoidance but the gesture of someone consulting something rather than performing something. Both of them reported the same thing, she said. They said they followed the voice into the draw, and that the voice remained ahead of them, always the same distance ahead, always just below the next change in terrain, always intelligible enough to follow but not close enough to identify clearly. The draw narrows significantly about 200 meters in. Both of them stopped at the narrowing. Both described feeling, at that exact point, what one of them called a completion, as though whatever the voice had wanted to say had been said. She paused. Neither of them could report what had been said, but they felt it had been said. They were certain of it, she said, both of them. The wood stove in the corner had burned down during our conversation, and the room had taken on a slight chill, the warmth redistributing itself toward the ceiling in the way of wood heat that is no longer being replenished. I noticed it the way you notice things that are changing rather than things that have already changed. The man who did not come back, I said. Your husband. Owen, she said. His name arrived in the room and occupied it quietly. Owen had lost our daughter the year before. She was 4 years old, a fever that moved too fast. She said this in the same even, organized voice she had used for the logging camp ledgers and the Forest Service records. and I understood that deceiveness was not absence of feeling, but its long refined container. He was alone on the property for 3 days while I was in Spokane. When I came back, he was gone. The search team found his truck at the base of the trail. She stopped. They searched the drainage for 11 days. I did not say I'm sorry, because in that moment those words felt like a reduction of something that had no appropriate response. I sat with the weight of what she had said, which is all you can honestly do. They found no trace, she said. The draw narrows, and then it opens into a basin that the topographic maps do not accurately represent, because the basin is below the survey horizon from every accessible vantage point. The search teams could not reach the basin floor safely. There was a rock fall on the north wall that had destabilized the approach. She looked at me directly now. The Land Trust survey, she said, requires a hydrological assessment of that basin. I had not known this. The preliminary scope of work I received mentioned the northeast drainage as a survey priority, but had not specified the basin. I said this. The full scope was added to the contract documentation in September, she said, after the posting was finalized. Who added it? The Land Trust's director. A pause. Her name is Nora Park. The room was very still. My colleague Nora, who had called on a Tuesday afternoon and described this posting and said the pay was modest and the access road was unpaved, and had paused. A small, careful pause. When I agreed to take it, I looked at the frost still remaining in the shadows of the vegetable beds outside Ruth's window, the burlapped mounds, the November bare soil between them. I thought about the precise weight of a phone call from a colleague who knows you better than you have allowed yourself to be known. I thought about 14 months of cereal for dinner, and windows facing north, and a mechanical pencil moving across notebook paper in an empty apartment, measuring nothing. I thought about Daniel on the ridge above the Snoqualmie Valley, pointing east at the full wall of the Cascades, saying something I had not heard. She knew about the property, I said. Nora knew what this place does. I have known Nora Park for 6 years, Ruth said. She contacted me in February of this year. She told me about your brother. My throat was a specific and physical thing in that moment. I was aware of it in the way you are aware of a part of the body that ordinarily performs its function without announcing itself. She had no right, I said. No, Ruth said. She had care. Those are different things. Outside, a raven crossed a cleared acre in a low, direct flight, neither hurrying nor drifting, simply moving with the purposeful economy of a creature that knows exactly where it is going and why. I wants to clear the roofline of the woodshed and disappear beyond the firs. Something in the coherence of the raven's flight, the straightness of it, the total absence of hesitation, lodged itself behind my sternum and stayed there. The basin, I said. And the drainage? Yes. The survey requires me to assess it. Yes. And you believe... I stopped. I tried again. You believe that whatever the place does with grief, whatever the mechanism of it is, that is where it does it. Ruth Ellery placed both palms flat on the table again. That deliberate arrangement of thought made physical. She looked at me steadily and said nothing for a moment, because what I had said did not require confirmation. It was simply a person arriving at the thing they had been moving toward, speaking it aloud for the first time, feeling its full weight in the air between them. I have been waiting, she said at last, for 11 months since Nora first called me, to know whether the right person would arrive before winter closed the drainage. The word right held more than it was carrying. Winter closes it, I said. The creek floods the basin approach in late November. The rockfall on the north wall becomes unstable under snow load. She looked at the window, at the frost still holding in the vegetable bed shadows. You have approximately 10 days before I would not recommend the entry. 10 days. I wrote nothing in my field notebook, because this was not the kind of information that belonged to the survey. The wood stove had cooled further, and the room was genuinely cold now at floor level, the warmth having retreated to the upper half of the space, so that Ruth and I sat in the table's cold while the ceiling above us held the last of the morning's heat. There was something fitting in this that I did not examine too closely. One question, I said. Yes. Owen. I said his name carefully because it had cost her something to give it to me and deserved to be handled. Do you believe he heard what the voice had to say? Ruth Ellery looked at me for a long time. The raven called once, somewhere beyond the woodshed, a single flat syllable that the fir trees absorbed and returned to silence. I believe he went to hear it, she said. I believe that distinction matters. I drove back to the tower in a silence I did not try to fill, carrying the weight of a 14-month-old question that had just acquired a possible location. A narrow draw, a basin the maps could not see, and 10 days left on the calendar before the mountain kept it to itself again. I want to be precise about when things changed because precision is the only honesty I have left to offer. The change did not happen on the slope. It did not happen in Ruth's kitchen or in the truck on the gravel road or during any single identifiable moment I can locate on a timeline and label. It happened the way cold happens in an unheated room, not at a specific instant, but across a duration, the temperature dropping one imperceptible degree at a time until you look up from what you were doing and realize your hands have been cold for an hour, and you did not notice when they started. I spent the day after my second visit to Ruth doing survey work on the south and west faces of the knoll, as far from the northeast drainage as the property boundary allowed. This was not a professional decision. I knew it was not a professional decision. The south and west faces had been adequately surveyed in the first 2 days of the posting, and returning to them accomplished nothing for the assessment that could not have been accomplished in 15 minutes of reviewing my existing data. What it accomplished for me personally was the provision of terrain that did not slope toward a draw. I was not ready to look at directly. The sky that day was the particular pale white of high overcast, not the cloud that presses close, but the cloud that sits at altitude and diffuses everything below it into a flat, directionless light. The temperature had dropped 4 degrees since the previous morning. My breath moved ahead of me in small white signals as I worked, and the frost that had been limited to shadows in the valley was now general, covering the north-facing fronds of the sword ferns on both sides of every trail and lying white and specific along the upper surfaces of the cedar roots. I worked steadily for 6 hours and thought about Daniel for all of them. This was not unusual. I'd been thinking about Daniel continuously for 14 months, in the way that a tinnitus sufferer is always hearing the tone, not always consciously, not always in the foreground, but never fully absent. The awareness of it running underneath every other cognitive process, like a persistent low note that the mind eventually incorporates into its background and then cannot imagine being without. What was different that day, on the south and west faces of the knoll, with the flat winter light pressing down and the frost advancing across the ferns, was that I was not trying to manage the thinking. I had been managing it for 14 months. I had developed a sophisticated and largely unconscious system of management that I will now describe as accurately as I can, because I think the description is important. The system worked as follows. When a thought about Daniel arose, specific, sensory, the kind of thought that carries in it the actual texture of a person's presence rather than an abstract awareness of their absence, I would redirect my attention to something operational. A task, a measurement, a logistical consideration, the mechanical pencil, the stove pilot, the truck's fuel gauge, something with a definite and answerable quality that the grief thought did not have. I had become exceptionally good at this. I realized, sitting on a cedar root and eating an apple and letting the thoughts come without redirecting them, been honest about the cost. The cost was that I had not actually thought about Daniel in 14 months. I had thought about his death. I had thought about the absence he left. I had thought about the specific logistics of loss, the estate, the apartment we had shared, the box of his field guides I had moved from the closet to the storage unit to the closet again without opening, but I had not sat with the actual person with the specific and irreplaceable texture of who he was, and let myself know that he was gone in the way you have to know something before you can begin to carry it. The apple tasted like cold and sweetness. The cedar root was enormous beneath me. Daniel was 8 years older and had raised me in the way that older siblings raise younger ones when parents are not adequate to the task, not with intention or ceremony, but simply by being present and consistent and taking the role seriously without ever naming it as a role. He had driven me to school when the bus situation became untenable. He had taught me to read a topographical map on the living room floor of our mother's house in Renton, using a hand lens and a pencil to trace the contour lines of a section of the Cascades he had memorized the way other people memorize music. He had shown up at the consulting firm's holiday party, the year I made associate, wearing a jacket that did not quite fit him, holding a beer he did not quite want. Because I had mentioned in passing that I was dreading it, and he had understood that dreading it and going anyway was easier than dreading it and going alone. He had a laugh that started in his chest and took a moment to reach his face. He read the same 3 or 4 books repeatedly rather than widely, which I had found baffling and now found, in retrospect, like a form of loyalty I had not understood. He called me every Sunday morning, and the calls lasted exactly as long as they needed to, which was sometimes 4 minutes and sometimes an hour and a half, and he never seemed to notice or care about the difference. He died of a pulmonary embolism on a Tuesday afternoon in September, at 41 years old, while sitting at his desk at the wildlife agency where he worked as a habitat coordinator. He had complained of shortness of breath for 2 weeks and had not gone to a doctor because he was 41 years old and did not go to doctors. And besides, he'd been meaning to for 2 weeks, and the weeks had passed. The shortness of breath was the clot moving. I had not been with him. Nobody had been with him. He had been alone at his desk at 3 in the afternoon on a Tuesday in September, and then he had been gone, and I had received a phone call from a number I did not recognize, and I had let it go to voicemail because I was in a site meeting, and I had listened to the voicemail 40 minutes later in a parking garage in Bellevue, and the sound the parking garage made while I listened was a sound I cannot now recall without a physical response in my chest. I sat on the cedar root and let all of this come without redirecting it. What I felt was not the acute tearing quality of the early months, but something that had changed through duration into a different texture, heavier, more settled, less like injury and more like a structural alteration. Something had been removed from the load-bearing part of my interior architecture, and everything else had redistributed around the absence. And the redistribution was permanent, and I was only now beginning to understand that permanent did not mean wrong. The frost crept another millimeter along the sword fern fronds. The pale sky held its flat light over everything. I thought about Ruth Ellery's word, completion. Both of the lookouts who had entered the drainage and returned had felt, at the narrowing, that whatever the voice had wanted to say had been said. They could not report what had been said, but they were certain it had been said. I turn this over with the careful attention I give to data I do not yet understand how to classify. The hydrologist's approach to the inexplicable is not disbelief, but suspension, an acknowledgement that the framework is currently insufficient, and a commitment to gather more before concluding. I gathered what I had. Daniel on the ridge above the Snoqualmie Valley, pointing east, saying something I had not heard, because I had been thinking about the stove, because I had been eating a granola bar, because I had not yet learned that the specific and irreplaceable texture of a person's presence is not an inexhaustible resource, and should not be treated as one. 14 months of trying to reconstruct a sentence from an angle of posture in a direction of gesture. The drainage below me, with its creek moving over an irregular stream bed, making a sound that had, on a November afternoon, contained the shape of my name as Daniel said it. The basin the maps could not accurately represent. 10 days. I put the apple core beside the root and stood up, and the frost-covered ferns on both sides of the trail were very still in the windless air, and the flat white sky above the canopy gave nothing back. I walked back up to the tower. Inside, I heated water for coffee and stood at the fire finder while it boiled, looking at the northeast quadrant of the old annotated map, the darker line of the drainage, the handwritten "do not follow" in Ruth's precise hand, the arrow pointing into the draw. I looked at it for a long time without touching it. Then I opened my field notebook to a fresh page and wrote, not in the notation format of the survey, but in plain sentences, everything I could remember about that ridge above the Snoqualmie Valley, the angle of Daniel's posture, the direction of his hand, the way his voice had moved. I had not heard the words, but I had registered the acoustic shape of the sentence, the way a person catches the rhythm of speech through a wall without catching the meaning. The sentence had been short. It had ended on a falling note, the way statements end rather than questions. It had contained, I now believed, approximately 7 words. I wrote this down. I wrote down the contents of every Sunday morning phone call I could reconstruct. The field guides in their box in the closet, the jacket at the holiday party, the laugh that started in the chest, the way he had read the same books repeatedly, not out of limitation, but out of a fidelity to things that had already proven themselves worth returning to. I wrote for 2 hours at the fold-down desk with the propane lantern casting its warm circle across the paper, the coffee cooling and forgotten beside me, the fire finder standing in the center of the room with its annotated map and its sighting arm and its 40-year-old record of every smoke that had risen from these ridges. When I stopped writing, I sat for a long time in the propane warmth and the silence. Outside, the overcast had lowered during the afternoon, and the forest below the knoll was beginning to disappear again into cloud. The northeast drainage was invisible. The entire eastern side of the property had been absorbed into gray. But I knew where it was. I had been measuring the terrain around it for 5 days with professional precision, and I knew its gradient and its soil type, and the approximate flow volume of its creek, and the elevation of its entry point above sea level. And all of that knowledge was now layered over with something else entirely, something that had no unit of measurement and no notation in any system I had been trained to use. The loss was not abstract anymore. I had let it be specific and present and full weight for the first time in 14 months, and it sat in the small space of the cab with me in the propane light, and it was the heaviest thing in the room, and it was also undeniably mine. I thought about Daniel's voice in the creek sound. I thought about the fact that it had been directional, that it had come from a specific location below and east of me, from the drainage, from somewhere inside the draw. I thought about what he might have been trying to say on that ridge. I picked up the field notebook and read back through what I had written, all 2 hours of it, and at the very end I added one line, which was not survey data and not grief, and not hope exactly, but was all 3 of those things in a proportion I could not calculate. The line read, 7 words, falling at the end, said once, not repeated, the way a person says a thing they believe does not need to be said twice. I closed the notebook. The cloud outside pressed against the glass of all 4 windows, and the propane lantern held its small, warm circle in the center of the darkness. And somewhere below the tower in the invisible forest the creek moved through its draw and made the sound it made. And I sat with the window between me and it, and I was more certain than I had been of anything in 14 months that the window was not going to hold much longer. I would not sleep well that night, but not from fear, from something that had more in common with standing at a threshold you have been circling for a very long time, finally close enough to feel the air that moves beneath the door. Ruth Ellery set a bowl of soup on the table before I had finished explaining why I had come. This was the 3rd morning I had driven down from the tower before 8, and she had stopped asking whether I wanted coffee and started having it ready. which was a form of acceptance I received with more gratitude than I knew how to express. The soup was lentil, from a pot that had clearly been on the stove since well before my arrival. The smell of it, warm and savory and completely ordinary, moved through the kitchen with the specific authority of food that has been made by someone who knows that sustenance is also communication. I sat down and did not touch the soup immediately. I told her about the 2 hours of writing at the fold-down desk. I told her about the 7 words, the falling cadence, the ridge above the Snoqualmie Valley and the granola bar, and the stove I had been thinking about. I told her about 14 months of management and what management had cost. I did not perform any of this. I reported it in the measured and sequential manner of a person delivering field observations, and Ruth listened the way she did everything, with total stillness, her hands around her mug, her attention complete and without the fidgeting quality that signals a listener waiting for their turn to speak. When I finished, she was quiet for a moment. "Eat," she said, not unkindly. I ate. The soup was very good. Outside the kitchen window, the sky was the uniform pewter of a Pacific Northwest morning that has decided firmly not to develop into anything. Not rain, not clearing, not drama of any kind. Just a flat and permanent gray that sits on the landscape like a lid. The vegetable beds were fully frosted now, the burlap covers stiff and pale, and the woodshed beyond them was casting no shadow, because there was no sun to cast it. 6 days remained before the creek would flood the basin approach. I knew this because I had checked the weather service forecast on Ruth's landline the previous evening. She had a signal booster on a pole above the roof that caught a fragment of a tower 12 miles south, and the forecast said a significant rain event was moving in from the coast on Thursday, which was 6 days from now. And at this elevation, a significant rain event in late November meant the difference between a passable draw and an impassable one. I told Ruth this. She nodded, unsurprised. "Then we should use the time well," she said, and rose from the table and went to the bookshelf on the south wall. I watched her scan the shelves with the familiarity of someone who knows their library, not by title, but by position. The books shelved not alphabetically, but in the order of her engagement with them, each one in a location her hand knew without looking. She pulled 3 volumes from different sections of the shelf and brought them to the table, setting them in a specific sequence that suggested the sequence mattered. The first was a slim academic monograph, its cover faded blue, from the University of Washington Press, published in 1987, Cascade Timber Country, Folklore and Practice in the North Cascades Logging Communities, 1890 through 1950. The second was a spiral-bound report, clearly photocopied from an original, labeled on its cover in Ruth's handwriting, Search and Rescue Incident Reports, King County, Elgin Creek Watershed, 1945 through 2010. The third was a hardcover journal, the personal kind, cloth-bound, a darker blue than the academic monograph, with no label on its cover or spine. She sat back down and opened the monograph to a page she had clearly opened before. The spine cracked at that point, the page soft at the corner from repeated turning. "The phrase the old families used," she said. "The place that calls back. I told you this. Yes. What I did not tell you is the rest of that phrase." She turned the monograph toward me. The passage was in a chapter about ritual practices associated with specific landscape features, sacred trees, boundary markers, sites of unexplained disappearances. A subheading read, "High Places in the Returning Dead." The passage Ruth had marked with a penciled bracket read, in the flat academic prose of the monograph's author, "Among Finnish and Scandinavian logging families of the North Cascades, certain elevated old-growth sites were understood to function as what informants described as liminal repositories, locations where, in the parlance of the communities interviewed, what has been left unsaid between the living and the dead could be completed, provided the living came without the intention of retrieval." I read it twice. "Without the intention of retrieval," I said. That is the condition, Ruth said. Every account I have, across every family, across every decade, that is the condition. You cannot go into the drainage to bring him back. You cannot go in to hear something that will undo what happened, or explain it, or make it mean something larger than it means. She paused. You can only go in to finish what was left open. To hear what he needed to say. To say what you needed to say, and then to leave, and carry it with you, and not look for it again. The soup bowl was empty. I did not remember finishing it. And Owen, I said carefully, your husband. Ruth's hands moved from their flat position on the table to around her mug, a shift so slight I might not have noticed if I had not been watching her carefully. Owen went in to find our daughter, she said, to bring her back, or to follow her, or to be with her. I do not know which. Perhaps he did not know which, either. She was quiet for a moment. The condition was not met. The wood stove ticked. The frost held its position on the vegetable beds outside. I thought about what the condition required. I turned it over with the same careful attention I had given the annotated map. The 7-word sentence. The creak sound on the slope. Not retrieval. Not undoing. Not explanation. A completion of what was left open. I had an inventory of what was left open with Daniel. I had been constructing that inventory, without intending to, for 2 hours at the fold-down desk. The second item, I said, gesturing to the search and rescue report. Ruth opened it. She walked me through it with the precision of someone who had spent years converting fragmentary records into a coherent account. The incident reports cover 23 entries related to the Elgin Creek watershed over 65 years. Missing persons, search operations, outcomes. She had annotated each one in her own hand, cross-referencing them with the dates and the personal circumstances of the subjects where she had been able to determine them. The pattern she had identified was consistent and specific. Of the 23 incidents, 11 involved subjects who had entered the northeast drainage. Of those 11, 8 had been recovered safely, all of them within 48 hours. 2 had required extended searches of 4 and 9 days respectively, and been found at the lower end of the draw, both suffering from hypothermia and exposure. 1, Owen, had not been found at all. The 8 who had been recovered safely shared a single characteristic that Ruth had noted in red pen beside each of their entries. Each of them, upon recovery, had been unable to explain why they had entered the drainage, and each of them had reported, when asked whether they had found what they were looking for, some version of the same answer. I read the answer in the first recovered subject's incident report. A 29-year-old fire lookout from 1952 named Harold Fitch, who had lost his younger brother 6 months prior. Yes, I found it. I do not know what it was, but I found it. I sat with that for a moment. Harold Fitch, I said. Do you know anything else about him? He served 2 more seasons at the tower after the incident, Ruth said. Requested the posting specifically. The Forest Service records show no explanation in his file for the preference. She paused. He retired in 1968 and died in 1993 in Wenatchee. His daughter contacted me in 2012 after she found my name in her father's papers. Another pause. He had written about the drainage in his personal journal. She sent me copies. I thought about Harold Fitch, spending 16 more years at that tower, returning every season to the knoll above the old-growth cedar, looking out at the drainage from the catwalk with his morning coffee, not haunted, not healed either, in a sense of having been made whole, but carrying something that had been completed, which is different from carrying something that is still open. Ruth opened the cloth-bound journal. This is not Owen's, she said, before I could ask. This is mine. I began it in 1992, the year after he was lost. It is the record of everything I have learned about this place since then. She turned to a page near the back. Recent, the ink less faded. I want to read you one passage. It is the most accurate description I have found of what the basin does. Written by a woman named Esther Larsen, the granddaughter of one of the Finnish timber workers. She came to the Tower property in 2006 alone, 8 months after her son died. She entered the drainage and returned safely. Ruth read from the journal in the same even, organized voice she used for everything, and the words moved through the warm kitchen air and settled into the silence that followed them. Esther Larsen had written, "It is not his voice exactly, or it is his voice. The way a reflection in moving water is a face, the structure of it, the essential architecture, carried in the medium of the place rather than produced by it. I heard what I had not let myself hear when he was alive, which is that he already knew I loved him, had always known, and was not waiting to be told. What I had to say was not for him. It was for me. The place held space for that. That is what the place does." Ruth closed the journal. The kitchen was very quiet. I was thinking about the granola bar, and the stove, and the ridge above the Snoqualmie Valley, and Daniel pointing east at the full wall of the Cascades, saying 7 words in a falling cadence to a younger brother who was not listening, because he had not yet learned that the moments when people speak directly to you from their full and unguarded selves are not as numerous as you assume when you are 23 years old and eating a granola bar in good weather. I was thinking about what I needed to say, and underneath that, moving through the warm air of the kitchen with the wood smoke smell, and the lentil soup smell, and the particular smell of old books opened in a warm room. I was also thinking about what I needed to hear. Not what I wanted to hear, not what would comfort me, but what, if I was honest, had been left specifically and genuinely open between Daniel and me. The incomplete thing, the hinge that had not reached its full rotation. I knew what it was. I had known for 14 months, and had been managing the knowledge with operational thoughts and mechanical pencils, and the fuel gauge of a truck and a studio apartment with windows facing north. He had been trying to tell me something on that ridge, and I had not listened. Ruth was watching me with the expression of someone who has said everything that needed to be said and is now simply present, which is the most useful thing a person can be. "The entry point," I said, "the safe approach to the narrowing." She stood without a word and went to the map above her desk. For the next 40 minutes she showed me the route, the approach trail from the tower's east side, the creek crossing below the knoll, the terrain markers that indicated the drainage's entry, the 2 features that signaled the narrowing ahead and marked the place where both Harold Fitch and Esther Larsen had stopped, and where the condition the old families described had, in those cases, been met. She showed me the features that marked the point of no return, the rockfall on the north wall, the place where the terrain dropped below the survey horizon and became the basin that the maps could not accurately represent. "Do not go past the narrowing," she said. Her voice carried no drama. It was the tone of someone giving accurate and practical information that they want to be certain has been received. "The place that calls back operates at the narrowing. That is the functional boundary. Past it, the terrain is genuinely dangerous, and the phenomenon is no longer navigable." "Navigable," I said. "Intentional entry, clear purpose, no retrieval. Those are what make it navigable," she said. "Past the narrowing, those conditions no longer hold." She took a folded piece of paper from the desk drawer and handed it to me. On it, in her precise hand, were the terrain markers she had described. Distances, features, bearings. A map in text form, for a basin that the official maps could not see. I held it for a moment. "I need to ask you something," I said. "Yes." "When I come back from the drainage," I said, "will you be here?" Ruth Ellery looked at me with that steady, settled expression, the expression of someone who has been keeping watch for a long time and knows exactly what keeping watch requires. "I will be here," she said. "I have the propane heater on in the back room. There is a cot." She paused. "Bring your sleeping bag. You will be tired." I folded the paper and put it in the inside pocket of my jacket, against the left side of my chest, where I could feel it through the fabric as I walked. The drive back up to the tower was the first time in 5 days I had kept the windows closed, the cab warm, the radio off, traveling in a silence that was not empty but full of everything the morning had given me, everything the journal passage had named, everything I needed to say, and everything I was beginning, for the first time, to believe I might be allowed to hear. I spent that evening reading my field notebook from the beginning, not the survey data, but the 2 hours of sentences I had written about Daniel. And by the time the propane lantern began to dim, I knew exactly what I needed to bring into the drainage with me, which was nothing I could carry and everything I'd been carrying all along. I went in on a Tuesday morning. I chose Tuesday without consciously choosing it, only afterward. Walking back up the knoll in the late afternoon with the light failing and my legs heavy and my chest carrying something it had not carried when I went down, did I realize that Daniel had died on a Tuesday. The body knows the calendar in ways the mind does not admit to. The morning had a quality of suspension to it, not stillness exactly. The temperature had dropped another 3 degrees overnight, and the air moved in slow, intermittent pulses that were not quite wind, but were more than the absence of it, turning the upper cedar branches against each other in a sound like the careful turning of pages. The frost was general now, covering the knoll's entire eastern face, each surface the cold had touched rendered in the same uniform white that made the landscape look less like a November forest and more like a careful representation of one. I left the tower at first light. I had slept better than I expected, which I noted and did not analyze. I had eaten breakfast, oatmeal with dried apricots from a bag Daniel had given me the previous Christmas, which had traveled from the Fremont house to the Beacon Hill apartment to the back of the truck, and which I had been carrying for 11 months without opening. I opened them that morning and ate them without ceremony, and the sweetness of them was a specific and honest thing that I held in my chest alongside everything else. Ruth's terrain markers were folded in my left jacket pocket. The field notebook was in my right. I took nothing else that was not practical. The approach trail left the tower from the east side of the knoll, as Ruth had described, following a line of descent through the old-growth cedar that was not quite a trail in the maintained sense, but was a consistent enough break in the undergrowth to indicate passage. Not recent passage, but the kind of passage that accumulates over decades of the same route being chosen by different feet for different reasons. The soil on it was darker than the surrounding forest floor, compacted and smooth, and the ferns on its edges bent inward over it, as though offering cover. The cold on the descent was the dry, precise kind I had catalogued in my first days on the property, the kind that finds the gaps and holds there, specific and unhurried. My breath moved ahead of me in a continuous signal. The cedar trunks on either side were the color of dried blood in the flat morning light, enormous, impatient, their upper canopy lost in the low cloud that had settled during the night at approximately the height of the knoll summit, so that I was descending through and then below the cloud as I moved down the trail, the visibility improving as I dropped. By the time I reached the creek crossing, a line of stepping stones through a shallow riffle, the water the color of strong tea over pale granite. The cloud was above me and the forest was clear, and the light was the particular diffuse gray of old growth in November, sourceless and even and very still. I crossed the creek. The sound it made as I crossed was the ordinary sound of a small creek over a rocky bed, variable, continuous, without any particular quality of address. I was aware of listening for something in it, and I was aware of the awareness, and I let both of those things be present without acting on either of them, the way Ruth's condition required. No retrieval, Clear purpose, intentional entry. My purpose was clear. I had spent the previous evening with my field notebook confirming it. I needed to say, I was not listening on the ridge, and I am sorry, and I have been trying to hear it ever since. I needed to say, you raised me and I did not say so while you were alive, and I do not know why, except that the things we receive so completely that they become structural are often the things we forget to name, because naming them feels redundant, because surely the person who gave them knows, because surely there will be another Sunday morning phone call, another holiday party, another ridge above a valley where I can pay attention this time. And underneath all of that, in the place I had not examined until the fold-down desk and the 2 hours of writing, I needed to say that I was angry. That 41 years old is not an age at which a person should die of something that moved too fast, and that 2 weeks of shortness of breath had been available to address, and that I had received the phone call in a parking garage 40 minutes after it was made, and that 40 minutes contained the precise duration of my failure to be reachable at the moment I should have been reached, and that I had been living in the unexamined belief that the anger was a shameful thing, a small and ungenerous thing, a thing that should be managed and redirected rather than brought into the room and named honestly in the presence of the person it was addressed to. None of this was retrieval. All of it was open. I followed the route from Ruth's terrain markers, bearing northeast from the creek crossing, angling upslope toward the draw's entry point, watching for the 2 cedar trunks that stood closer together than the surrounding forest spacing, their canopies interlocked above the gap between them, which Ruth had described as the entry marker, the place where the drainage's atmosphere began. I found it after 20 minutes of walking. The 2 cedars were enormous, wider than my arm span, their bark the deep rust red of old iron, their interlocked canopy creating an archway above the gap between them that framed the drainage beyond. Standing before it, I was aware of the change in the air that began at the threshold. Not a dramatic change, not a sudden qualitative shift, but a subtle alteration in the atmospheric pressure, as though the air on the far side of the cedars had a slightly greater density, a slightly heavier presence against the skin. I stood there for a moment. I thought, with the sideways attentiveness of a mind noting peripheral things, that I could not remember whether I had turned off the propane stove in the tower cab. I was nearly certain I had. Probably I had. The pilot light had been unreliable, but I had checked it twice before leaving. This thought occupied approximately 4 seconds and then released, having served its purpose, which was to confirm that the mind was still operational and present, and capable of mundane concern alongside everything else. I stepped through the cedars. The drainage was narrower than the topographic maps had suggested, and steeper in its first 100 meters. A sharp drop in gradient that required attention to footing, the soil saturated beneath its surface layer, the rocks that protruded from the slope slick with moss and frost. I moved carefully, not quickly, placing each foot with the deliberate attention of someone who has been told. The terrain is irregular in ways that are not apparent from the entry point. The creek ran along the drainage's east wall, closer now, its sound filling the enclosed space of the draw in a way it had not filled the open forest. Here, between the draw's walls, the sound had specificity and texture, the individual contributions of separate water movements over separate obstacles combining into a complex, layered acoustic environment that was louder than its components individually would have predicted. I moved down the slope. At approximately 80 meters in, the creek's pitch shifted. I stopped walking. The shift was subtle, a variation in the frequency of the water sound, a momentary change in its upper register that had, for 1 second, the structural quality of a voice. Not a word, not a name. The shape of a voice, the acoustic architecture of a specific and familiar way of producing sound, the chest resonance, the slight softness in the consonants, the particular warmth in the mid-range frequencies that I have been hearing every Sunday morning for 20 years, and had been trying to reconstruct from memory for 14 months. I stood absolutely still. The creek continued. The variation did not repeat immediately. I waited. Then it came again. Longer this time, 3 or 4 seconds, the frequency holding in that register. And within it, the way Esther Larson had described. Not his voice exactly, but the structure of it, carried in the medium of the water, the essential architecture of a specific human voice, reproduced in sound that had never been a voice and could not be one. And within the structure of the voice, something that had the shape of words. I need to be careful here. In the way I am always careful with data I cannot fully verify. I cannot report with certainty that I heard words. What I can report is that I heard something that had the organization of words. The phrasing, the cadence, the precise falling note at the end that I have been reconstructing from a posture and a gesture for 14 months. 7 syllables, not 7 words. I had miscounted on the ridge and in the notebook. 7 syllables, 3 words, falling at the end, said once. I already knew. 3 words. The kind of sentence that does not need to be repeated, that the speaker says once with their full and unguarded self and then considers said, because they believe the person receiving it will carry it without needing it repeated. I stood in the drainage with the creek sound filling the enclosed space around me and those 3 syllables settling into my chest, and I said aloud into the sound of the water, I know, I am sorry I was not listening. I have been listening ever since. And then I said the other things. I said them in order, the way I had organized them at the fold-down desk, without rushing, without performing them, in the measured and sequential manner of a person delivering something that has been prepared carefully because it matters and deserves the care. I said what he had given me, and failed to name. I said the specifics, the topographical maps on the living room floor, the holiday party jacket, the Sunday morning calls, the field guides in the box I had moved from closet to storage unit to closet again without opening, and I said the anger. I said it plainly, without apology and without the management I had been applying to it for 14 months. And the saying of it was not a release in the dramatic sense, but in the hydraulic sense, a pressure that had been present for so long that I had stopped perceiving it as pressure, equalizing, the reading dropping to something the instrument could handle without being damaged. The creek held its sound around me. The drainage walls rose on both sides, cedar and basalt and wet moss. The cloud above closing the draw's top into a gray ceiling that made the space feel specific and contained, and I want to use this word carefully, private, in the way of a room that has been prepared for a particular purpose, arranged to hold a particular kind of exchange. I do not know how long I stood there. At some point, the quality of the creek sound changed again, not back to its ordinary register, but to something quieter, less layered, as though several of its constituent frequencies had been resolved. The draw felt different, not empty, not abandoned, but settled, in the way a room feels after a conversation is completed. The air still containing the presence of what occurred, but the active tension released. I was aware of my hands. They had been at my sides throughout, and they were cold, and I looked at them as though checking in with a part of myself that had been waiting patiently while the other parts attended to something more pressing. And then I put them in my jacket pockets and felt, in the left pocket, Ruth's folded paper, and in the right pocket, the field notebook. And both of those objects were solid and ordinary and real. I looked upslope toward the entry marker, the 2 interlocked cedars still visible at the top of the gradient, framing a pale rectangle of the outer forest beyond. I looked downslope toward the narrowing, the draw compressed below me, the walls drawing together, the cedar canopy closing overhead into something almost tunnel-like, the light beyond the narrowing dim and sourceless. I could see perhaps 30 meters past my current position before the terrain dropped below the visible horizon. The rockfall Ruth had described was not visible from here. Its effect on the drainage's lower acoustics was a particular quality of absorption in the sound that suggested a major change in the channel geometry below. I looked at the narrowing for a long moment. Then I turned and walked back up the slope, I crossed back through the two cedars and felt the atmospheric pressure normalize against my skin, and the outer forest received me with its ordinary cold, and its ordinary silence and the ordinary source less gray of old-growth light in November. I stood for a moment with one hand against the bark of the eastern cedar. That fibrous warmth again, deeper than the cold surface air, coming from somewhere further in than the bark. And I breathed, and the breath made its white shape in the air and dispersed. And the forest was very still, and I was standing in it, and I was changed in a way I did not yet have language for. But, recognized in the same way you recognize a shift in weight when something you have been carrying is redistributed. Not gone, not resolved, not explained, but different in the way it sits against the body, different in what it asks of the muscles that carry it. The creek below the crossing murmured its ordinary murmur. I walked back up the approach trail toward the tower. The forest on either side of the trail was unchanged, and completely changed. The same cedar trunks and sword ferns and frost-covered soil it had been that morning, and I moved through it slowly, carrying 3 syllables and a redistributed weight, and the specific, honest, unglamorous relief of a thing that has finally been said. I reached the tower as the last usable light was leaving the sky. Not darkness exactly. The cloud cover held a residual glow for a long time after the sun dropped below the ridgeline, a kind of luminous gray that was neither day nor night but an extended transition between them. The forest below the knoll still visible in outline. The creek draw a slightly darker seam in the canopy, the surrounding ridges reduced to their essential shapes against the sky. I stood on the catwalk for a few minutes before going inside, not from any particular need to look at the view, but because the transition seemed worth attending to, the world moving from one state to another, doing it slowly and without announcement, the way significant transitions tend to happen. My legs were tired in a deep and structural way. The descent and reascent of the knoll, combined with the emotional expenditure of the drainage, had used the body fully, and the body was now presenting its invoice. Inside, I lit the propane lantern and sat on the cot. I sat there for a while without doing anything. This was not the transitional sitting of the grief-managed months, the sitting at the edge of the next thing, unable to enter it. This was a different quality of stillness entirely, the stillness of a body that has done what it went out to do, and has returned and is now simply present in the space it occupies, without negotiation, without the low continuous expenditure of energy that management requires. I noticed the difference the way you notice the absence of a sound you have stopped consciously registering. The refrigerator cycling off in an apartment, the hum of a highway beyond a window, and suddenly the silence where it was, and you realize the silence is not new, that you have been in it for a moment already without knowing. The propane lantern made its small sound. The cab smelled of old wood and the particular cold that had come in with me on my jacket. I thought about Ruth, waiting in the back room of her cedar plank house with the propane heater and the cot she had prepared. I thought about driving down in the dark on the ruts and the sword ferns brushing the truck sides, and the warmth I would find in that kitchen, and the coffee that would be ready before I asked. I was hungry in a genuine and straightforward way that felt new. Not the mechanical hunger of remembered routine, but the actual physical claim of a body that had spent its resources and wanted them replaced. I heated tin soup on the propane stove, a different variety from the lentil in the tower stores, and ate it standing at the counter rather than at the fold-down desk, which felt right, the body preferring vertical and mobile to seated and reflective. The soup was adequate and hot, and I was grateful for both qualities. After eating, I packed a bag for Ruth's, the sleeping bag, a change of clothes, the field notebook. I looked at the firefinder before I turned off the lantern. The annotated map in its yellowed circle, the sighting arm at its resting position, the 3 words in Ruth's hand in the northeast quadrant. To not follow. written in 2003, after the second time, pressed into the paper with the conviction of someone who had learned through loss what the drainage required of the unprepared. I thought about Owen Ellery, who had gone in to retrieve what could not be retrieved, and had not come back. I thought about Ruth, spending the years since in this valley, learning the history of the place that had taken her husband, building her library of logging camp ledgers and search and rescue reports, and translated Finnish phrases, keeping the journal, annotating the firefinder map, waiting with the patience of someone who had converted grief into knowledge, and knowledge into a kind of custodianship, waiting for the right person to arrive before winter closed the drainage. I turned off the lantern. The drive down the access road in the dark required full attention, the headlights catching the ruts in the sword ferns and the occasional pale flash of frost on a rock or root, the truck moving at the pace the road demanded rather than the pace I might have preferred. This was fine. The pace was right. The drive was its own transition, carrying me from the tower and the drainage and what had occurred there toward the ordinary warmth of a kitchen, and a person who'd been holding careful space for this evening for 11 months. Ruth's porch light was on. She opened the door before I knocked, which I had expected, and stood back to let me in without speaking, which was also what I had expected and needed. The kitchen was warm. The coffee was ready. A plate of bread and butter sat on the table beside 2 mugs, and the cloth-bound journal was not visible. She had put it away, understanding that the evening did not require documentation. I sat down. She sat across from me. For a while neither of us spoke, and the silence was the comfortable kind. The kind that 2 people share when they're both in the same understanding of what has occurred, when language would be a reduction rather than an addition. Then I told her. Not everything. Some of what happened in the drainage belonged only to the drainage. The way certain conversations are private, not because they are shameful, but because their fullness exists only in the place and the register in which they occurred, and extracting them into ordinary language would change them into something smaller. But I told her the structure of it, the creek sound and the 3 syllables and what I had said and in what order, the narrowing and the decision to turn back, the quality of the forest on the return. Ruth listened without interruption. When I finished, she was quiet for a moment, her hands around her mug, and then she said, "The condition was met." Not a question, a confirmation, spoken in the same even and organized voice she used for everything, but with something underneath it that I heard clearly, a long-held breath, finally released. "Yes," I said. She nodded once and looked at her coffee. I understood in that moment that she had been holding more than custodianship. She had been holding for 11 months since Nora's call, a specific hope that someone would arrive who could meet the condition, who could enter the drainage with clear purpose and no retrieval, and come back from the narrowing, not because Owen could be undone, not because her own grief could be retroactively resolved, but because the place that calls back had a function, and its function was not to harm and not to take, and Owen had been the exception and not the design. And she had spent 30 years living with a place that the valley knew was dangerous because of what it had done to her husband, and she needed to see it do what it was meant to do. I understood this without her saying it, and I believe she understood that I understood it, and neither of us said it aloud because it did not require saying. She rose after a moment and went to the bookshelf. She did not scan for position this time. She went directly to a specific location on the second shelf, right side, and removed an object that was not a book. It was a small glass jar, perhaps 4 inches tall, with a metal lid that had oxidized to a dark brown. Inside it, visible through the glass, was what appeared to be a quantity of small seeds, dark, irregular, the kind I could not identify by sight. She set it on the table between us. "These are from the old growth at the drainage entry," she said. "Cedar seeds collected from a duff at the base of the eastern threshold tree. I collected them the autumn after Owen was lost." She looked at the jar. "I have given one to every person who has come back from the narrowing. Harold Fitch's daughter told me her father kept his on the windowsill above his desk for the rest of his life. Esther Larson planted hers in a pot she kept on her apartment balcony in Bellingham. She pushed the jar gently across the table toward me. The function, Ruth said carefully, as best I understand it. And I want to be clear that my understanding is partial, and always has been, is memorial, not as a monument. As a continuance, the seed is from the place where the thing happened. It carries the location forward into wherever you take it. It is not magic, she added, with the tone of someone who has had to say this before, and does not resent saying it. It is simply an object from a significant place, given with intention. What you do with it is yours. I held the jar. The glass was cold from the shelf, and the seeds inside shifted slightly as I turned it. A quiet, small sound, the sound of living things that have been dormant for a long time and are waiting, with the extraordinary patience of seeds, for the conditions that will make the next thing possible. I thought about the box of Daniel's field guides in my closet. The box I had moved from Fremont to Beacon Hill, and from closet to storage unit to closet again without opening. I thought about the particular quality of a thing that has been waiting to be opened. Not with dread, not with avoidance, but simply waiting. The way dormant things wait, for the moment when the person holding them is ready. I thought I might be ready. I put the jar in the outer pocket of my bag, where I would be able to feel it against my hand. Ruth refilled both mugs without asking and sat back down. The survey, she said. The basin assessment. I had been thinking about this. The approach to the basin is impassable now, I said. The terrain below the narrowing is genuinely dangerous, and I will not attempt it. No, she said. The Land Trust will need to commission a drone survey of the basin for the hydrological data. The technology is sufficient for the assessment they need, and the approach can wait until late spring when the rockfall is stable. I paused. I will write the recommendation in those terms. Ruth nodded slowly. The Land Trust will accept that recommendation. Nora will accept it, I said. The name sat between us for a moment with all of its implications, and Ruth's expression held something that was not quite a smile, but was in that territory. The expression of someone acknowledging a complexity they respect without needing to explain. She's a careful person, Ruth said. She thought about you for a long time before she called me. I looked at the table. I thought about Nora, calling me on a Tuesday afternoon with a description of a contract with modest pay and an unpaved access road, pausing in my agreement with a small and careful pause that I had interpreted as concern, and that was in fact something more precise than concern. Care, Ruth had said. Care and concern are different things. I would need to call Nora. Not that night, with no signal on the ridge, but soon, within the first hour of being back in a place where a call was possible, not to explain or to account, but simply to say, I am here, and it is done. And thank you for the care which I did not recognize for what it was when you offered it and which I am recognizing now. That felt like the right sentence. Ruth and I talked for another hour. Not about the drainage or the journal or the history, but about the survey work. The wetland I had identified on the south face, the hydrological characteristics of the watershed that the Land Trust's preliminary data had underestimated. We talked about the valley's ecology, the cedar and the Douglas fir, and the way the frost line had been shifting at this elevation over the past 2 decades. We talked about King County's land acquisition history, and the particular challenges of managing old-growth habitat in a watershed with upstream residential development. We talk like 2 people in adjacent fields who have discovered a useful overlap, and the conversation had the quality of conversations that will continue, not ending but pausing, with the mutual understanding of more ahead. When I finally moved toward the back room and the prepared cot, Ruth said, without preamble, He is still there, you know. Owen. She said it without weight, without the performance of grief. in the tone of someone reporting a fact they have made their peace with. I am certain of it. In whatever way he is still anything, I am not certain it constitutes suffering. I held the door frame for a moment. The condition, I said, he went to retrieve. Yes, she said, and the place kept what he brought. She did not say this with bitterness. She said it with the honesty of a woman who had spent 30 years living beside a thing that had taken her husband, understanding it without excusing it, tending its history without sentimentalizing it. Because the alternative, to let the understanding lapse, to let the history go unrecorded, to let the place revert to simply dangerous, would have dishonored both Owen and the thing the place was genuinely designed to do. I said goodnight. The back room was warm from the propane heater, the cot made up with a wool blanket whose weight, when I pulled it over me, was the specific and uncomplicated comfort of a heavy thing at the end of a day that has asked everything of the body and the interior both. I put my hand on the outer pocket of my bag, felt the small glass jar through the fabric, the seeds inside shifting at the pressure. The heater ticked in the corner. Outside, the valley was dark, and the cloud had lowered again, and the old growth on the knoll was invisible, and the creek in the northeast drainage moved in its darkness over its irregular bed, making its sound, which was only water tonight, only water, and the stones that had been moving across for longer than anyone alive could remember, in the particular silence of a place that has done what it was meant to do, and is now, for the moment, at rest. I slept without interruption for the first time in 14 months, and the sleep was complete and dark and without negotiation, and when I woke in the morning the room was gray, with early light, and the wool blanket was warm, and the jar was still in my bag, and I was, without ceremony or announcement, ready to go home. Home was not the same place I had left. This is not a dramatic statement. The studio apartment in Beacon Hill was physically unchanged. The same windows facing north, the same gray wall of neighboring buildings visible through them, the same radiator that clicked in the evenings as the building's heating system made its calculations. The cereal was still in the cabinet. The mechanical pencil was still on the counter beside the field notebook I had brought back from the tower, which I set down next to it when I came through the door and did not immediately pick up again. What had changed was the quality of my relationship to those things. The apartment had been, for 14 months, a container I moved through carefully, a space I occupied without inhabiting. The way a person occupies a waiting room, I had kept it clean and functional, and had not put anything on the walls, which I had told myself was a temporary condition pending a decision about whether to stay or move, and which was in fact the spatial expression of a person who had not decided to be present anywhere. I noticed this within an hour of returning, the way you notice a thing you have been too close to see. Stepping back from a distance, the shape of it suddenly legible. I put something on the wall that first evening, not a decoration, a topographical map. The same region as the firefinder's annotated circle, purchased from a map retailer in the Pike Place market area on my way back through the city. I taped it to the wall above the fold-out desk I had been using as a kitchen table. And I sat down and looked at it, and the northeast drainage was there, and the knoll with the tower site marked, and a creek that ran through the draw. And all of it was in the flat, conventional language of cartographic notation that gives no indication of what a place contains, which is true of every map and is perhaps the most important thing to remember about them. The glass jar from Ruth sat on the windowsill. I had put it there without deliberating, had taken it from the bag when unpacking and set it on the sill in the same movement, as though the windowsill were its obvious destination. The cedar seeds inside were dark against the glass, and the November light that came through the north-facing window caught them at a low angle in the late afternoon, giving them a brief warmth that did not last, because the light moved on, as light does. I looked at them some mornings and did not look at them other mornings, and both were fine. I called Nora on the second morning after my return, from the apartment's landline that I had not used since moving in. She answered on the second ring. I said, "I am here, and it is done." and thank you for the care." There was a pause on her end. Not the careful pause I had misread in November, but a different one. The pause of someone receiving something they had been waiting for and taking a moment to let it arrive properly. Then she said, "I am glad." We talked for 40 minutes. I described the survey findings, the underestimated wetland on the south face, the drone recommendation for the basin assessment, the drainage approach conditions and their seasonal timeline. She listened with the focused professional attention she always brought to technical information and asked precise questions about the soil saturation data and the wetland boundary methodology. The conversation had the quality of work done between two people who trust each other's judgment, and under that quality, running steadily without needing to be named, was the other thing. The thing she had done by making the call in November, and the thing I had done by going, and the shared understanding that both had been exactly right. Before hanging up, she said, "The Land Trust accepted the drone recommendation." I said I expected they would. She said, "Ruth Ellery called me the morning after you came back from the drainage. She said to tell you that the tower will need an updated hydrological assessment in 3 years." I said I would keep that in mind. There was a warmth in the silence that followed that sentence. A warmth between two people who understand that something has been left appropriately open. Not unresolved, but ongoing, which is different. The box of Daniel's field guides was in the closet. I had moved it from the storage unit back to the closet before leaving for the tower posting, in October, in a gesture whose meaning I had not examined at the time. In the first week after my return, I opened the closet several times and looked at it without opening it. This was not avoidance. I want to be precise about this because the distinction matters. It was the behavior of a person who knows they are going to do a thing and is choosing the right moment for it, rather than the first available moment. The right moment came on a Saturday morning, 10 days after my return. I made coffee first. I carried it to the closet and sat on the floor, with the box between my knees, and opened it. And the smell that came out was the smell of old paper and the particular mustiness of books that have been in a closed space. And underneath that, something I could not identify for a moment, and then did. Cedar. The field guides had been stored, at some point in Daniel's apartment, near something cedar-lined, and the wood smell had entered the paper of the books and stayed. I sat on the closet floor with my coffee and opened each one. There were 11 guides. Birds of the Pacific Northwest, Pacific Coast Tree Finder, Cascade Alpine Guide in 2 volumes, Wetland Plants of Washington and Oregon, a Peterson Guide to Western Reptiles whose spine was broken at the lizard section, 2 guides to Pacific salmon identification that I knew had been used professionally, and 3 general Pacific Northwest naturalist guides of varying ages, the oldest from the late 1970s. Its cover soft with use. Each one had Daniel's annotations, not systematic notes, but the incidental marks of a mind engaging with material it found interesting. An exclamation point beside a passage about spawning habitat in the salmon guides. A small bracket around a paragraph in the wetland plants guide that described the soil conditions in which certain sedge species establish. A hand-drawn addition to a bird range map extending the summer distribution of the varied thrush further into the Cascades than the original cartographer had recorded. These annotations were a form of conversation. I understood this sitting on the closet floor. They were Daniel's ongoing argument with the world's available knowledge, conducted in the margins of the books that described it, and the argument was generous and specific and interested in accuracy, and it was, unmistakably, him. I spent 2 hours on the closet floor. Then I carried the guides to the shelf beside the kitchen counter, where I had not put anything in 14 months of occupying the apartment as a waiting room, and I arranged them in the order I had opened them, which was no particular order and was therefore as honest as any other. The shelf looked inhabited. The apartment looked, for the first time, like a place someone lived. The survey report took 3 weeks to write, which was longer than the posting's timeline had anticipated, because I was thorough in a way the circumstances warranted. The wetland documentation was detailed and careful, and I believe accurate. The drone recommendation for the basin assessment was written in the measured and specific language of a professional who has assessed the terrain and the conditions and is making the correct call, which it was. I sent the final report to Nora in the third week of December, and she forwarded it to the Land Trust with a note that I did not read, but which Nora later told me described the assessment as exceptional. I began sleeping through the night consistently around the same time. Not every night. Some nights the tinnitus quality of grief was louder, the tone more present in the foreground, the awareness of absence arriving with a particular sharpness that quiet and darkness encourage. Those nights I did not attempt management. I lay in the dark and let the awareness be what it was, large and permanent, and mine. And eventually the dark shifted toward gray at the north-facing windows, and the morning made itself known through the gap in the blinds, and I got up and made coffee, and the day was ordinary. Ordinary had become, slowly and specifically, something I value rather than something I was waiting to escape from. I reopened the salmon identification guides in January and began using them professionally, returning to a subspecies analysis project I had been contracted to contribute to before Daniel's death, and had set aside without formally withdrawing. The project was genuinely interesting. A hydrological component to a habitat assessment for a Chinook recovery program in the upper Snoqualmie watershed. The Snoqualmie, I had noticed this and had not considered it ironic or meaningful, only apt. The way certain landscapes persist in a life not as metaphor but as fact, because they are the landscape you live in, and the work worth doing is there, and the rivers run where they run regardless of what you have experienced on their banks. I spoke to my mother in Renton in February for the first time since the previous spring. This requires context. My mother and Daniel and I had the complex and mostly unspoken geometry of a family that had managed itself around an inadequate center for so long that the management had become the relationship, and Daniel had been a significant structural component of that management. Without him, the geometry had collapsed into something none of us knew how to navigate, and my mother and I had responded to this by not navigating it, by letting the calls go to once a month, and then once every 2 months, and then to the kind of silence that is not estrangement, but is not connection either. I called her on a Sunday morning in February, which was the time Daniel had called me. She answered immediately. Her voice had the quality of a voice that has been waiting for a call it did not know how to initiate. We talked for an hour and 20 minutes. We talked about Daniel, not about his death, or the estate, or the logistics of loss, but about him. Specifically and directly, in the way that people who love the same person talk about them when they have finally given themselves permission to do so. She told me things I had not known. I told her things she had not known. The conversation had the quality of a room that has been opened after a long time. The stale air moving out and the fresh air moving in, the space becoming habitable again through the simple act of opening. Before hanging up, she said, "He used to call me on Sunday mornings too." I said, "I know. He called everyone on Sunday mornings." She laughed. It was the first time I had heard her laugh in 14 months, and the sound of it was a specific and uncomplicated gift, and I held it after the call ended in the same way I held the cedar jar on certain mornings, not with the intensity of something precious and fragile, but with the ordinary gratitude of a person who has learned, at some cost, not to let the ordinary things pass without acknowledgement. I began writing the account in the third week of February, not for publication, not with any particular audience in mind. For the same reason the fire lookouts had kept their personal journals, I suspected, because certain experiences require the discipline of language to become fully real, because writing a thing down is a form of insisting that it happened to a specific person in a specific place and mattered in specific and nameable ways. The title arrived on the third day of writing, without effort, the way accurate things arrive when you have spent enough time in their vicinity. What the Mountain Keeps. I wrote it at the top of the first page and looked at it for a moment, and knew it was right, not as a description of what the mountain had taken, which was one reading, but as a description of what the mountain held in trust, which was another reading, and the tension between those two readings was the tension the account was about. By the end of February, the account was nearly complete. I had written everything I have written here: the drive east on the November highway, the tower and its cold cab and the firefinder's annotated map, Ruth's kitchen and her methodical and generous accounting of the place's history, the drainage and the two cedars and the creek sound and the 3 syllables, and what I said into the water, and what the water in its own register said back. One thing remained. I had known since finishing the drainage section that the account would require a return, not to the tower, not to the narrowing, but to the territory of it, the landscape that held the experience, which I had left in November with unfinished business of a different kind than the business I had gone to finish. There was something I had not yet done, something small and deliberate and specific that the account could not honestly close without. I began making arrangements in the first week of March. The account sat on my desk in those final days before the return, complete in all but one page, and I left it there unfinished, the way you leave a door open when you are going out briefly and intend to come back. The open page holding the space for what still needed to be said, which could not be said from here, which required the territory to say it in. I drove east on a Saturday morning in the second week of March. The highway was different in March than it had been in November, not dramatically. Not in any way that would have struck a casual traveler as significant, but different in the specific ways that mattered to someone who has driven the same road in 2 different interior states and can feel the contrast between them. The sky was higher. The light had a direction again, a genuine source angle rather than November's flat and source-less diffusion, and it struck the upper canopy of the Douglas fir on the south-facing slopes and made the new growth visible. The bright acid green of the year's first needles at the branch tips, vivid against the darker permanent green of the older growth behind it. I had the windows down despite the cold. The thermos of coffee on the passenger seat was not fogging the window this time. Because the window was open, because I did not need the view managed for me, because I knew where I was going and what for, and was not in any particular negotiation about either. The cedar seeds were in the glass jar and my jacket's inner pocket, against my chest, where I had been carrying them since the morning I took them from the windowsill and put them there with the clear intention of returning them to the territory they had come from, not to the drainage itself. Ruth's instruction had been specific and I had not misheard it, the way I had misheard other things on other slopes and other weather. The basin approach was still unstable from the winter snow load, and the creek was running high with snowmelt, and I had no reason or desire to test either condition. But to the territory, to the road and the ridge and the valley, and the specific quality of air at that elevation in early spring, which I had not yet experienced and wanted to. I had also, in the outer pocket of the same jacket, a smaller object. It was a page torn from the oldest of Daniel's field guides, the Pacific Northwest Naturalist Guide from the late 1970s, its cover worn soft with use. I had not torn it carelessly. I had chosen the page deliberately, over 2 evenings of sitting with the guides open on the kitchen counter. And the page I chose was one Daniel had annotated more fully than any other in the collection, a page describing the ecology of old-growth cedar forest, its margins filled with his brackets and his exclamation points and 2 small drawings in his hand, one of a cedar cone and one of something I had identified, after study, as a rough sketch of the cross-section of a cedar root system. The lateral roots, spreading from the trunk in exactly the pattern I had sat against on the south face of the knoll in November. He had drawn this before I ever went to that property. He had drawn it in the margins of a field guide that had spent years on a shelf in his apartment, and then in a box in my closet, waiting, with the patience of dormant things, for the conditions that would make the next thing possible. I had spent a long time looking at that drawing before I tore the page free. The tearing felt correct. Not vandalism. Not loss. The book had 11 other pages of annotation. It would continue to be itself without this one, and this one needed to be somewhere other than a shelf. Needed to complete the movement it had been in the middle of for longer than I could accurately calculate. From a field guide open on Daniel's desk, to a closed box in a storage unit, to a closet shelf, to a jacket pocket on a Saturday morning in March, heading east on a highway into the Cascades. I passed the last coffee chain and the last cell tower and the last gas station selling hot food. The trees pressed in on both sides and the road climbed and the light shifted as the elevation increased, the sky narrowing above the canopy to a moving strip of blue-white that the branches reached toward from both sides without quite closing over. The radio found a weather service fragment between static and reported a high of 44 degrees at pass level. Winds light and variable. No precipitation expected through the weekend. I turned off the radio. The silence that replaced it was not empty. It was the silence of a person who has been filling silence for a long time and has recently learned to let it be what it is. A medium in which the ambient things are audible. The tires on the road, the wind through the open window, the engine's even note on the climb. The small and ordinary music of moving through a landscape without managing the experience of doing so. The hand-lettered sign for Elgin Creek appeared on the right. I did not turn onto the access road. That was not where I was going today. I drove past the junction and continued west along the main road for 2 miles until I reached Ruth Ellery's property, where the smoke was already rising from the metal chimney pipe above the roofline. Thin and straight in the still March air. She was on the porch when I pulled in, not waiting. She had a pair of pruning shears in one hand and a bundle of dormant canes from the vegetable beds in the other, and she looked up at the sound of the truck with the expression of someone mildly interrupted rather than someone expecting a visitor. Then her expression changed into the thing it always settled into when she saw me, which was a kind of quiet recognition. The expression of someone who has invested careful attention in a person over a long period and is satisfied with what the investment has become. I got out of the truck. "March," she said, not a greeting exactly, more an acknowledgement of a fact she found appropriate. "The snowmelt has the access road passable again," I said. I checked the county road report. "It has been passable for 2 weeks," she said. "I wondered when you would come." We went inside. She made coffee without discussion. The kitchen was the same. The woodshed visible through the window, the braided rug on the floor, the topographical map pinned above the desk, the bookshelves floor to ceiling with their cargo of accumulated understanding. The wood stove was lit and the room had its directional warmth, stronger near the center, cooler near the north window, and I sat at the table in the warmth and was glad to be there in a way I had been glad to be in a number of places recently, which was itself a form of data worth recording. I told her about the survey report and the Chinook project and the Sunday morning call to my mother. She listened with her usual complete attention and asked me specific questions about the wetland methodology that indicated she had been thinking about the South Face's drainage characteristics since my posting ended, which I found satisfying in the professional sense and moving in the other sense, because a person who has been thinking about your work in your absence is a person who has been thinking about you. Then I put the glass jar on the table. Ruth looked at it for a moment without speaking. "I am not returning the seeds," I said. "I wanted to be clear about that. They belong where you place them." I paused. "I want to plant them. I wanted to ask whether you knew the correct conditions." Ruth looked at the jar for another moment, and then she looked at me, and the expression on her face was the most unguarded I had seen it. Not emotional in any performed sense, but open. The long-held professional composure briefly stepped aside, and what was underneath it was something that had more in common with relief than anything else, or perhaps with the satisfaction of a sequence finally completing in the way it was designed to complete. Cedar needs cold stratification, she said in her precise and organized way. 30 to 60 days of moist cold before the germination conditions are right. You have been providing that on the windowsill through winter without knowing it. Then they are ready, I said. They are ready, she said. She told me the rest of what I needed to know. Soil type, moisture, light, partial shade, because cedar seedlings establish in the understory before they are large enough to claim canopy light. A pot, initially, deep enough for the taproot. Patience, because cedar grows slowly, especially in the first years, spending its energy on root architecture before it extends itself upward. Root architecture first, then the visible growth. I thought of Daniel's drawing in the margins of the field guide, the cross-section of a root system, its lateral spread rendered in careful pencil strokes, the details accurate enough to have required reference, meaning he had looked it up, meaning he had cared about getting the drawing right, even in the margin of a book no one was meant to see. Ruth refilled both mugs and sat back, and there was a comfortable silence for a moment. There is something I want to do, I said. Before I drive back. Something outside. She did not ask what. She simply nodded once. The nod that meant she understood the category of the thing without needing the specifics, and rose and put on her canvas jacket and followed me out. We drove together in my truck to the junction where the access road met the main road, and parked at the wide shoulder that gave a view east up the valley, not of the knoll, which was hidden behind the first ridgeline, but of the valley's orientation, its northeast running axis, the old-growth timber visible on the upper slopes, the lower canopy of alder and vine maple, flushing with the first suggestion of March green at the creek flats. I got out. Ruth stayed in the truck with the window down, which was exactly right. I walked to the edge of the road shoulder, where the gravel ended and the valley margin began. A strip of mixed vegetation, last year's dry grasses bent by winter and beginning to be displaced by the new growth pushing through them at the base. The air here was the valley air, colder than the road level by a degree or two, carrying the snow melt smell of the creek and the first green smell of things breaking dormancy, and the underlying mineral note that I had cataloged in my first days on the property and had not been able to stop associating with the struck flint quality of the high air. I was back in the territory, not in the drainage, not on the knoll, not at the narrowing, but in the territory, breathing its air, standing on its margin, which was enough. I took the page from my jacket pocket. Daniel's Annotations covered both sides, the ecology text on the front, with its brackets and exclamation points, and the reverse side, which was mostly illustration, the distribution maps and the cedar cone drawing and the root system cross-section rendered in his careful, interested hand. I held the page for a moment in the still March air. I am going to be careful here about what I report and what I claim, because accuracy is still what I have to offer, and the distinction between what I experienced and what I interpreted from that experience is one I owe to the account and to anyone who reads it. I did not hear anything in the valley air that morning. No creek sound. We were too far from the drainage for that. No voice, no frequency variation, no 3 syllables in any medium. The territory was quiet, with the ordinary quiet of an early March morning in the Cascade foothills, the birds beginning to assert themselves in the alder canopy. A very thrush somewhere in the upper timber sending its single sustained whistle tone into the cold air, the creek audible at some distance as a generalized low murmur without specific quality. What I experienced was simpler and less explicable than a voice. I stood at the valley margin and I knew, and the way that certain things become known not through evidence but through the completion of a long accumulation of evidence that finally tips into certainty. I knew that what Daniel had said on the ridge above the Snoqualmie Valley was what the drainage had given me. 3 syllables. 2 words and a contraction I would have rendered in the no contractions discipline of this account, as I already knew. I already knew, said once. not repeated. The way a person says a thing they believe does not need to be said twice to a younger brother who is not listening, because the younger brother would need to arrive at it in his own time and through his own particular route. And the older brother had understood this and had been patient with it in the way he was patient with everything, which was without performance and without impatience, and simply as a fact of who he was. He had known I loved him, had always known, was not waiting to be told. The thing I had needed to say was not for him, it was for me. The place held space for that. That is what the place does. I opened my hand, and the March air moved through the valley and took the page. Not dramatically, not in a gust, but in the quiet way of a light thing released in a gentle wind, lifting slightly and then settling, landing at the valley margin in the dried grasses at the edge of the road's shoulder, coming to rest with the root system drawing facing up, Daniel's careful pencil lines visible against the cream-colored paper. I left it there. I walked back to the truck. Ruth did not ask and I did not explain, and we drove back to her property and I stayed for lunch. Soup again, a different kind, and bread she had made that morning, whose smell had been in the kitchen the entire time we talked, and which I had been aware of and grateful for, and had not mentioned until she set it on the table, and then had mentioned with more genuine appreciation than the situation strictly required, which made her almost smile. We ate and talked, and the afternoon came on, and at some point I looked at the jar of cedar seeds on the table between us and thought about the pot I would buy on the way home, and the soil, and the partial shade of the north-facing window, and the patience that cedar requires in its first years while it builds its root architecture before the visible growth begins. I thought about the field guides on the shelf by the kitchen counter, Daniel's annotations and their margins, the ongoing argument with the world's available knowledge conducted in pencil in the spaces the original author had not used. I thought about the account on my desk at home, the last page still blank, the door held open for what needed to be said here, and could not be said from there. I thought about a varied thrush in the upper timber, its single sustained note sent in a cold air with no expectation of reply, because the thrush does not require reply, only expression, the note released into the available medium, carried where the air carries it, doing its work in whatever ear receives it, or doing its work in the receiving air itself if no ear is present. Because the note is the thing and the sending is the thing, and the silence that follows is not absence but the space the note has opened. Ruth walked me to the truck. We said the things people say when parting from a visit that has been good and will be repeated. The loose scheduling language, the reference to Springfield work, the agreement to be in touch. Then I drove west, back down the highway, the Cascades releasing me gradually in the reverse sequence of my arrival, the old growth giving way to the younger timber giving way to the foothill development, the foothill development giving way to the city's eastern edge, the city assembling itself around the truck in layers until the apartment building was in front of me, and the parking garage was below me, and I was home. The jar went back to the windowsill, but only until I found the right pot, which I did the following morning at a nursery in the Rainier Valley, a deep terracotta with good drainage holes and a saucer to sit it in. I filled it with a cedar-appropriate soil mix and planted the seeds at the depth Ruth had specified, shallow, because cedar seeds do not want to be buried deeply. They want the surface layer, the duff layer, the place where the light and the moisture in the soil meet. I set the pot on the windowsill where the jar had been, and the north-facing window gave it the partial shade it needed. And outside the window, the gray wall of neighboring buildings and the pewter surface of the Sound were unchanged. And I looked at both of them and was present in the looking, which was all that was required. The account needed one more line. I went to the desk and sat down and read back through the final page and wrote it. And then I sat for a moment with the pen in my hand, and the cedar seeds were in their pot on the windowsill, and the field guides were on the shelf with their annotations, and the topographical map was on the wall with the northeast drainage marked in its conventional notation, giving no indication of what it held. The line I wrote was this: I do not know when the seeds will germinate, or how long the roots will take to establish before the first visible growth appears above the soil. But I have learned, at some cost and over some distance, that the things worth waiting for do not announce themselves, and that the life happening below the surface is not the absence of life, and that patient is not the same as passive, and that a window facing north still lets in the light,